Good evening, everyone. Before we begin tonight's meeting, I would like to review a few safety procedures. In the event of an emergency requiring evacuation, please remain calm and follow the instructions of public safety personnel. The nearest exits are located at the front and the rear of the council chambers, as well as the sides of the building. Once outside, proceed to the designated assembly area in the parking lot adjacent to City Hall. If we need to shelter in place, please remain calm, remain in the building, and follow directions from law enforcement and city staff. Emergency responders will provide additional instructions as needed, and if you observe any safety concern or require assistance during the meeting, please notify a police officer or city staff member immediately. Thank you for your attention and cooperation. We will now proceed with the meeting.
Good evening. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to give us maybe just 1 more minute to let these people kind of find their way, and then we'll go ahead and start, okay? I will let you all know that we will be streaming this in the community room. So if you want to sit and don't want to stand, you can go in the community room and we'll be live streaming this in here, over there. Thank you. I may have embellished more than 1 minute, please. We're just waiting on our clerk to get down here. One more time for those still walking in or standing in the back, we do have overflow in the community room. If you all want to have a seat, we will have the meeting streamed live in there as well, so you won't miss anything. And then we're also going to adjust the agenda a little bit, and we're going to put the JYCG at the top half of the agenda. So if you want to sit in the overflow room, or if you want to stand, just know that they'll be going first, so you won't be standing too long. You can't close the door. You can't close it. All right, I'm gonna call it to order without her being here. And Chief, you said you're sure it's okay with. So we want them to move? We appreciate your patience. Thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna call our regular council meeting to order August 10th, 2026 at 6:08. Madam Clerk, if you'll do the roll call, please.
Mayor Sauter, Mayor Pro Tem Miller,
Present.
Councilmember Messick,
Present.
Councilmember Kearney,
Present.
Councilmember Alfred Dixon,
Here.
Councilmember Fox,
Present.
and Councilmember Cameron Dixon.
Here.
We have a quorum. Let the record reflect that Mayor Sauter is absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Next, we'll move on to an invocation by Pastor Amy Rose of First Baptist Jonesboro. How you doing? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Council. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as we gather this evening, we give you thanks for this city and for the people who call it home. Lord, I ask that you grant our mayor, our city council members, and staff the gifts of wisdom, discernment, and listening hearts. Help them to weigh choices fairly, act with integrity, and always look out for the good of every person who lives in our city. Father, give us a spirit of unity, respect, and peace in our discussions this evening. May we all that we do and say bring glory to your name. We ask these things in your gracious and holy name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much, Pastor Rhodes. Next, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Council, we have an agenda before us. Are there any amendments, adjustments that need to be made to this agenda before we adopt?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, let's start with Councilman Fox.
I would like to add Jonesboro Neighborhood Day to the agenda for discussion and approval.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I think that's been added already to the revised agenda. Let me double check.
It should have the application in there too.
What letter?
New business.
Okay, you talked letter F under new business?
No, man,
That's a different one. We're gonna add it, or is it already on there?
We need to add it,
Add
please,
it.
We'll go ahead and add, yes, ma'am.
as
New-
letter I under new business.
And you said this was what, Councilman Fox?
Jonesboro Neighborhood Day.
Is that for August 22nd?
22nd.
Yeah, I-
Pass it down.
I think that's the same thing as letter F.
You're
Letter
actually,
F?
you are correct.
That's letter
It
F.
is. Mhm.
Yes.
So strike that. It's gonna be letter F.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman C. Dixon?
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to table item C under the consent agenda for council to consider approval regarding the purchase of tennis backboard for Lee Street Tennis Courts, Valley Master, in the amount of $28,434.
Can we table consent
It's best that we wait until that time.
till we get to the item?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine? Okay. Anyone on this side?
Mayor,
No? Okay.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we need to move item C under the consent agenda to item I under old business. Because
Correct, because you need to move it off the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. That's what you're gonna say? Wonderful. All right. So, any other additions, adjustments? What I would like to ask if we can move, JYCG for presentations from D to letter A, and then everything else will just move down respectively. So then, acknowledgement of our honorary officer would be B, proclamation recognizing Mrs. Divins would be C, and then recognizing Georgia 811 Day would be D. Okay,
Gotcha.
all right, I'll accept the motion to adopt the agenda with,
So
so,
moved.
with the changes.
Second.
All right, go ahead. You got that, clerk? Madam Clerk? Okay, wonderful. All right, so we'll roll right into our presentation. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, okay. Thanks, guys. All right. Any discussion? Any opposed? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We'll skip mayor's report since the mayor's not here, and we can roll right into presentations. About what?
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Gotcha. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. How y'all doing? Good evening, everybody. How y'all doing? Okay, okay. Just had a little temp check. Temp check. Thank y'all for being here. To our mayor, council, thank y'all for continuously supporting these scholars. To our advisors, our city staff, our interns, our parents, community members, partners in it all. Thank y'all for showing up for these kids. I see we have some elected officials in the room. Could y'all please stand? Thank y'all. Thank y'all. I know we have some in the overflow room, but definitely wanted to acknowledge y'all. The work that we do here in the city of Jonesboro, we can't do without y'all. So thank y'all. We take pride in being the county seat. We take pride in it. So thank y'all for being here. 4 years ago, we started JYCG, the Jonesboro Youth City Government. And it was just a simple idea. Just make sure that we give our youth a seat at the table ASAP. And the first administration, it laid our foundation. The second administration, it built on that work. The third administration got us to where we are today. And I'm super excited for these young scholars. And I just want to also say, just be clear, like these scholars wasn't chosen for a position at all. They actually earned these positions. They just completed a 5-week Summer Leadership Institute. And I'll say, to sum it up, on day number 5, the youth held their elections. They made their case in front of their peers, and their peers selected them to lead in this 4th administration. So this theme this year is definitely earned, not given. And I appreciate y'all being here again. Welcome to the city of Jonesboro. At this time, I'll have Commissioner from Henry County, Commissioner Neat Robinson, come to the front.
Good evening, everyone. Whew, I made it just in time. I just want to say, well, the young people are not in here, but to Councilman, I'm super proud of you. You stood on it. What we do with GMA, when I was the council member, we wanted to make sure that the young people knew that they were our upcoming leaders for the community, right? And what better way is to make sure that they are representation of their council, right? Because they're going to be representing you in the community when they serve. So I'm super proud to know that the council, that you all know that GMA, what we go and, the lessons and teachings that we're doing, it's about the young people being able to serve and be in our future. So I just want to say thank you all for those that were here, that there was a unanimous vote when I stood here and made the plea on behalf of Councilman Dixon, and we're here. We're still here. And it wasn't robbery of me to be able to come to ensure that when he wanted to start this, I said, I got your back. I want to be able to be here to support you because I don't know, Stockbridge, my Stockbridge Youth Council, can you all stand? This is the group that I started. And of course, and so what that does, it shows the collaboration amongst the cities and the counties, right? To being able to serve and to see what best practices can be done to improve themselves. So I'm super proud of Stockbridge being able here to represent and stand boldly to show you that everyone is united when it comes to our youth serving our community. And it's going to take the community, which each and every one of you, to support them, right? Because I will say, if you own a business, because a lot of times with the government, right, the funding isn't there. But if there's any in your heart that you know that you can support these young people that Councilman Dixon and this council is bringing into your community, please do it in your heart to give them your full support so they can be successful. So again, I'm super proud of you, and thank you, council, for believing in the young people right here in your community.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. At this time, I'd like to call up JYCG alum Isaac Hathaway.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Isaac Hathaway, and I was an alumni of the JYCG. I was the first one to get JYCG started back in December of 2023, where I started as a councilman my first term, and then second term, I ended up becoming the mayor pro tem. And I've always advocated for the youth, especially for like the special needs side, because I seen they had like more trouble trying to get out there. So I was trying to be all inclusive with them, just thinking about them. So, and my original idea was becoming a sensory park, but I'm not sure how that was going to go. But other than that, my name is Isaac Hathaway, and I currently attend Albany State as a sophomore with major in computer science.
Thank you, Isaac. And he's actually one of my interns this semester. So Isaac, I thank you for coming back and still continuing to contribute to Jonesboro. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call up past Mayor Zayon McHale, JYCG alum.
Good evening. Oh wait. Good evening, y'all. Good evening. Y'all seen the back of my shirt, right? The man that gets it done. I am so excited. This past year, my administration has been able to achieve so much. I have had a great turnout with getting the budget to 15,000. That's a plus. I have had a major accomplish of just bringing back that Jonesboro youth swag that you all see today. And I can not only be proud to stand up here as the third youth mayor, but I'm more excited to welcome the next mayor, who I call my buddy, my pal, who has traveled with me to Savannah, all inclusive. And I'm so eager to see him take on this role called Mr. Mayor. Y'all know Mr. Mayor? And he's about to do an amazing job. So if you all could please just give a round of applause, because you are about to witness greatness. Now, when I was sworn in as youth mayor, I told myself, as Mayor Sauter was saying, we're about to do bigger and better things right here in the city of Jonesboro. But I see the next mayor, Mr. Mason, Mr. Mayor White, he's about to move with the mayor. That's his swag. So I cannot wait to come to the meetings. Front row seat, front row access. Front row seat, front row access. And say, Mayor, do we have a quorum? I can't wait, because we got 13 people. That's the most members we ever had in history with Jonesboro Youth City Government. So it's a major achievement. We have 13 brand new members. We have a youth mayor that is an African-American young man who attends Monroe High School, and he is ready to lead. So with that being said, I am proud to pass the torch to someone who is eager to lead and someone who is eager to lead. Let's go, Clayton County.
Awesome, man. I can't wait to see what you do coming forward, man. Thank you so much for your contributions to the JYCG. You've been here since day one. Day one. You've seen it all the way through with us. You've served in multiple roles within the city, from the farmers and artisan market, taking the lead with that. JYCG city manager, JYCG mayor, JYCG council member. Yeah. So you've done it all. So I appreciate you and appreciate the work you've put in and the foundation you helped us lay. Thank you. At this time, I would like to call Chief Judge Keisha Wright Hill to the front.
Good evening, everyone. I had to take a second before I put this on. It's a little hot. But as I was sitting here and glanced over to my right, I thought there's one person, at least one person in this room, that could be looking at this day the same way and through the same lens that I am. That's Judge Butler. Why is that? Because prior to me taking the bench in magistrate court, I sat as judge pro temp for 5 years in our juvenile court. And so Judge Butler knows what I'm talking about. So in many days, youth are before us, 14, 15, 16 years old. Not necessarily for a good reason. Then I move up to magistrate court where I'm signing warrants. Sometimes they're 17-year-olds because you're treated as an adult at age 17, 18, 19. And so we see all these warrants from young people. I see that in magistrate court, and Judge Butler will see that in a couple months in Superior Court, unfortunately. So this is a blessed day because we are seeing our youth in a whole nother view, in a positive way. Leaders today, our future leaders. So let's give a round of applause to our future leaders. At this time, I will be calling up our 2026-27 roster. First up, our Director of Finance, Dylan Jenkins. Next up, our Director of Communications, Chloe Hunter. Next, our Director of Events, Riley Roscoe. Y'all clap it the way y'all clap at the basketball games and the football games. That's a little sorry, okay? Next up, our Director of Community Service, Sean. Yeah, that's more like it. That's better. Yes, that's better. Right. Next up, our Secretary, China Thornton. Yeah. Next, we have our City Manager, Lillian Hurd. Our Councilwoman, Brooklyn Seals. Our Councilwoman, Evian Maldonado. Our Councilwoman, Soraya Robinson. Our Councilwoman, Jacqueline Alvarado. Go, Jackie! Our Councilwoman, Miranda Gutierrez. And last, but certainly not least, Mr. Mason White, our mayor. Now, before we take the oath, if I could have the advisors and the interns, please stand. And if I can have the can I have the incoming officers over here, please? So I can come up, y'all stand over here. Facing me, you can stand over here. Okay. Can you see me? So before I give you this oath, this is what I want you to remember. Any and every time that you take an oath, I want you to not just recite the words, but listen to the words and keep it deep in your heart, because you are taking an oath to yourself, an oath to your peers, an oath to your family, an oath to your community. So it's very serious. Are we ready? One more thing. I'm a Leo.
Come on now.
Okay? So I'm a lion. And lions are not only leaders, but they're bold. So we're going to leave the mice in the field. When we talk and we speak, we're going to be bold. Am I clear? It didn't sound like it. Am I clear? Yes, ma'am. Am I clear? Yes, ma'am. That's better. If you will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Pledge to faithfully serve. As a member. Of the Jonesboro Youth City Government. I will lead with integrity. Serve with purpose. Listen with respect. And represent my peers. With courage and responsibility. I will use my voice. My ideas, my talents, and my position to strengthen the city of Jonesboro. I understand that leadership is not simply a title. It is a responsibility. I will honor those who came before me. Serve with those that stand beside me. And help create opportunities. For those who come after me. I accept the responsibility entrusted in me. And pledge to give. My very best to my community. Congratulations. You can go back to your parents.
Director of Finance. Well, I'm sorry, before we get there, if the parents would please pin their scholar with the Jonesboro City Seal lapel pin. And while the scholars are getting pinned, Judge Hill, thank you so much. Director of Finance, can you come forward?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dylan Jenkins. I'm a sophomore at Jonesboro High School. I am proud to serve in the 4th administration of the JYCG as your Director of Finance. 3 things I'm passionate about: innovation, integration, and most importantly, moving Jonesboro forward. Thank you.
Director of Communications.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chloe Hunter, and I am a student at Jonesboro High School. Today, I am deeply honored to be sworn in as the Director of Communications for the Jonesboro Youth City Council, Big Clayco. In this role, my biggest goal is to be a bridge between our wonderful board over here, the people in the Jonesboro Youth City Council, and the people of our community, so that every voice is heard and represented. Thank you all for this incredible opportunity, and thank you to my mommy.
Director of Events.
Good evening. My name is Riley Roscoe. I'm a 10th grader at Stillwell School of the Arts. I'm proud to serve in JYCG's 4th administration as the Director of Events. I'm passionate about community involvement and creating events that give the young people a chance to connect and make a difference. I am excited to bring that to this role. Thank you.
Director of Community Service.
Good evening, everybody. All right. My name is Sean Ames. I'm a 10th grader at Utopian Academy for the Arts. I'm proud. Oh, my bad. I'm proud to serve in the 4th administration in the 4th administration at JYCG as the Director of Community Service. What's the name? Since I'm new, I'm excited to volunteer and help my community. And I just like to thank my dad, my mom, my family, and God, of course. And I'm ready to make a change.
Secretary.
Hi, I am China Thornton. I am 8th grader at MD Roberts School of the Arts. I am 13 years old and I am newly elected as secretary. And I am excited and very grateful to build a better and brighter future for the youth. Thank you.
Blue Code. I introduce you all to the city manager.
Hi, I am Lillian Hurd, and I attend Mara High School as a current senior. I have been elected as the youth city manager, and one thing I would love to do this year is just advocating for the youth and making sure that everyone's voices are heard. Thank you.
City Council Member Brooklyn Seals.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brooklyn Seals. I'm 13 years old, and I am an 8th grade homeschooler. I'm very excited to be JYCG's city councilwoman, and I look forward to working with my peers to help make Jonesboro brighter and better for everyone.
City Councilwoman, former Mayor Pro Tem, please come.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Evian Maldonado, and I am a 10th grader, and I attend Mount Zion High School. I joined the Jonesboro Youth City Government because I wanted to make a difference in my community and become more involved in the place I call home. I believe young people have ideals, opinions, and perspectives that deserve to be heard. Joining Youth City Government gives me an opportunity to use my voice, learn more about leadership, and work with others to help make our community a better place. And I am now your new City Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Hello, hello, hello. Hey guys, my name is Soraya Robinson. I am currently a 10th grader at Morrow High School. I am a returning councilwoman, and I'm just here to pick up where we left off at and continue to connect with the community and make sure everybody's voices is heard.
Councilwoman Jacqueline.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Alvarado, and I am a sophomore at Cristo Rey Atlanta Jesuit High School. I am a newly elected councilwoman this year, and I am so excited to bring so many new voices to our community. Thank you.
Councilwoman Miranda.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Miranda Gutierrez. I am a 10th grader at Stillwell School of the Arts. Today, I am honored to be sworn in yet again as a councilwoman. I'm very excited to work with my peers, build a stronger bond, work with the community, and I cannot wait to hear the youth's voices.
And now, starting at Mayor Mason White.
Good evening, Jonesboro. All right, now we gotta try that again. Good evening, Jonesboro. I was looking at this packet. I know it was pretty thick, so I had to. All right, once again, good evening, everyone, to our elected officials, city staff, advisors, family, friends, and my fellow members of the Jonesboro Youth City Government. Thank you for being here tonight as we celebrate the intentional progression and the fourth administration of the Jonesboro Youth City Government. Standing before you today as the newly sworn in youth mayor of the Jonesboro Youth City Government is an honor that I do not take lightly. I am truly grateful for the trust you all have placed in me, and I promise to serve with integrity and dedication. First and foremost, I want to thank God for every opportunity that has brought me to this moment. I want to thank my family, mentors, teachers, friends, and everyone who has encouraged me throughout this journey. Your support has shaped the leader who I am becoming. To my parents, the funniest people I know. Thank you. You were there long before there was a title or a ceremony. You supported me at every event, celebrated every success, and reminded me to keep going through every challenge. In a few moments, well, you already did, never mind. But I want everyone to know that this honor belongs to you just as much as it belongs to me. And so everything I know about commitment, character, and service started at home. Now, to our JYCG advisors, I want to thank you. Thank you for investing your time, sharing your wisdom, and believing in the potential of young people. Because of your leadership, we have the opportunities to learn, grow, and discover what public service is truly about. Now, to my two brothers, I would like to recognize Councilman Alfred Dixon and Councilman Cameron Dixon. Thank you for believing in youth leadership, mentoring us, and making sure young people have a seat at the table. Your support continues to strengthen this program and inspire all of us. Don't cry. To Isaac, Daniela, and Zayon, thank you. The success of the third and second administration did not happen by accident. You helped build the foundation that all of us now have the privilege to build upon. Tonight is not about replacing your leadership, it is about honoring it by continuing the work you have started. To our newest members of the Jonesboro Youth City Government, welcome. And you are not simply here to just hold a title. You are here because each and every one of you have something unique to offer to our city. My hope is that this year challenges you, it grows you, and gives you opportunities to serve in ways you have never imagined. This administration will not be defined by one youth mayor. It will be defined by what we accomplish together. But of course, I won't stand up here and pretend that this journey has always been easy, because it wasn't. There were people who questioned why I cared so much about student government, youth leadership, and some said it wouldn't matter in the long run. But of course, I heard those voices, but I kept going. And I didn't keep going. I kept showing up because I believed that there were young people in the city who were needed someone to go first. So if you're here tonight and someone has ever told you that your dreams are too big, too small, or impossible, I hope this entire administration reminds you that you do not have to let someone else's opinion decide your future. Keep showing up, keep serving, keep believing, and you never know who you're simply inspiring by refusing to quit. So tonight, once again, it's not just about one person. It's about celebrating the continued growth of the Jonesboro Youth City Government. As the fourth year begins, we celebrate an incredible milestone. What started with a $3,000 budget allocation has grown into a $15,000 investment in the youth leadership. And the growth represents more than funding. It represents the city of Jonesboro confidence in the young people and in the future we are building together. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Through community service, civic engagement, leadership development, and partnership throughout our city, JYCG has proven that young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow. We are building or making the difference today. So as your youth mayor, I have a vision for this administration. I want us to not be known for just the titles we hold, but the impact we make. I want every young person in Jonesboro to know that their voices matter and that leadership is within their reach. I want our youth city government to help young people better understand how local government works so they feel confident in participating in their communities and shaping their futures. I want us to encourage youth entrepreneurship by connecting young people with opportunities to develop their ideas, talents, and businesses. I want us to serve our community so consistently that JYCG is simply recognized not for what we say, but for what we do. I want us to strengthen our outreach and communications so more families, more students, and community partners know that the opportunities available through this program. But most importantly, I want young people to have a meaningful voice and decisions that affect them right in this council chambers. Because they are not just the future of Jonesboro, they are part of the present. My goal is simply to leave this organization stronger than we found it. So the next administration inherits an organization that is even stronger, more impactful, and better prepared to serve than the one we inherited. Leadership is not about having all the answers, because I definitely don't. It is about bringing people together, building trust, serving with purpose, and creating opportunities for others to lead. So titles may open a door, but the service, what is earned you a seat at the table. And so to my fellow members of the 4th administration, this is our year. We have inherited something special, and now it is our responsibility to make it even better. Years from now, I do not want people to simply remember us as the 4th administration. I want them to remember us as the administration that served with purpose, welcomed new leaders, strengthened this organization, and left a legacy that inspired generations that follow. So the future of Jonesboro isn't just waiting on us. It's being built by us. Together we lead, together we succeed. Thank you. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless the city of Jonesboro. One more thing, big Leo season.
Well, thank y'all so much, and congratulations to each of you all. Congratulations to the parents. Congratulations to the family members. Congratulations to everybody. Congratulations to the city of Jonesboro. Thank y'all for being here today.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller, may I? May I say something real quick? Y'all, give me 1 second. May I be acknowledged? I know that we just got through talking, but I want to take an opportunity to give flowers to Councilman A. Dixon and C. Dixon. I have never met two people who didn't have children, who fostered a whole community of kids. And one of the first things we did as a council that I believe that day and that day forward unified us is when a budget was presented to us and we refused to adopt the budget until the kids got what they needed. And we stood 10 toes down, and I'll do it again. And as Mayor Pro Tem Miller says, that's a hill that I was willing to die on for the kids, because that today showed me why. So if y'all stand with me as we honor Councilman Dixon and Councilman C. Dixon.
We're gonna get one last picture real quick. We're just gonna get one last picture real quick. Just want to capture this moment. Y'all just come right here to the front, just group picture. And thank you, Councilwoman Fox. Thank you, Councilwoman Fox, for those words. One thing y'all will always hear me say is that I am nothing without the village. So I'll close it right after this picture. Let's make it real quick, y'all, real quick, real quick. Are we good? One, two, three.
Tiptoes out there.
Lillian, come on.
Come on, Lily.
Come on, come on, come on.
Trying to block me. Come on, here.
Hold on, Nee Robinson. Hold on 1 second, Marisol.
Let's get neat.
Yeah.
Sit on my knee, girl. Sit on my knee, girl. Hold the one up, y'all.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Oh, stay one more.
They behind us. They want to do. We doing the one.
One Jonesboro. One Jonesboro. Good job. Great job, everybody.
All right, we'll go ahead and move on with the meeting in about 30 seconds, just so everybody can kind of file out or readjust.
So Ellen. Ellen.
No, it's for me.
Excuse me.
Okay, looks like we're settling down a little bit, so we're gonna go ahead and start moving on with the agenda. Our next presentation is the acknowledgement of our honorary officer, Dwayne Buddy Divins' 5-year anniversary by the amazing Chief Cato.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we recognize someone whose presence has meant more to this department than he may never know. For 5 years, Buddy has stood with us as an honorary officer, not just in title, but in spirit. Buddy, you've been a source of encouragement and a reminder of why we serve. Your loyalty, kindness, and your unwavering support have touched this department in a way that you can't measure. You've shown us what true community looks like: steady, genuine, and always there when it matters. On behalf of the Jonesboro Police Department, thank you for giving us 5 years of your heart. Miss Ellen, thank you, because I know it's not easy. And we appreciate you getting Buddy to every event with us every chance you can. Even though we take a second seat to wrestling. We appreciate you. We're proud to honor you and even prouder to call you family. Congratulations, Buddy. Thank you for everything. We'll see you this weekend. We'll be right back.
Ms. Divins, I don't know if you want to stay up. You're next, okay?
Yeah, she said she would be right.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move right along to a proclamation recognizing Mrs. Ellen Divins for her significant contributions regarding Logan's Law. Councilman Fox?
I'm gonna try to say this without crying. Miss Ellen contacted me about a few months ago, and what she showed me was, along with many other things, is that you don't have to be an elected official to make a difference in your community. You don't have to have a title. You just have to be passionate advocate and not willing to take no for an answer. And that's what Ms. Divins did. So it brings me great honor to present this proclamation to her today, because she had an idea. You know, she's taking care of Buddy. And as Chief said, that's not an easy task. Logan's Law has been around for a while, but Clayton County hadn't adopted yet. So she took it upon herself and did a whole presentation to Chief Roberts. And I was honored to be a part of that process, to come in and see her. And she advocated for not just her son, but for all of us, for the entire community, and presented Logan's Law. And for those of you who don't know what Logan Law is, it's a voluntary registry system that allows you, if you have special needs, sensory, whatever the case is, when first responders are dispatched to your home, they know there's a signal, there's a something in the system that notifies them to let them know, hey, this particular person may be sensitive to noise, light, whatever. So it lets the officer know, the first responder know, to position themselves to where, you know, sometimes it's not that the person don't want to listen, but they may not be able to communicate in a way that we communicate. So it creates that bridge between first responders and the person. So it gives me great honor to be able to present this to her, Chief. And I thank you to Chief Roberts. I know he's not here today, as well as his staff, because they heard that. They didn't just listen, but they put it into action, and they made it possible for all of us today. So, whereas Ms. Ellen Divins has demonstrated exceptional leadership, determination, and communication to improving lives of the individuals and families within our community, and recognizing the importance of public safety and support of individuals with special needs and unique circumstances, Ms. Divins courageously took the initiative to advocate for the implementation of Logan's Law in Clayton County. And in pursuit of this goal, Ms. Divins presented directly to Clayton County Police Chief Kevin Roberts regarding the benefit and importance of Logan's Law at a time when Clayton County had not yet adopted the program. And through her persistence, dedication, and tireless advocacy, Clayton County has now officially launched its voluntary Logan's Law registry, creating an important resource that will enhance communication, understanding public safety for residents throughout the county. And Ms. Divins' advocacy was inspired by her family personal experience, transforming her passion into meaningful action and positively impacting countless individuals and families across our community for years to come. And whereas her action exemplified the very best of civic leadership, demonstrating how one individual can bring about change, positive change through service, compassion, and a steadfast commitment to the well-being of others. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Santia Fox, in this case, Mayor Sard is not here to present this to you, so I'm reading this on her behalf. Of City of Jonesboro, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council hereby recognize and commend Ms. Ellen Davis for her outstanding advocacy, leadership, and significant contribution to the advancement of Logan's Law in Clayton County. In witness thereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of City of Jonesboro. Mayor Pro Tem, do you mind coming down? Let's take a picture. We are honored, Ms. Divins, to present this to you for your outstanding leadership and advocacy for not just for your son, but for all sons, daughters, and for all of us who need this particular service. We love you. And we thank you.
Wonderful. Can I get one more round of applause for Miss Ellen? She's literally a lifesaver. Okay. That is so amazing. There's so many lives that are going to be saved because of her work, and so I'm so appreciative. We have one more proclamation. May I please have representatives from Safe Digging come on up for 8/11 Day? 8/11. Thank you for being here. Wonderful. We're going to give them 20 seconds, and then I'm going to go ahead and read it because they're clearing out a little bit, okay? Okay. All right, guys. So for our last proclamation, we will be recognizing 8/11 Day. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to read this. City of Jonesboro Proclamation. Proclamation recognizing National Safe Digging Month. Whereas thousands of times each year, the underground infrastructure in Georgia is damaged by those who do not have underground lines located prior to digging, resulting in service interruption, environmental damage, and a threat to public safety. And whereas in 2005, the Federal Communications Commission designated 811 to provide contractors and homeowners a simple number to contact utility operators to request the location of underground lines at the intended dig site. And whereas the Clayton County Utility Coordinating Committee, a stakeholder-driven organization dedicated to the prevention of damage to underground utilities in Georgia, promotes the National 811 notification system and Georgia 811 in an effort to reduce the damages. And whereas damage prevention is a shared responsibility, by using safe digging practices, and contractors and homeowners of Jonesboro can save time, money, and help keep our infrastructure safe and connected. And now therefore it be proclaimed, I'm reading this for our mayor, that Mayor Sauter in the city of Jonesboro, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council do recognize National Safe Digging Month, August 11th, that's where the 811 comes in, and encourage contractors and homeowners throughout Georgia, Jonesboro, Georgia, to always contact 811 before digging. Safe digging is no accident. In witness thereof, I hereinto set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Jonesboro to be affixed on this 10th day of August 2026. I present this to you. We're going to allow them to say a few words so you all can know exactly what 811 Day is about and ensure that you practice safe digging.
My name is Tina Brownlee and I work for Clayton County. This is Chelsea Patterson. She works for Georgia Power. She's the chair of our local UCC. I am the vice chair for Clayton County UCC. We just want to thank you and the whole councilman and mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for this honor and for doing this. We appreciate it. 811 is essential for our jobs, working with utilities. If you dig and you hit something, that's not good. That can put tons of people out of power or your internet or your telephone. So we appreciate everything that you all do and that 811 does for our community. Thank you. Of course. Thank you, my daughter. Thank you so much.
All right. You all are amazing. We made it through our presentations. Okay. That was awesome. So now we'll move on to public comment. Am I taking your job, Madam Clerk? Okay. We're going to go ahead and move on to public comment. So far, I have one name on here. If anyone else just missed the roll, please let me know. But for right now, I have Drew, but I do not see him. I think he went outside. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for public comment? Okay, come on up. say your name and address on the record, please. This whole wonderful disclosure basically just says, please be nice to us. And you only have 3 minutes. Hello.
Hello. Hi. So my name is Brandy, and I'm here on behalf of Leadership Clayton and our group, Fresh Hope, Lather and Load. So we were here last month, and I presented our initiative to you, and I shared the vision to restore dignity, remove barriers, and help residents take meaningful steps towards stability. Since then, we've had our Fresh Hope Day on July 11th. And we have continued to gain momentum across Clayton County. We have earned the support from local partners, community stakeholders, and organizations that believe dignity is not a luxury and it's a foundation for progress. So most importantly, from our July 11th Fresh Hope Day until today, 8 unhoused individuals who experienced Fresh Hope Day have now been housed. So So that tells us this model is not just compassionate, but it is effective. And so Fresh Hope Days are already demonstrating measurable impact. And again, by providing access to showers, restrooms, laundry, hygiene support, those wraparound resources, we are helping to reduce pressure points that often lead to missed work days, school absences, health challenges. And when people show up clean and confident and prepared, they are better positioned to show up for employment, school appointments, interviews, and family responsibilities. So we intentionally created an environment where residents feel welcomed, respected, and cared for, because how we serve people matters just as much as what we provide. So again, I am asking the City of Jonesboro to consider joining Fresh Hope as a municipal partner and leading the charge, initiating an intergovernmental agreement for all Clayton County cities. This IGA would create a shared framework that allows each municipality to participate in a coordinated, sustainable approach to serving residents across city lines, and it would provide structure, accountability, and long-term investment in mobile infrastructure. This is not simply about providing a shower or a load of laundry. It is about helping people regain confidence, reconnect with resources, and take the next step forward. And we would welcome the opportunity to work with the City of Jonesboro elected leadership, city manager, legal team, and neighboring municipalities to begin drafting an IGA that reflects shared priorities and support each city's local process. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak for public comment? Okay, wonderful. We'll move right on into public hearings and considerations.
Public hearing, letter A. Public hearing regarding conditional use permit application 26 CUP 003, submitted by Dr. Lenore Coleman. The request is for a mixed-use dwelling with an existing office on the first floor and a proposed rental dwelling on the second floor. The property is located at 177 North Main Street, parcel number 13240D-C004, Jonesboro, Georgia 30236. The subject property is Zone H2 Historic District. The property consists of approximately 0.75 plus or minus acres. Council to consider conditional use permit application 26 CUP 003.
Okay, I'd like to open a public hearing for that item. Is there anyone to speak regarding that item?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Well, how you doing?
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Lenore Coleman. I just love to thank the Mayor Pro Tem and the Council for entertaining this conditional use permit. I am a pharmacist by training. I have a nonprofit called Total Lifestyle Change and a business called Healing Our Village. And in Jonesboro, we're really working with Total Lifestyle Change. What we do is a little unique. We bring wellness checks and health services to HUD buildings. And we actually are knocking on people's doors. I have been at this work for 46 years. all over the country and abroad. And we own the building at 177 North Main Street. And I've really enjoyed being here in Jonesboro. The reason for the change in the permitting is to allow me to continue to provide health services, but training. And in the lower half of the building, we really have a shortage of community health workers and other allied health professionals. And so that's the kinds of training that I'd like to do there, including CPR as well. But also in the upper part of the building to create a one-bedroom apartment so that we can increase housing. So I'm looking at our housing shortages, as you know, you watch the news, it's just tremendous. And so being able to go to mixed use and expand those ability to have low income housing is a good thing. So that's the idea, and I wanted to see if there's any questions, and if not, I'll sit down.
Council, questions? You have a question, Councilman Fox?
Yes, I wanted to just confirm. So one bedroom, I believe that, unless I read it wrong, the previous application had 3 bedrooms. So you're changing, or it's now 1 bedroom, and it's how many people will you be sleeping at one time?
Yeah, so it's 3 rooms.
Okay.
Okay, so one's a
Gotcha.
living room, it's a bedroom, a kitchen, and a full bath, and it's upstairs.
Okay.
So it's 1 person.
Okay, 1 person.
Yeah,
Okay.
is what the plan is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak on this public hearing? I'll now consider this public hearing closed. The next one.
Yeah, I just gonna make, after the public hearing, I usually make comments,
Oh,
clarifying some stuff.
okay, awesome.
So I know there's one thing to clarify from last week, I think Councilwoman Kearney brought up, and that's a good point. So in the approval conditions for this, there's 2 approval conditions, should you approve it tonight. Number 1, the dwelling must also satisfy all building official and fire department requirements. It's pretty standard stuff. And then this is the clarification, because we got into the fact that you can't really specify who can rent it, but you can specify that it can't be a short-term rental for 30 days or less. It's more of a midterm or long-term. So number 2, approval condition says the dwelling is not approved as a short-term rental / Airbnb, 30 days or less between rentals. If the short-term rental / Airbnb is proposed in the future, it must first be brought back to mayor and council for approval as a conditional use permit. So this is not for that type of Airbnb use, more for a long-term rental, as she said, for possible staff or whatever she wants it to be. But if it's ever changed in the future to try to be an Airbnb again, it will need y'all's permission to do that. So just want to clarify that point.
Thank you. Do we go ahead and vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Council, I entertain a motion.
So made.
Second, with conditions.
Approve with
Approve or
conditions
deny?
or
With
deny?
conditions.
So let's,
Yes, I would like to, do I need to amend that? Because I want to add Mr. Allen's recommendation for approval.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so, conditions, excuse me. I would like to amend my motion to approve this 30-day apartment style, well, no, I'm sorry.
To approve the conditional use.
Oh, I would like to amend my motion to approve the condition of the use. With the conditions stated by Mr. Allen.
Yep. good job.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, council.
Letter B, public hearing regarding text amendment 26 TA 001 regarding further revisions and updates to the table of uses allowed by zoning district, section 86 through 204 of Article 6, conditional uses, chapter 86, zoning of the City of Jonesboro Code of Ordinances. Council to consider text amendment as well for 26 TA 001.
Okay, wonderful. I open a public hearing every time. Okay, I'd like to open this public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? Okay, I'll now consider this public hearing closed.
Just to clarify again, as we spoke about last week, this is kind of a living document. It changes all the time, probably at least twice a year. This is our update for now for this. The main goals were to close a loophole in a data processing use, which could justify data centers in the city. Number two, make certain areas of the city, especially the historic downtown, more business friendly to certain low impact uses. Number three, to start to rethink the M1 light industrial zoning as more than just factories and warehouses. It could also be used for larger scale commercial, technical schools, and other similar uses. And this is mainly that area in the southern part of the city where there's a lot of M1, but it's not real big pieces of property. So we're starting to really kind of rethink those as more of a commercial use rather than a factory or warehouse use on those. So that's the gist of the changes this time.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Council, I entertain a motion. Turn your mic on, Councilman Dixon, please.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Councilman Messick.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, I did have a few questions concerning some of the changes there. If they were just for cleanup purposes or if there was a reason. Like on page 4 of the web portals are deleted. Is there a reason that we're removing those from the code?
Yeah, there is. That's a good point. There is some other uses which incorporate like podcasting and things like that. Some of these uses that was one, and photo development, things like that, going to pick up photos from 35 millimeter film, things like that were outdated uses. So yes, some of those were struck from the table of uses.
Also, under section 6111, elementary and secondary schools, including religious schools, it's been removed from the RC area. Was there a reason for that?
Well, we only have one RC in the city right now, which is the Grove subdivision, and it's cluster housing. So anything like that where the houses are only like 15 feet apart, I didn't feel like it was an appropriate use to have something of that activity level.
That won't affect homeschoolers or
No.
Okay.
This is like facilities like public schools and private schools and things, not homeschooling.
Okay. And my only other question on there was on page 16, software publishers, section 5112.
That again has been, I believe it's been lumped in with, there's a internet category on here which talks about podcasting and various things like that. I just kind of lumped them all into one category.
So we're just moving everything together.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Wonderful. Any more discussion, council? No?
Thank you.
Okay. Motion to approve, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Wonderful. Thank you, council. I'll now consider that public hearing.
Can
we
you
did that already.
clarify who voted?
Who made the motion?
Motion and second.
Motion.
Councilman Dixon made the motion.
I second.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
See.
Letter C, public hearing regarding text amendment 26 TA 002 regarding further revisions and updates to Article 6, conditional uses, Chapter 86, zoning of the City of Jonesboro Code of Ordinances, corresponding to revisions and updates to the table of uses allowed by zoning district, Section 86 through 204.
I'd like to open this public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? Wonderful. I'll now consider this public hearing closed.
Just real quick, this and item D are related to the table of uses you just approved. Everywhere there was a conditional use which was changed on that table, you have to reflect it in this one section here for conditional uses. And then you'll discuss the next item, additional conditional uses, which is the same premise. You just have to reflect the changes you made in the table in these documents here.
Thank you so much. Council, I entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve, Mayor.
Second.
Thank you so much. Any discussion, council? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much, council.
Letter D, public hearing regarding text amendment 26 TA 003 regarding further revisions and updates to Article 17, additional conditional uses, Chapter 86, zoning of the City of Jonesboro Code of Ordinances corresponding to revisions and updates to the table of uses allowed by zoning district, Section 86 through 204.
I'd like to open this public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? Wonderful. I'll now consider this public hearing closed. Council, Mr. Allen already spoke about this, so I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Wonderful. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much, council.
Letter E, public hearing regarding the corrections of clerical display errors to the Gateway South Overlay District, Article 5, Section 86 through 118 of the Jonesboro Zoning Code as displayed on official City of Jonesboro zoning map. Council to consider alignment of the Gateway South Overlay District boundary shown on the official City of Jonesboro zoning map with the codified Gateway South Overlay District boundary and the adopted Gateway South Overlay District ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? Wonderful. I'll now consider this public hearing closed.
So we had a very lengthy and good discussion about this last week, and in particular, how it affected the property at 251 South Main. I think during that time between the last meeting and now, and consulting with the city attorney, we have come to a solution for the owner of 251 South Main, where they could continue the vehicle repair use for the future tenants based on the zoning appeal that was approved for that use back in 2022. Yes. So based on that and the fact that that would no longer the Gateway South correction, aligning it with that exhibit I showed you last week, with that aligning that map now with that exhibit would no longer harm the owner there at 251 South Main. He could have the future tenants and be able to even sell the property if he wanted to for that use. I would advocate moving ahead with correcting the zoning map to show the Gateway South symbol over those properties we discussed last week, that it was omitted from, whether graphically or whatever, from the last map that was approved a couple of years ago. So I'd like to recommend that that correction proceed and those parcels be included as they were originally intended.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Council, do you have any questions? And so I'm understanding we are going to correct the issue, and it also allows Mr. Van Dyke to be okay.
Yes.
Great. Council, I entertain a motion.
So made.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to, oh, Mayor, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem, I beg language.
Councilman Fox.
Thank you. I just want to say special thank you to Mr. Allen, Attorney Wiley, for hashing this out. Their big brains got to it and figured it out a way. And Mr. Van Dyke, a special thank you to you for being patient with us and for giving us an opportunity to fix this and get this right for you. This is what it looks like when we all work together and engage and do what we need to do for our community. So thank you, guys. I couldn't have done this without y'all.
Thank you. Councilman Fox, any other discussion?
She said.
I just kind of want to echo the sentiments. Thank you so much for coming in, working this out. And thank you for your patience, but thank you for your persistence as well, because sometimes in government we need that. So we appreciate you. All in favor, council?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much, council.
Letter F. Oh.
It's okay. It's all right. It's an exciting moment. We helped the resident, and that's an exciting moment. Madam Clerk.
Letter F, public hearing regarding the readoption of the official City of Jonesboro zoning map 26 REZ 002 as required by section 86 through 74 of the Jonesboro Code of Ordinance, including all recent map amendments, activity, corrections of general clerical errors, and necessary clerical correction to the Gateway South Overlay District. Council to consider the readoption of the official City of Jonesboro map, zoning map REZ 002. 26 REZ 002.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I open this public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this agenda item? Wonderful. I consider this public hearing closed. Thank you.
All right, so Chief Cato was passing out the final map. It finally got all the changes earlier today, and it includes also what we were just talking about with the Gateway South correction, incorporates that, as well as the other items I told you about last week. There's a couple of street name changes, a couple of street names needed to be added to names. There's a couple other clerical things as far as a couple of parcels where whatever with the ink or whatever was blotched out and didn't encompass the entire parcel. Then there's a couple of things in the legend and a couple of things in the signature block that needed to change. So it's fully updated now, I'm proud to say, and we can move forward. And you know, when we have other changes, maybe first of the year or so, we will start the practice of adopting this more frequently, as we should. It should be once a year at the very least, probably more like twice a year, but we'll start that process yet again. If approved tonight, I will get a bigger map from Clayton County, actually several bigger maps. We will have them signed by the mayor, city manager, and the city attorney, and they will be on display and to be able to use by the employees and for the citizens to reference as well.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, for all your hard work on this document, and all that went into it. We appreciate it. I believe they're working to get this on the screen, but in the meantime, council, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, council.
Letter G, public hearing regarding proposed annexation from Clayton County into the city of Jonesboro and subsequent rezoning 26 REZ 001 from HI Heavy Industrial County to M1 Light Industrial City. Submitted by Hammer Delimited Partnership. The property is located at 7600 Jonesboro Road, Georgia 30236. Tax map parcel number 12049A A002 and consists of 32.65 total acres. It currently contains a warehousing use. Council to consider the annexation from Clayton County into the city of Jonesboro and subsequent rezoning number 26 REZ 001 from Heavy Industrial County to M1 Light Industrial City.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll go ahead and open this public hearing. Is there anyone to speak on this agenda item?
Yes, we do have the applicant. They're going to make a presentation during the public hearing part.
Wonderful.
Good evening. My name is Harold Buckley, 2849 Paces Ferry Road in Atlanta. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, but before we make our presentation, we have a request. This application is a little unusual because there was a good bit of discussion at the work session last week on the proposal, and then there have been a lot of developments since then. So we would ask Mayor Pro Tem, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, for permission for Mr. Allen to maybe make his remarks before we make our presentation, because I think that would provide context that would help the governing body follow along and not be as confused when we do our presentation.
Wonderful. I love clarity, Mr. Allen. Thank you.
Really, I'll go ahead and speak on both this item and then the conditional use item, since they all go hand in hand. So we had a lot of discussion about this one last week as well. And, you know, we talked essentially, as I put in the staff report here, we're talking about, it's almost like a two-phase annexation here. You're going to have what's out there now, which is True Value, I believe, and that's going to be in place until for the rest of this year at least. Then you have a Prospect, and they're going to talk about this further with their redevelopment strategy about having an all-new building or buildings out there and making it look a lot better, having a better client out there in the future after that. So We talked about approval conditions, which could cover what we need from the building now, maybe dressing it up some cleanup out there, some security issues, things of that nature. Approval conditions that would encompass that, as well as, this is where it gets a little tricky, is guiding what could be out there in the future in a couple of years. So we did these approval conditions, went back and forth on a little bit, and we had everybody review them from the staff in the city. The applicant did have some changes, which they will address as well. It wasn't anything really large, diverging from what we had proposed on here. But I'll go over mine first, and then we can talk about possible changes. So basically,
Council, we are on page 186 of the agenda. If you would like to flip to it and follow along, page 186.
so this annexation rezoning, if approved, essentially has two stages. Stage one is current tenant until 2028, or that might be a little sooner now. Not quite sure, but it could possibly go to 2028 with the current building and tenant out there. Stage two is a new tenant and possibly new buildings after 2028. So there needs to be an approval condition that protects and serves the city's interest in what is there now and what may be there in the future. So after originally recommending denial, staff now recommends approval of the annexation and subsequent rezoning to city M1 zoning due to a potential redevelopment on the property after 2028, better aligning with the city's comprehensive plan and future land use map intent for that area. However, the potential added burden to the city's Public Works Department and Police Department, both of which are already understaffed, are still factors to consider. It's something y'all need to consider with us. Should the mayor and council choose to approve the annexation and rezoning, the following minimum approval conditions shall apply. These are what I, as staff, had suggested. Number one, existing fencing along all property boundaries, including Old Moore Road frontage, shall be repaired or replaced where necessary. Number two, external security lighting that shall be installed on the property with lighting plans subject to approval by the city manager, police chief, and community development director. Number three, new landscaping shall be provided for the existing entrances and along the frontage for Jonesboro Road, and the landscape plan shall be subject to approval by the city manager and community development director. Number four, tractor-trailer trucks shall no longer be allowed to be parked in the front of the building and shall be moved to the sides or rear of the building. Number five, a change in use from the current warehousing / distribution / storage shall be approved by the mayor and council and shall conform to current city zoning standards in the city comprehensive plan and future land use map. Number six, any new light industrial warehousing uses on the property in the future shall feature a corporate office use comprising a minimum 25% of the building footprint. And seven, all future redevelopment and uses on the subject property shall meet or exceed the design construction standards of the nearby 7776 Jonesboro Road development. That's our nice warehousing just to the south of this property, including exterior architectural materials, landscaping and screening, lighting and signage. All future buildings shall be oriented so that large truck and equipment parking and loading docks are oriented toward the center or rear of the property and not viewable from Jonesboro Road.
Mr. Allen, item 6 was a minimum of 2,500 square feet.
Yes, that's the revised conditions, which we'll get to in just a few minutes. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So this is the original stuff from earlier in the week where we were trying again to come up with conditions that address the building in its state now, and then try to somewhat guide what will be there in the future. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Mr. Allen, I know, oh, I'm so sorry.
You are acknowledged.
I'm gonna get trained. One of these days, I'm gonna get trained
We're
to
here
be
together.
acknowledged
It's okay.
first. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I apologize sincerely. I saw the email going back and forth. Was it for this one or the next one? Because there were certain things that they couldn't do, because of.
Well, that's a good question. Usually the cleanest thing to do, I've found in my experience as zoning, opinions differ, is to have the exact same approval conditions for the conditional use that you have for the rezoning. That's just my experience, but you don't have to go with that. But usually they're kind of talking about the same use. And so the approval conditions you saw in the back and forth of the emails
Mhm.
applies to this item as well as the next item, as far as I was concerned. So they were essentially worded exactly the same.
Okay. One of the things that they stated was, technically, legally, we cannot enforce, no parking, truck parking in the front. How are we gonna address that?
Well, they're gonna have some late breaking information here in a minute about
Okay,
that.
good. That's gonna address, okay, very good.
Which will
Okay.
actually help.
Do you want to ask your question or you want to
All
let
right.
them present first?
Mm.
Councilwoman Messick?
Thank
Councilwoman
you.
Fox, were you finished?
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Okay,
you.
Councilwoman Messick?
So that was the path I was going down, as well as in the email that we just seen this afternoon, addressing those concerns. Have their solutions to the things that they broke up concerning our conditions. Are you satisfied with their answers?
Yes,
Or
I am.
has
Might be a
yours-
little bit of wordsmithing, but on the
Mhm.
whole, I think what they are counter proposing still addresses our concerns.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
it won't totally get them out of certain things, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, I have some questions. Wonderful. Councilwoman Kearney?
All right, so you answered a lot of my questions when it came to the parking as well as the landscaping as well. So I just have a few more to kind of wrap up.
Okay.
What is gonna be the anticipated hours of operation? Because I'm thinking about noise, I'm thinking about everything. And is that a problem for later on? If my questions are a problem for later on, let me know too.
Not sure what the hours are. They can address that in their presentation as far as the existing building. I think it's standard corporate office hours, 8 to 5 and things like that. I'm not sure if they do many after hours or weekends with the business now. You can somewhat control that with a newer business later with zoning conditions for that, but I'm not sure how much you control an existing business coming in. But I don't think they're out there late.
I was just asking because I know one of the conditional approvals is that they're going into, what is it, warehouse, type of business, or they're continuing that. I don't know. I'm just making sure, because I know sometimes warehouses can be 24 hours. So just
Right.
24/7.
They're definitely not a 24-hour as far as I know. I'm not sure if they go to like 6 or 7 sometimes, but they're not a 24-hour as far as I know.
Okay. And then did we ever get any word back on the right of way type of questions when it came to parking and access, or coming into and out of the corridor, stuff like that?
I did not. The existing building, as far as I know, will use the existing entrances they have. You could, well, a lot of it in the future, if they do a completely new site plan, a lot of it on Jonesboro Road, correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney White, that's a DOT road? State Route 54. So they will, in the future, if this is a new thing that comes before y'all, the DOT will have a lot of say on what happens on State Route 54, i.e. Jonesboro Road. We could restrict it some on Old Morrow Road behind there, but the DOT will have the main say about the flow and things on the main highway there, so.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So they're supposed to start the redevelopment in early 2028. And they're gonna submit the plans to us within 18 months
Yes.
for our approval. So I'm just wondering, timeline wise, I guess what that looks like, because it seems close now, or is that now happening?
Well, the 18 months would start when the building was down and vacated by the current client in 2028.
Okay.
They
I
again,
guess
might
when
have
is-
some better news on that in a few minutes. But
Oh, okay, I was
I'm
gonna say.
I'm gonna let them
So when
talk
is the
about that,
construction
but yeah.
supposed to start? I'm just wondering. So I have like a ticker in my head.
Well, let me see the wording there.
It says targeted for 2028 with site redevelopment plans to be submitted within 18 months of our approval. So
Right.
I guess that I'm just asking.
So in terms of starting, I mean, they can submit it anytime within that 18 months. They don't have to wait till the last minute. It just depends on the review of the plans and how far along that goes. But it's possible, and I'm not going to hold them to it, but it could be started earlier than going all the way to the 18 months.
Okay.
Just depends on, what all their plans are and going through all the various agencies and things like that.
Okay. And again, just to make sure for the landscaping, I guess, can you get a little bit more specific with me on what the buffering is gonna be along Jonesboro Road? Because I just know, even on like in Stockbridge, I don't know if y'all know where that Walmart is. They had a big, hoopla over in their city, because there was like a barbecue like thing, I guess, like a big grill out, and people just don't like to see those type of things. They just don't like to see certain things in the city. So I'm worried that there's not going to be a buffer between the establishment and the street for people to not.
I think definitely with the future newer thing coming down the line, we'll have some more control over it. There are certain landscape strips and things like that in the city landscape ordinance where you have to have a certain number of trees and shrubs, certain distance apart from each other, things like that. Some bigger trees and some like flowering trees underneath and some shrubs and things. So can break it up visually.
Okay, perfect. And
in the
then
future.
just last question. I don't know if you already said this, the noise pollution part of it. What are we doing for that? Or are y'all gonna explain something with that or no?
Not sure what you can do with the existing building on that in terms of changing the building. As you said, the hours of operation are not all night long. In the future, if they do an all new building, there's certainly some, insulation and paneling and type stuff that could be done, that area is when you get past the houses on Raymond Street in the city, you don't have any city residences that would be bothered by it because it'd be, you'd have the warehouses we already approved, then you would have this place, so it wouldn't affect Raymond Street.
Okay.
It may affect the county townhomes or whatever those are directly across the street. But there again, you have so much highway traffic noise from cars and trucks anyway. I'm not sure if it would be really.
Probably wouldn't even be a
Yeah,
problem.
yeah,
Okay,
I don't
thank
think
you.
so.
That's all my questions.
Okay, Mr. Allen, I did have one.
Yep.
So zoning always gets a little wonky for me. So the conditional use is tied to the current building, allowing them to come in without us having to change our zoning, but still function as heavy industrial.
Right.
And then when that tenant leaves, they're gonna come before us again in order for us to add conditions for this new building. I guess I keep hearing we can't hold them to it. Be mindful that we can't, as far as the future plans. And so I guess I'm looking for safeguards, rails.
So I'll let Attorney Wiley agree or disagree. If it was, let's say True Value left, the building was demolished, but the new buildings were still a straight up warehousing storage use, exactly like what is out there now, that would not come before y'all. However, if it was some slightly different light industrial or even commercial use that, depending on what it is and how it aligns with the M1 zoning, whether it needs a conditional use or not, it would come before y'all. Okay. That was probably clear as mud, but if it was exactly like the use now, it would not. But if it's different, it more than likely would.
And so seeing how we're adjusting things to allow this to happen, is there no way that we can put on that no matter what happens, when that tenant is done, they have to come back before us?
So the Mayor Pro Tem, the zoning, the M1 zoning, if you all rezone this property tonight, then the property owner can do anything within the M1 zoning
that's permitted.
without having to come back to you all. I would urge you all to consider what's on the ground now
if there was going to be some future demolishment I think the building and site plans still will have to come back, correct? I mean, Mr. Allen still will come back at some point for y'all to review,
Depending on the use.
depending on the use. Still have site plans, building permits and all of that. It still has to comply with code. And also, if there's any variances, so if there's any deviation from the M1 zoning, they will come back to y'all. If they needed something special, they will come back to y'all. But that's just, and I'm not certain that we can impose, I don't believe we can impose something beyond, for something that has not even happened, that may happen, may not happen. And that has been the rub here. So y'all really are making this decision. You really should focus on what's on the ground now and what you can do now to mitigate any adverse impact from having this heavy industrial come into our down zone city.
So thank you for that. I guess my line of questioning is going toward the fact that we don't want heavy industrial for an extended period of time, right? This is just in the hopes that once the tenant leaves, it'll conform. And so I don't want it to get to the end of the lease and then we decide we're going to put someone else in here that's going to stay heavy industrial, right? I don't want that. That doesn't go with what we have currently for the city.
And I think that's what the zoning conditions or the conditions are, Mr. Allen, that he's putting about the trucks. He's trying to mitigate those heavy industrial impacts now for the existing property. And if we do that, then that will be applicable throughout for here on out. So if there's they want to build something different, that those conditions would still apply, where you can't park the trucks, where you can't do the heavy equipment. So that's what you're doing now. You're mitigating with the conditions, you're trying to mitigate any kind of adverse impact from a heavy industrial because we don't have a matching zoning. And that's where you can have this is where you have your best opportunity to ensure that it's not going to be that incompatible with the surrounding uses.
And if you look in that table of uses, we just updated tonight and approved, there's a section of like residential, commercial, industrial. If you look at the table part that's mostly industrial for the city, it's not like super obnoxious heavy industrial stuff. That stuff is either not allowed at all or at the very least requires a conditional use. So the super loud fumes and vibrations and noise and all that activity would probably not even be allowed or would definitely come back before y'all to decide or not. So, the warehousing and storage, probably not, but the more obnoxious things you may be thinking of in your mind from past industrial you've seen would probably not even be allowed anyway.
And these conditions cut out the opportunity for those.
I walked a little tightrope with it, but I tried to get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you're trying to,
Okay.
tell your child not to do something they're going to do 5 years from now or something. It was very delicate wording there. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna let them present and then I'll see if I have more questions. I will surely have more questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Allen.
And I just have one last thing I want to say before we do our presentation to reassure the governing body. The concerns about the enforceability of zoning conditions is very well placed. There are some conditions that cannot, as a general proposition, be enforced, and there are others that can. However, there is case law in the state of Georgia that says to the extent that a zoning applicant voluntarily agrees to zoning conditions, those conditions are enforceable. We can't challenge them later. So even if it's something that would otherwise be unenforceable, if we stand here and say we agree to them, those are enforceable zoning conditions. So I just wanted to give you that reassurance.
At your job. Thank you for that.
Good evening. I had circulated an updated presentation, Blue, on Friday. I don't know if it's possible to pull that up. I just circulated it again to you guys. Maybe while I'm introducing myself, if you could No, okay. I
Yeah.
had some nice renderings of
No,
the
it's okay.
redevelopment.
When did you send it? You just sent it
I
again?
sent it on Friday to you all, and I just recirculated it. Right, 10 minutes ago.
It's not this one. They should be able to, and this isn't the cover of it?
It says August 10th on it. It's like the same title slide, but I
It has the actual date
updated
on it.
and added some content and.
Wonderful.
but
Take your
while
time
they're-
introducing yourself.
Excuse me?
Take your time introducing yourself and you'll
Okay.
figure it out.
I'll go very slow.
Sorry about that. I
Thank
thought
you.
it was- Yeah, I got mixed up with it.
No worries, no worries. My name's Charles Stocks. Address is 395 9th Avenue, 58th floor, New York, New York 10001. Here on behalf of WP Carey. We're the applicant and owner of the property. It was great to meet you all last Monday. I think we had a very productive discussion. I'll keep the general remarks brief about our ownership history and our company history because I think I gave most of that last week. Let's just see if this slide is the same. So I'll go through this quickly. So our company is a publicly traded real estate investor. We're based in New York, but we own property across primarily North America and Europe. We own around 2.5 to 3 million square feet in the Atlanta metro area. We own 15 properties in Atlanta. It's a market that we have been active in for many years and are excited to continue investing in and redeveloping in. Let's see. Oh, it's up there? Okay.
Monday at 3:46.
I think I just sent it like right before stepping up here, and I sent it on Friday afternoon as well. Okay, okay, cool.
I just sent it to Zany.
Well, just briefly while they're pulling it up, I mentioned this last Monday, but we've owned this property since 2002. It was an acquisition that we did with True Value. We purchased a portfolio of their distribution facilities across the US. Unfortunately, a couple of years ago, True Value filed for bankruptcy, and Do It Best Hardware purchased their operating business. As a part of that process, they assumed some of their real estate holdings. Some of them they rejected of the portfolio that we owned. A handful of them turned into True Values. A handful of them we got back vacant. With this facility specifically, we sign a short-term lease with Do It Best, which expires in February of 2028, February 29th, actually. I learned that's a leap year in 2028. And our intent, once True Value vacates, is to reinvest in the property and build a modern Class A facility. I'll go ahead and address this, Councilwoman Fox. I know you had asked about this last Monday in terms of like, how can we know for sure that they're going to vacate at the end of their term? And I wanted to make sure I was prepared to speak to that tonight. So I reached out to our contacts at Do It Best earlier today and just said, hey, what is your plan for vacating the Jonesboro facility? And much to my dismay, they responded and said, we're actually already in the process of ramping down operations there. And we expect that we'll be fully vacant by the end of 2026. So, you know, what that means for us, we still will have our lease in place through February of 2028, but it potentially gives us the opportunity to accelerate the redevelopment effort. So our intent, you know, hoping we get an approval today, would be to start the marketing process of identifying new users. The intent would be this would turn into a built-to-suit transaction. So we would find a tenant who is interested in the property. We would, you know, partner with them before starting construction, develop a site plan that meets their needs, and move forward with construction either when Do It Best lease expires in February or potentially earlier. It happens in some cases when the tenant vacates before their lease expires, where they'll say, you know, if you guys have other plans for the facility and you want to terminate the lease early, the tenant is on board with doing that. And I could see that being the case here. So.
Councilman Kearney's going even earlier, possibly. I didn't want to speak for them.
I just like found this out like 6 hours ago. I was sort of surprised, and we drove by this afternoon, and they're very clearly like in the process of moving out. So we were pretty surprised by that. But let's see if I can.
Means they'll move some trucks too.
I think yeah.
They already have. They've
It's
been
not
in the
working
process
through.
for a couple of months now.
Of ramping down. Oh, interesting.
Next slide, please.
Okay, I just want to give a little bit of context in terms of why we've submitted the application for annexation. So our site is currently in Clayton County, and it's in their business corridor overlay district, which prevents industrial uses. We're currently an existing legal non-conforming use. And in the event that we wanted to redevelop in the future, we would lose our grandfathering status as an existing non-conforming use. And so unfortunately, the only option we have when Do It Best vacates, if we stay in Clayton County, is to re-tenant the existing improvements. As you all know, and I spoke to this last week, the existing improvements are functionally obsolete. I think it would be very challenging to find a replacement user who would come in and be able to utilize the existing improvements. And so the only way that we're able to redevelop is to annex into the city. Speaking to the heavy industrial zoning, so this site is used for distribution currently. It's in Clayton County's heavy industrial zoning district. But the use, I believe, would fall under the conditionally permitted use of warehousing and distribution within the city of Jonesboro's M1 zoning district. So it's, even though the site is zoned heavy industrial, the use itself is not technically heavy industrial use. Okay. So here's just a few things about our redevelopment plan. So we would target end users that are consistent with the M1 industrial zoning district. Like I mentioned, we will engage a local brokerage group. I think I talked through that process last Monday, but the idea is we would hire a local broker. We'll put together a nice marketing package, and we will be out in the market searching for replacement users. I think this could attract a wide range of institutional uses. And in an ideal world, we were able to identify a tenant in the near term so that before we start construction, we already have a tenant on board. In the event that we don't end up finding a tenant, and this is what we've done, we have 4 projects in Atlanta, 2 that we've completed, 2 that are currently under construction, where we ran a marketing process, we weren't able to find a tenant, and so we ended up just building the project speculatively without a tenant in place. That would be our intent here. If we don't find a tenant, construction would start in February, or I guess March of 28, whenever the lease expires with Do It Best. So our goal, we're a publicly traded company. We have to report all of our vacancy, and we don't like having vacancy within our portfolio. So we want to tear the building down as soon as the tenant has moved out, or in this case, as soon as the lease has expired. The project is going to be LEED certified. This is something that we, for all of our new developments, invest in significantly as it relates to sustainability, trying to build our projects with as low of a carbon impact as possible. We will put on-site solar, which will offset the future users' energy consumption, reduce the burden of the electrical grid, energy efficient building systems, et cetera. We had one of our tax consultants do an analysis of the current real estate taxes versus the projected post-development real estate taxes. And from 2027, I guess, which would be the last full year of Do It Best occupancy, through 2030, which is when we expect to have the project complete, there will be an annual real estate tax increase of about $400,000. So I think currently the real estate taxes are somewhere between $250 and $300, and it would go up to somewhere between $650 and $700. We've talked about the job creation opportunities. I think this is a great opportunity for a vibrant use to replace one that's tired and functionally obsolete, and have an opportunity to create jobs for Jonesboro residents. Ultimately that's driven by the end user, but as the owner, we're always happy to help and do whatever we can to help identify those opportunities. So this is our conceptual site plan. You all have seen this. We just put some colors on it to kind of show the landscaping. It's currently designed as a 2-building concept. This is what we will put out in the market. Again, you know, if we find a tenant who's interested in a built-to-suit, they could say, oh, I want to have, you know, a single building, or I want to slightly reconfigure the site. That's sort of a partnership thing that when we do identify a tenant, we work with them on. So I just want to say, like, this plan isn't fully set in stone, but if we were to move forward without a tenant, currently this is what we would intend to build. We had some renderings put together. So this is Jonesboro Road frontage. And as you can see, you know, we're trying to depict what the landscaping would look like. Strategically designing the site so we have our large retention pond on Jonesboro Road as well, which you know, I think adds to the buffering and the setback off of the highway. And the site itself, kind of similar to the site today, sits up a fair bit higher than the road. We would be bringing in a fair amount of fill to raise the site, so it's going to be, I think, in terms of buffering, relatively well visually barriered from Jonesboro Road. This is a perspective that shows what you would see on Jonesboro Road, albeit our rendering company removed the trees because they wanted to be able to see the facade of the building. So there would be, you know, additional trees here. And this is something that we'll work with David and Blue and staff on as we go through the site plan approval process to make sure that our plans, of course, meet code, but, you know, we're committed to doing whatever we need to do to enhance the landscaping buffer and make sure that that visual barrier is present. And then I know I've probably taken up most of my time, but just wanted to show a couple of slides of similar projects that we have either completed or are working on in the Atlanta metro area. This is a 220,000 square foot redevelopment in Gwinnett County that we completed at the end of 2024. The left-hand side is the existing or the prior condition before development. The right-hand side is some photographs of the completed project. And this is a project that is under construction currently in Doraville. It was a cold storage facility that we had owned for many years, and the tenant vacated, and we're redeveloping this to a 3-building campus, which we have built speculatively, and happy to say we're in discussions with several tenants right now to lease those buildings from us. That's going to be complete at the end of this year. And then I'll skip this. This was, we had kind of pieced together some recommended conditions approval before, David, we saw your report. So that is my presentation, and we'll kind of turn it over to you guys if you have any specific questions or a few things that came up, and maybe we can talk through the conditions.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kearney.
All right, just a couple questions. So going back to slide 6, the project will result in the job creation opportunities for Jonesboro residents. I'm trying to see what that looks like. I know the opportunity will be there, but I'm wondering if, as a part of if this is no, listen, I'm okay with getting to know if the answer is no. But if there's going to be a possible, you know, like check on an application that says like, check off if you're a Jonesboro resident or even a Clayton County resident, because I know mainly with DeKalb County, when they're doing developer type of, you know, construction jobs, they will have an incentive for hiring people that are within their community. That way that money circulates within their community. So I'm just wondering, is that possible?
For construction jobs specifically, or for the jobs of the end user?
Now that you say that, both. I was really
Okay.
thinking about the end user, but I guess you would have to do there is a construction part of, you know, aspect of
Mhm.
this as well. So
It's tough to make any assurances with respect to the end user just because
Yes.
we obviously haven't identified one yet.
Right.
But I will say on the construction side, our process is that we will typically bid our projects out to multiple general contractors in the market. We facilitate that process. We send all of the plans out, and I'm happy to include in the bid package if there's some sort of questionnaire. I mean, maybe we can work together on that. Like,
Yeah.
you know, any sort of Jonesboro resident employment or anything like that. I mean, that's certainly something we can factor into our decision when we select a contractor, and we can certainly, when we send out the invitation to bid, I mean, if there's like a one-page questionnaire or something we could work on, we're happy to send that out as well.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then just looking at slide 7, I'm just wondering, are there, I don't think we have sidewalks over there at this moment, but is that something we can possibly add to or no?
Is that the
I
site
don't
plan?
see
I'm
it.
sorry.
No, it's, slide 8. Oh, I'm sorry, 7,
Oh,
sorry.
right,
Zany,
right.
can you
Maybe
pull
not.
The
pull it back up,
conceptual
please?
site plan,
Mhm.
it's this one. You don't, Zany doesn't have to go to it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just wondering if that's a possibility. I know these are your renderings, and you also have to go through your construction plan, and y'all probably still have to go through the planning process and all the different phases, but I'm just wondering if that can be added to your scope or not.
Just a sidewalk along Jonesboro
Mhm.
Road.
Just so it's a little walkable in that area. I would love to have sidewalks along that road, period.
Well, the Gateway North, part of the comp plan, which this area is in, speaks about providing connectivity in the future, like sidewalks and stuff on there. So that's one of the goals of this area with the comp plan. So it's a
Okay.
possibility if they came to you with a new zoning hearing, you could have that as a condition.
Okay. That's then my last question, drainage. So I know what was it, and I'm not trying to call out Atlanta here. I just have to use it as an example. When you start moving dirt, drainage, stormwater is a big thing. I know everybody saw what 75 looked like right before FIFA got here, is because we were doing a lot of dirt moving and a lot of construction. So I just want to make sure, I know we have a retention pond and everything. I just want to make sure that's being thought about, like, because I don't want Jonesboro Road to be flooded one day if we get a good rain,
Yeah.
you know.
Absolutely, and that's something we have a civil engineer who's kind of the expert on these things, that does the storm retention design that gets approved by city staff. And I'm not sure if this is county regulated stormwater or not, but any sort of regulatory agency that has to review and approve stormwater would review those plans before construction starts.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any other questions? Councilwoman Messick?
Thank you. I just had one quick question, listening to your most recent update. So it sounds like your tenant is in the process of exiting and preparing to stop use of the facility, but you're not looking to do anything really with the facility until 2028.
Their lease ends, right?
Right, so you're looking at about a year vacancy, correct? Are you going to
Well-
have some security measures?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a
100%.
concern.
In fact, I
Um,
noticed when we were driving through today, they've already put up those like trailer cameras. They have like the blue flashing lights on them. They have like 2 or 3 of those on the site. I don't know how you access those. They may be tied into your system. I'm not sure, but I can follow up on that. I mean, the answer is yes. That's something that's really important to us. And like I said, I had no idea until today that they were planning to ramp down early. But certainly, yeah, that is something we'll follow up on.
Right, a vacant building for a year is a concern.
Totally.
For safety for the community. And if
Yeah.
you could get with our chief and see and let him know what type of security measures you're putting in place, so he's aware.
Will do. And I'm happy to include that as a condition of approval too. That's
I would
something
like
that's
that
really important
included
to us as
as a
well.
condition.
So yes.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, Councilwoman Messick. Thank you for bringing that up. Councilman Dixon?
Yeah, just one. And thank you again for the report and the updates.
you.
Really appreciate those. Can you go to page 9, slide 9? Is that Jonesboro Road that the truck is on?
I was wondering on the side, the one that doesn't have the pond.
That's right. It is.
Jonesboro Road.
Mhm. Now, this is a rendering. You kind of have to, take it with a grain of salt. I don't know that the pavement looks quite like that, but that's the intent. That's the perspective from Jonesboro Road.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for that. It looks great. It looks great. I would, to echo Councilwoman Kearney's, in regards to the connectivity, I would love to see some sidewalks out there. So yeah, just appreciate the investment. Just want to make sure that we're all clear. So the intent is to demolish.
Correct.
reconstruct.
Correct. That is the plan. And with respect to the sidewalks, I also am willing to, if we can include that in the conditions of approval tonight, in the event of a future development, we'll install a sidewalk along the frontage. That's something that is very common and we see on most of our new developments. So
Gotcha.
yeah, happy. I don't know if that's a code requirement today or not. Sometimes it is, but we're happy to include that as a condition of approval as well.
And the Chief Cato just pointed out not the warehouses we did, but the little storage place between those warehouses and this. The county made them do sidewalks already, so you'd be connecting to that pretty much.
Got it. That's good to know. Sometimes
Yes.
there's a concern with like the sidewalk to nowhere. And in fact, a lot of municipalities don't want it because it creates safety concerns. But if there's already a sidewalk connecting on one side, like
Yes.
I think, yeah, I agree. And hopefully over time, like as properties get developed along Jonesboro Road, it continues connecting. Yeah.
Right. And I guess into that point too, because I'm not sure exactly the width of the sidewalks, but I would really love our sidewalks to be wide and I wouldn't have to, have to choose between a stroller and an elderly person walking on the side.
Sure.
So what would that look like?
That's a
I'll
little
check and see what's out there. It's probably either 4 or 5 feet, but
So can we go ahead and just like go 7-10 feet?
It
I mean,
probably has
why
to
not?
match
Why not?
already
Why-
there.
I'm just asking. Do y'all, the 4-foot side? Do y'all know we can't fit on? We can't walk together on a 4-foot sidewalk.
Mayor Pro Tem?
He's still talking.
Definitely,
we can
that's
come
like,
up with something.
that's a little
17.
outside of my, my realm of
5
expertise in terms of the width, but, could we, put a condition that we'll put a sidewalk in and then work with
Right.
David and Blue on the kind of the design and what it looks like?
I love it.
Great.
Thank you.
You finished, Councilman? You good? Okay, Councilman Carmen, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Just real quick. Just to let you know, Councilman Dixon, when it comes to the sidewalks, I know getting one is a definite possibility, but when you talk about taking space from certain places, like some of that has to be GDOT approval. Just because there's a lot of things underground that you wouldn't believe. Like for all we know, and I'm not even gonna say bad juju. Like what I'm saying is you don't know what type of artifacts, type of Native American stuff like might be underground. Like, and then when that happens, environmental, like they always have the first say, and that's all I'm saying. But yes, definitely want sidewalks, but also if it can be longer, then great.
Oh,
But
yeah, or
I
wider.
just don't
And
want
that-
it to stop
wider.
from
and I guess,
that.
and to your point, it's just like, hey, we go into these other communities and they got walkable spaces.
Mm-hmm.
We can do it too.
I mean, I brought up walkable spaces, so I also agree we can do that.
Okay, wonderful, council. Thank
gotcha.
y'all so much. We're going to ask for sidewalks. We're going to ask for sidewalks, and then we're going to let them figure that out. But I appreciate how much you all want space for our community. Any other questions, comments? Okay. You have a question for Attorney Wiley? You're good? Okay.
Mayor,
Um,
I would like to go ahead and make a motion.
I have some questions.
Oh,
I
you
just
do?
like to let y'all go first. Point to consider is that regardless of which way we go on this, we still will have a burden on our public works and our public safety. So I'd like to ask Chief Cato, perhaps if you can speak to what that looks like, if there's any conditions you would like to see put in there to assist you all. And I know we don't have our public works director, in place yet, but I don't even know what the lift on public works would be for that facility. So if y'all could just kind of explain that to me a little bit so we can make an informed decision.
I mean, obviously Jonesboro Road, speaking for Public Works, I'm not Public Works, but the Jonesboro Road will be maintained by GDOT, but you would have concerns on, or considerations on Old Morrow Road for sure. And then there'd be some grass strips and things of that nature, so.
Yeah, and some of those things on Old Morrow side will be the property owner's responsibility for cleaning, the fence line off so that it can be easily inspected by law enforcement. There's some concerns. We exchanged numbers. We're going to express our concerns privately. I can brief you all on it, but obviously things we don't want to make public up front. But those considerations for security, council has already addressed those, increasing lighting, obviously having cameras. He already spoke to, they have the security trailers out there that are monitored 24/7. And we're going to meet with them out on the property to give some suggestions for improving that security even further.
Okay, and so these things that you're going to brief us on, that you're going to speak about privately, none of them need to be in the conditions before we approve them tonight?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
ma'am. It just speaks to Councilwoman Messick's concerns about vacancy and things like that.
Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yes,
Thank you.
And just to address one question that came up earlier, which pertained to, what the current version of the conditions are. I did make copies of the email that we sent around today, and that has the current version of the conditions attached. So with your permission, I'd like to hand them up so that you have them.
Thank you. Ask it. If you can't, they'll tell you. Ask it.
If I may, the one change to what's being circulated with you all was I had expressed concern with the office requirement suggested by David, and initially in my email had requested to strike that condition entirely. He came back and asked if we would just agree to a condition to have office space within the facility. And so there is a revised condition, I believe, that requires 2,500 square foot office minimum. And the intent there is that when we build this, if we build this without a tenant, if we have a tenant prior and it's a built to suit, it'll be based on their office requirements. If we build it without a tenant, we will generally build an office that's large enough for a tenant to occupy the building. Typically, they will come in and say, you have 2,500 square feet today, I need 10,000, and we'll expand it at that point. But the concern with overbuilding office is we kind of put ourselves in a precarious situation where a tenant will say, well, I don't need this much office. And so, we end up having this very expensive space that we can't lease. And so it's tough to agree to a certain percentage office, if you will, but we will build at a minimum 2,500 square feet on each building that's constructed. So.
And I didn't have a problem with his wording of what you have before you, but I think what we'll do is, should this be approved prior to a vote or whatever, I will read for the record all the most updated conditions, the wording, including the sidewalks and what he just said about the office. We'll read it into the record so it's official. If it's approved, no matter what the item is, typically the next day or the day after, I do an approval letter and I spell out every single condition in writing anyway. But I will read into the record the final conditions, including the stuff y'all added tonight, out loud to make it clear. So, should it be approved?
One last question. These conditions for the fencing and all of those things, do they have a timeline on it?
They do not.
Can we put one?
Yeah, there. I mean, yes.
I'd like to put one. I don't want this to. I'd like to put one on all the conditions that we can put for the existing property. I'd like a timeline attached to it.
Okay.
6 months before we could get a new fence.
Mayor
Okay.
Pro Tem?
Yes.
So-
Councilman Fox, I'm sorry.
No problem. Are you wanting a fence around, a temporary fence around? I just want to understand your logic around it right now. Or are you saying for the future tenant?
The conditions that we have currently, I believe, are for the existing property. Existing fencing along our property boundaries, including old frontage roads, should be repaired or replaced where necessary. We agree to this condition. New landscaping. So for the current building, to
Yeah.
ensure that it looks appropriate
right now, there is a perimeter fence, but there's some portions that need to be repaired or replaced, and that's what this is addressing, at a condition where
Okay.
necessary, repair and replace, not a whole new fence right now for what's out there now.
Right. So I just want to know, when are these things going to be fixed? I don't. If it's a hole,
Basically,
people can get in. Is that making it harder for public safety? Like, can we fix it?
Usually a
Sure, come on.
condition will read like no later than 6
Uh,
months from approval or something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'd like to do is, if this is approved, schedule a site walk with perhaps David, if any of you would like to join as well, to just like point out the areas of concern. We did walk the fence. There certainly are some areas that need to be repaired and replaced, but it would be helpful before we just said, we're going to go do this work, to kind of all be on the same page in terms of what improvements to the fence is needed.
Mhm.
I think from that point, is 90 days fair? We'll have to talk to contractors, and obviously it's sort of subject to their availability. I think we can get it done faster. I just want to like make sure that we have adequate time.
90 days from the walkthrough is what I hear you saying.
Sure.
Yes.
Is that okay?
It's it feels okay to me, council.
It does.
Councilman Fox.
I was thinking a little longer, only because I know that lead time, I'm in this industry, so it's just, I mean, it sounds realistic, but lead time, depending on what material. Also, do you know whether or not your end user is going to require something different?
In terms of
Like,
the
like
fencing
how,
affairs?
yeah, because I know like right now, technically, I mean, you're not building a completely, you're essentially building, well, what I'm thinking is a shell, right? In a sense, until you identify your end user, or are you identifying your end user for, I guess it just depends on when you put out the,
Uh-huh. That will take some time, but I think
Right.
this is for the existing
Right
perimeter
now,
fence.
okay.
And I have the same concern that you do, that
Yeah.
you all do, about the vacancy. I think the most important thing, obviously, we want to make sure that the fence isn't an eyesore and it's functional, but
Right.
also just making sure that the site is secured is the most important thing. We can do that within 90 days of having the site walk. We
Okay.
have relationships with contractors that can get out there and do it. I'll make sure they do.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you. So can we add that to what we're going to read to the record? Wonderful. I think that's it for me, council. Any other discussion? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
so
Mayor,
made,
I make a
What's
motion.
the motion?
I make a motion to approve this conditional use permit.
What, and this is a rezoning.
Yeah, you gotta do the annexation and rezoning
Okay,
first.
so this is the motion to rezone with the following conditions, and Mr. Allen's gonna read those. So,
Do I need to, do we open and close this particular public hearing, or because he started we did it differently this time?
oh, okay.
Why don't
Yeah,
you
you can-
close it?
So let me close this public hearing. Is there anyone else here to speak to this public hearing?
Same time.
I'll now consider this public hearing closed.
Can do it. Don't do a motion.
So the item before you, this is how the steps. If you agree to annex, that's your first decision. The rezoning goes hand in hand with that. If you annex and it becomes a city property, you gotta assign it to city zoning. So this is your first item. Then after that, there's a separate item for the conditional use. So we're just focused right now on annexation and rezoning. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, I'm sorry. Last question. With this annexation, since you broke it down like that, what does that look like for our in-house staff? What is the paperwork process? What does that look like?
I mean, we've already done it with this. There's nothing further paperwork wise to, I mean, yeah, and there's some
The tax
agency in
assessor?
Atlanta I gotta notify, but it's not really bad.
And how does that impact what we are putting out as far as to the tax assessor?
That'll be probably in
Nothing.
January of 2027. They'll start to look at that.
As of January 1.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, I think that's all my questions for that. All right, so one at a time. First, we're addressing the annexation. Council?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilwoman Messick, thank you.
I will make a motion to approve the rezoning of under REZ 001, number 26.
Your mic cut off.
On this property with all the conditions that will be read into the record. Thank you. With all the conditions that will be read into the record by Mr. Allen and with the subject that was discussed by council and agreed upon with the owners of the property.
Second.
Include the
Mayor
word
Pro Tem?
annexation.
I think the, if you would just revise, so the motion should be to approve the annexation with a zoning, M1 zoning, and then the conditions will be, and allow Mr. Allen to read those conditions into the record before y'all vote. That way, in the future, 2 years from now, we'll know exactly what those conditions were, as opposed to going back, looking at who said what and trying to figure out. So that's why we're going to do it that way. He's going to read them specifically, and your motion will be to annex with the M1 zoning and with those conditions.
And Chandrella, don't worry, I'll write these down tomorrow.
And then you're going to have your conditional use next.
Right.
On the property that's now in your M1 zoning district. Now you can,
Yeah, we'll worry about that
put
next.
a conditional use on it. Okay.
All right, for the record, the proposed zoning approval conditions for 7600 Jonesboro Road annexation and rezoning to M1. Number one, existing fencing along all property boundaries, including Old Mora Road frontage, shall be repaired or replaced where necessary, no later than 90 days from the walkthrough with the city staff. Number two, external security lighting shall be installed on the property as necessary to address code violations with lighting plan, subject to approval by city manager, police chief, and community development director. Is this doable for 90 days, the lighting? Yes. Okay. Lighting will be, necessary lighting will be installed no later than 90 days from the approval of the lighting plan by city staff. Number three, new landscaping shall be provided for the existing entrances and along the frontage for Jonesboro Road, and the landscape plan shall be subject to approval by the city manager and community development director. Is 6 months good on landscaping?
My only concern with that is that puts us into the winter time.
That's true.
Could we say 9 months for the landscaping?
Works for me. Landscaping shall be installed no later than 9 months from the approval of the annexation. Number four, future uses shall comply with the City of Jonesboro M1 Light Industrial Zoning District. The conditional use permit application 26-CUP 004 shall serve as approval for warehouse storage and distribution center uses for the existing building as well as the future redevelopment. Number five, all future redevelopment and uses on the subject property shall meet or exceed the design construction standards of the nearby 7776 Jonesboro Road development, including exterior architecture materials, landscaping and screening, lighting, and signage. All future buildings shall be oriented. Wait a minute. Let me get the. No, I'm sorry. All future buildings shall be oriented so that large truck and equipment parking and loading docks are screened from Jonesboro Road with adequate landscaping, fencing, screen walls, ponds, or other screening elements. With number six, within 18 months after the city council's approval of this application, meaning tonight, the developer shall submit site redevelopment plans and elevations and renderings to the planning director for their informal review and administrative approval. That's for the new development. These are the two we added. Number seven, any new light industrial / warehouse uses on the property in the future shall feature office space totaling a minimum of 2,500 square feet. And number six, sidewalks shall be provided along Jonesboro Road for connectivity. Number eight, I'm sorry. Sidewalk should be provided along the Jonesboro Road frontage for connectivity.
For the new construction?
Yes, I'm sorry. For the new future construction, sidewalk should be provided along Jonesboro Road for connectivity.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem? If Councilwoman Messick would amend her original motion to approve the zoning, the annexation, and to apply M1 zoning with the conditions, 8 conditions stated by Mr. Allen, that would be sufficient. We can have an updated second.
Councilwoman Messick?
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. I would like to amend my motion for the proposed annexation of property located at 7600 Jonesboro Road, Jonesboro, Georgia 30236, for this to be approved, moving us into M1 zoning with the 8 conditions as read into the record by Mr. Allen, out of Clayton County's H1 district and into the city's M1 zoning district.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Great, thank you, Councilwoman Kearney. I heard you. Any discussion? Quick question. Landscaping, 9 months. What are we putting up? What?
It will give me a plan with some trees and shrubs and along the entrances that are out there now. Possibly some trees, not too heavy along Jonesboro Road, but basically dressing up that Jonesboro Road side.
Okay. All right, thank you. I was just wondering, 9 months, okay. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, council. Congratulations.
Letter H, public hearing regarding conditional use permit application 26 CUP 004, requested by Hammer Delimited Partnership. The request is for a warehouse storage and distribution center, corresponding and subsequent to the proposed annexation of the property from Clayton County to the city of Jonesboro, and proposed rezoning from heavy industrial in Clayton County to light industrial in the city of Jonesboro. The property is located at 7600 Jonesboro Road, parcel number 12049A, 8002, Jonesboro, Georgia 30236. The property consists of approximately 32.65 plus or minus acres.
I'd like to open this public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this public hearing?
Harold Buckley, 2849 Paces Ferry Road in Atlanta. We don't have to do all that all over again. I would just re-offer the presentation and the statements that we made for the annexation and rezoning applications and incorporate those by reference into this application so that the Madam Clerk can just copy those and paste them into this one as well. And we consent to the same zoning conditions for this use permit as we did for the rezoning.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else here to speak on this agenda item? I'll now consider this public hearing closed.
So very simply you agreed to give this property a home in the city. You assigned it to city zoning, and now because city M1 zoning says you need a conditional use for warehouses, you now have to agree to the conditional use part of it to let it remain as is for a while. That's basically what we're doing here. And I think, I agree as well, that all the same conditions that were listed for the rezoning should be a part of this item as well. It's pretty much the same thing, so they should be the same, so.
Wonderful, thank you. And City Attorney, the voluntary consent that we can hold them to based on case law is still applicable. Wonderful, I trust you, but I appreciate it. Thanks. All right, council, I entertain a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Fox.
I would like to hear the whole presentation all over again. Motion made.
Motion denied.
Do I need to state any conditions or do all of that, or just make the motion?
They'll be the same condition, 8 conditions as they were for the zoning.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller, motion to accept or
Approve the conditional use with the same 8 zoning conditions.
what she
um,
said.
For the
I can do that.
earlier
So made.
application.
So made.
Wonderful, thank you. Any discussion, council? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you all so much. We really appreciate you.
Welcome, thank you. Of
Thank you
course.
all very much. Really appreciate it, and we're looking forward to staying in touch. I'm gonna send you guys the marketing package for the redevelopment once we have it ready. This was like step number 1, so I'm excited we can finally launch that, and appreciate your support.
Yes,
Thank you
thank
so
you.
much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Please include me on all the walkthroughs. Thank you.
Approval of the minutes, letter A. Council to consider approval of June 2nd, 2026 Town Hall meeting minutes.
Council, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Thank
Second
you.
that motion.
You got the second? Okay, wonderful. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, council.
Letter B, council to consider approval of July 6th, 2026 work session minutes.
Council? I entertain a motion. In a mic.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, council.
Letter C, council to consider approval of July 13, 2026 regular council meeting minutes.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Letter D, council to consider approval of July 16, 2026 special call council meeting minutes.
Council, I'll entertain a motion.
So made.
Second.
Wonderful. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, council. Mayor Pro Tem and council.
Of course, thank you.
All right, consent agenda, council to consider approval of the below consent agenda items, with the exception of letter C being removed to old business, letter I.
So made.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, council.
Old business A, council to consider approval of an enterprise permitting software platform.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Last week, we talked about the software Sages. Councilwoman Messick had a question concerning maintenance and support. So I have your answers today. The annual maintenance subscription includes software updates, system upgrades, technical support, and any associated training that may be required throughout the term of the agreement.
Excellent.
Y'all have any more questions? Go ahead.
Councilman
Mayor,
Fox?
thank you. So I've been digging into software. Love that one. Have we and I know that, is that for a 1-year term, a 1 year? Can you
1 year,
remind, 1 year?
yes.
Okay.
The prorated, if we decide to get it, say, in September, they're prorated to the end of the year.
Okay.
And then the year subscription will start January 1st.
I do have a question for Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, what are we using for our RFPs and our, we don't have a software for that?
Word.
Okay, Word. Okay, so I don't want you guys to go back and do the research, right? I've been looking at software, city software. Forest Park, a couple of years ago, adopted this software called OpenGov.
OpenGov.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where, have y'all done that advances us, that attacks everything that we need.
I'm familiar with that software. I did use that in another municipality, but it's a lot more expensive. I think Sages give us more opportunity to hook up with finance and also business license.
Okay.
Yes.
The OpenGov allows us for the RFP permitting. It just has, and I know there's a reason why it's a little bit more expensive, because it's kind of like it would be our ecosystem to replace something that we don't currently have at all. Not saying that that's not maybe we can start off with that and then possibly grow into I mean, because especially as we grow as a city, we need a software that can kind of, because right now we don't have one, we're doing everything manually. And I can only imagine how much that would increase our workflow for the staff as a whole, as well as for us. And it's bridging the gap with the community, where the community will have live updates as to what each department, how each department is performing.
Sure. Sage is off of GIS. Also, it connects with Courtware. So when I issue citation, it's uploaded over to the courts. Now, I have used the one you're talking about, OpenGov. It's not really friendly user.
Okay.
And it's a lot of different components to that software. Looking at Sages, I really think Sages is a better fit for the city.
For the
at this
city,
time.
okay.
And so what I will, if I may, Councilwoman Fox, I know that they mentioned that it aligns to two particular things that we already use in the city. And I don't know that the other one will do that. And so in an effort to keep the workflow, I think it connects seamlessly to courts.
Yes.
And so I just want to, I'm not opposed to if they would like to look into it, but I think we should just go ahead with at least this year
Agreed.
to allow them to go ahead and utilize. And if they bring it back for January, then before budget time.
I do have a follow-up question.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Yes, ma'am.
Totally agree with that. Are we able to look into a system possibly for RFPs and the financial, the budgeting that can connect to this system here? That way we kind of have something in place just to kind of speed up our workflow.
Yes, ma'am, we can look into it.
Okay.
Wonderful. I love that. Council, any other questions for Mr. Walker? No? Okay, wonderful. I'll entertain a motion.
So made.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Letter B, council to consider approval and adoption of a resolution authorizing immediate payment to Art Clayton for the attached 2026 and 2027 invoices from FY 26 budget in support of the city's ongoing partnership with Arts Clayton and its efforts to expand arts and cultural programming that enhances community engagement, tourism, and economic development.
Mayor Pro Tem Council, this is a continuation of the discussion that we had last week around supporting Arts Clayton and Artie Gras. You see here in the packet before you, we have the resolution naming the support that we will provide, as well as the specific invoices for both 26 and 27.
Thank you, City Manager. Council, do you all have anything? Okay, wonderful. If not,
No,
then
I do have a question, Mayor Pro Tem.
okay, Councilman Dixon.
And just for clarity, okay, you know what? Never mind. I see you right here. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this year we're prorating, and next year we'll do the full amount.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And these funds go directly to support the art students in Jonesboro's elementary schools. They do multiple presentations and events within the schools, within the city limits.
Okay, wonderful. Council, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Wonderful. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Council.
Thank you, council.
Letter C, council to consider a request for proposal of Key Street Park redevelopment.
So Mayor Pro Tem Council, this continues the discussion from last week about the needs that we have out at Key Street Park, just to be able to utilize this space as recreational space and identify other improvements to the park itself.
Okay, wonderful. Councilman Dixon, do you have any?
Yeah, like City Manager Blue said, definitely it's from last week, but great conversations this week with the residents, with city staff, future users, park users. Definitely got some good insight. So tonight, I would just like to request, City Manager Cole, correct me if I'm wrong, a short-term improvement plan for Key Street Park for September's meeting. And we love to walk and chew bubblegum. So would also like for the RFP to be inclusive of all of our parks, courts, and green spaces.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So council, what Councilman Dixon and I discussed today is identifying couple of quick things that we can do to make Key Street Park a little more accessible and a little bit more recreation friendly, while at the same time developing an RFP to master plan improvements to all of our parks. So that way we're not focusing the improvements just on one. We can take everything and the funds that we have in place already for Massengale Battleground and incorporate master planning for all the parks rather than just one facility.
Wonderful. So does any action need to take place on this item? Because we're going back to do an RFP, and then we're saying we're going to look and see what we can do for the park and discuss it in September.
So I think the best thing would be to just direct staff to identify improvements and then work towards an RFP for a master plan for all of the parks in the city.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilwoman Messick.
Thank you so much. I don't want to be a stick in the mud, but there has been in the past some concern over who actually owns that property. So can we, before we do anything else, can we please do some research and share with council the documentation that the city owns that property?
Yes, ma'am, we
We
can.
definitely want to make it safe for the kids, but we need, before we put that kind of money in it, we need to be sure we're not making improvements on private property.
Councilwoman Messick, if I may, I believe that they spoke with Parks and Recreation. I believe Councilwoman Kearney spoke with Parks and Recreation, and they said that it was our property. And I'm not sure who on staff spoke with them as well, but verify. But you just want to see it in writing.
I want to see it from the county, from the office.
What
Yeah,
we can do
from the
is
Clayton
do
County
a,
office to show where they're
Who's the director?
on the maps.
yeah,
Mhm.
we can do a title search, title report.
Please, that's
to
what I want to
identify.
see.
And
I
I
want to
just
see a title search on the parcel.
Okay.
Okay.
And you said you spoke to the director?
Yes, I spoke to Director Nicole Horn over Clayton County Parks and Recs about 2 weeks ago when it first popped up on the agenda for the work session. But if we want to get the parcel information, that's fine too.
April 10th.
So may we make and give me 1 second, Councilman Dixon. May we make the motion and just include in the motion per the verification that the city owns it after the title search so that it can go forward and we don't have to wait until September?
So our the motion for the short-term improvements.
The short-term improvements in the RFP encompassing all of Massengale Battleground and Keystone.
The RFP will be handled by internally.
Mayor Pro Tem.
1 second, and just include that in the motion pending the verification of city ownership. Okay, Councilman Dixon and then Councilwoman Kearney.
Yeah, and just for context, we brought this before council last August 2025, and that's when we also confirmed that it was city property. Secondly, in regards to the in-house services, in regards to the in-house RFP, I know we spoke about me and City Manager Blue in regards to contracting someone out for those services. Speak to that.
So doing a master plan for the parks would require professional services, which have slightly different procurement regulations around it. So we might be able to get professional services to do such a master plan without having to go through the RFP process. But of course, we would lean on Attorney Wiley for that direction.
And can I say this aloud? Because of when we talked about it, I believe that the attorney said that she can handle RFPs as well. So do we have to talk about? Right, and so we still in-house.
Either way.
All right, Councilman Kearney?
All right, so I just want to make sure we're going about this the right way because I thought, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong. When we were talking about this last week, it was more so trying to make sure we had the funding in order to move forward with some of these things. So I'm wondering, has that conversation changed? Has that been identified? Because I feel like a lot of this can come out of grant money. It doesn't necessarily have to come out of, I don't know if this is what we're looking for, taxpayer money.
So
I mean,
we
that's-
actually have a couple of funding sources that would apply to this. You could use some of the SPLOST funding. We can also go after grant funding. And in fact, some of the congressionally directed spending that we already have for Battleground and Massengale. So the funding would be part of the master planning process, identifying likely funding sources for us to utilize.
Okay, but would the funding be a part of, let's say, the RFP? Like, which one would come first? Would we need the funding before we even move forward with an RFP?
No, ma'am, because that would just be staff time and staff attention. We wouldn't have to contract out for that.
Right, no, but I'm saying if we were to award somebody that, RFP, like, would we have the funding, to move forward with it? Like, so, or would they have to, they would just be awarded and just wait on the funding to come through, or?
I think the RFP is solely for the design
Okay.
of all three of them.
For the
We're not
redevelopment?
giving anybody money to start the parks. The redevelopment is just to create a master plan.
Okay, so I guess where do we stand with, because we were awarded a grant for Massengale Park already.
Mhm.
So,
That was for the implementation and ADA improvements. That was for improvements and implementation for Massengale. We
it
wouldn't
wouldn't have
touch any of
anything to
that
do
money.
with redevelopment, is what you're saying? It wouldn't have anything to do with redevelopment, Massengale Park? Okay.
No, ma'am. Mm-mm.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or discussion, council? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second that motion.
Let's
Do I need to add those conditions?
to ensure that everyone's comfortable with the passing of it. Let's add the condition of documented verification of ownership for the city. I think that was the only one.
Wait, I thought are we approving the RFP, or we are approving the?
We're approving the RFP for a site development plan inclusive of Battleground, Massengale, and Keith Street. And we're also approving staff to go ahead and move forward with identifying quick fixes to bring back to us in September.
Okay, is that right, CM?
As well as a title search for the property.
As well as title search. Okay.
So yeah, I'll amend my motion to include those conditions.
Councilman C. Dixon, can you second it again now that he's amended his?
Yes, I second that motion with the
Condition.
with the conditions.
Oh, thank you. Any discussion, council?
No.
No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You're abstaining?
No,
Oh.
I'm sorry, I thought I was under the impression if you don't say anything, that's a yay, but I said yay, but yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
Letter D, council to discuss an employee climate survey.
So, Mayor Pro Tem Council, in your package, you have an updated RFP for the Employee and Climate Survey. This outlines the scope of services for design and development of the survey, administration of the survey, data collection and analysis, and then reporting and recommendations. It also has project timelines and deliverables, and then as well as desired outcomes that the city wishes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilwoman Kearney?
All right, so there's a couple things, and this might come, I just don't know if it comes later when we talk about really nailing down the scope, or if this is exactly what that is. But just to make sure, because the employee count is off, and I just don't want them to, okay, go ahead.
That would be confirmed before we actually issue the RFP.
Okay.
I know that it's in the area around 40 full-time employees, but we will confirm that before we actually issue it.
Okay, and then there's a portion of it, of the climate survey RFP, where it permits analysis by department, tenure and job classification, as well as other groupings. And I just want to make sure if there's a department that has a smaller, workforce or staffing, I just don't want those individuals to potentially be identified. And again, if that's something that maybe with their expertise, they'll nail down for us once we select them, then that's fine.
Mhm.
I just
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
make sure, like, you know, they know that if there's, maybe we should require a minimum reporting threshold so that no one that's fewer than that can be identified. And I'm only thinking back to my Navy days. We had very small departments, like let's say personnel. So we had, you know, figured things out for those types of individuals. Okay.
So if you'll see, it says, the second bullet under number 4 says, provide department level reports where participation levels permit confidentiality. We would just remind them of that in the case of our smaller 1 or 2 person departments.
Okay, perfect. And then there's a portion where the HR, they have, you know, some potential of involvement in the survey. And I just want to make sure that, I don't know if we can lay this out when it comes to the preliminary results specifically, because it's listed that it's shared with HR. And I just want it to be very objective and that we allow the employees to discuss their concerns, you know, freely. So I'm wondering if we can have whoever wins the RFP, the consultant report directly to us, mayor and council, with the results and not through any other, you know, management channels. Is that a possibility or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then also, when we talk about the protection side of the house, the RP, we say that it's confidential for one-on-one interviews conducted by, you know, that third party. And I just want to make sure those protections are explicit, because I just don't want management to know who participates, what the schedule looks like, so that it can be, you know, nailed down in some way, if that makes sense.
We can add confidentiality requirements and the ability to anonymize the information.
Okay,
For the
perfect.
schedule.
Okay, and then when it comes to the survey questions, I just don't want it, again, I'm just always thinking about the management side of the house, right? Can we be the final review on the draft of this survey as mayor and council?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. And then when it comes to the public records, I'm just wondering, what's the language here? Because I guess what I'm worried about is like the raw survey responses. Like, would that be, is there a way we can?
Of course.
I have seen, they have gotten it now where they don't have QR code. Some companies will have the QR code.
Good.
And when the employees scan it, they can answer from their phone. It goes straight there. It doesn't even hit any system. And it goes into their database, the vendor's database, and we can't see who it is.
Okay.
And so we won't have it. So I think for most responsive vendors, they're very attuned to the concerns you're expressing, especially for a smaller government like ours. And I think that's going to be critical. And we all evaluate the responses from the offerers to this RFP. And I will also say that even if you don't get it, just remember, we're going to have a contract that we're going to enter into. If y'all pick your successful vendor, and maybe we'll put it, this will be subject to a contract, and we can put in even more stringent protections in.
Perfect, thank you. That's all I want to make sure. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kearney, wonderful questions. Thank you so much for those. Anyone else? All right, well, and it's okay for me, it's okay that the date is left blank just because you're waiting on our approval for this,
Oh,
right?
yes, ma'am.
But what's the anticipated, like, you're gonna give them a month, you're gonna give them 2 weeks? What's the anticipated window for this?
Today's the 10th. We could probably have it issued by the 15th and then have a 30-day response and then maybe a week to 10 days to score it. So
The 15th Saturday?
So maybe get some answers back first part of October.
October?
If we have a 30-day open, if we have a 30-day bid period. I mean, we could cut it down to 20 days.
We typically do 30 days.
I think you should.
too.
It really depends on the complexity. Something like this shouldn't be as complicated as, say, the sanitation RFP was. So having it open for a full 4 weeks, we may not need it.
Okay. So can aim for the 17th, Monday, the 15th is a Saturday. You can aim for Monday, get a little extra time.
Yes, ma'am, I think so.
Okay. To conclude on the 17th of September, give or take a couple of days for Labor Day. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for working on this, for getting this done.
Yes.
Everybody who had their hands on this, I appreciate this. I know the employees appreciate this. I definitely appreciate it. As Councilman Fox alluded to earlier, this is a hill I was willing to die on. And I appreciate not having to die on it. So thank y'all so much. Council, I'll entertain a motion.
So made.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I skipped discussion. I sure did. I'm moving fast. Walk it back. Any discussion?
Are we able to, in that motion, put a timeline? Because I just want to make sure this is out there. Are we able to put a time frame on there? Because it's blank right now, so
I feel like we
are we
public-
operating in good faith that it's gonna be out by the, okay,
Good faith and public record.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Any other discussion, council? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much.
Letter E, council to consider approval of a revised employee grievance process.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilwoman Fox.
Thank you. All right, so Attorney Wiley did a fantastic job getting it back. The previous, as y'all remember, grievance policy we had was like 2 pages long, I think a one-pager. This is a lot more extensive, and this, for me, addresses all the concerns that I have, particularly if you guys go to starting at line 224, all the way down to like 377. It talks about how each complaint grievance is dealt with when it comes to city manager, mayor pro tem, and down to the council members, and how it should be handled. So I don't have any particular changes, but of course the floor is open to anyone who would like to see some language or not see some language in there. And I'll have, if Attorney Wiley don't mind chiming in on this, that would be great.
Attorney Wiley.
Thank you, Councilwoman Fox. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, this was a labor of love. If you can, I just enjoy doing this kind of stuff. If you will look at on page 398 of your packet, that's the city's current grievance policy. It starts on 397, but it really is just a section C. And you can see how dearth it is, and it doesn't really do a lot, and it doesn't really
doesn't do
address a
nothing.
lot. So we really were starting from scratch. And what this proposal does, it does 2 things. First, it separates ordinary workplace grievances from protected complaints that have federal and state law mandates and implications. So I separated them out. So protected complaints are over here, workplace grievances are over to the other side. And I also, and this is up for you all to discuss, I set up what was not grievable. Things, a lot of jurisdictions will have in their policies what is and is not grievable. And so we took out like ordinary assignments or reassignments of work. Those aren't grievable. If you'll begin to look at line 59 through 99, and this is up for you all to decide. So this is my proposal, but I want you all to decide. Obviously, you all can decide what you want to be as grievable or not, but these are sort of standard things that aren't grievable. The protected complaints process begins on page 126, and that includes, like as I stated, everything under federal law and the anti-discrimination. We also add a provision in here for the whistleblower protection, because as public employees, our employees are protected by Georgia whistleblower. It was, so it's pretty self-explanatory. I tried to make it readable and understandable for the employees. They don't need to have legal treatises when they're trying to understand what their rules and what the rules and responsibilities and their rights are under our policy. And if there's any question, I'm happy to answer them.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Attorney Wiley. Council, do you all have any questions?
I have a question.
Oh, Councilwoman Fox, I'm sorry, I was staring this way. Go ahead.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I wanted to give somebody else an opportunity because I already spoke. Attorney Wiley, I know we talked about like an employee hotline. Is that something that will be addressed in the personnel policy, or where should we place that?
We probably should put that in the RFP for the climate. So that's something we can bring up separate from this. So we'll have to have vendors who operate those lines. There's a cost to do that, and they handle it. And we'll have to have someone who takes down those complaints, and they can be anonymous complaints. A lot of jurisdictions have them. They're run through their ethics department. They have one, their ethics board. So that if someone wants to make a complaint about something ethics, they can do it. But I'll have to look at that. It wouldn't be necessarily here, but it's something that could be rolled out separately. If we will have to have an RFP and find find vendors who might be willing to do that.
I have a follow-up question or a request. Mr. Cole, can you put in the RFP specifically for them to, when they're screening the employees, for them to ask how would they like to? Ask them about that. I would like the employees' opinion, because if they're going to be the ones to make the complaint, they should have a say-so into how they would like to make that complaint.
So you want to have a specific question in the RFP.
Right.
For the
hotline, like just ways on, get their opinion as to ways on, if they have a complaint, to make an anonymous complaint, what are the ways that they would feel more comfortable doing it, should I say?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, so if it's council will to approve this tonight, then I would ask that the motion be directed to also include the directive to make certain that this gets out to all the employees post haste. And I'm sure if they have any questions or concerns, Maria, or we can go over it with them. But I think this is important and enough and for it to go into effect immediately, and to have all the employees receive a copy as soon as possible.
Okay, wonderful. I agree with that. At one GMA conference I was at recently, they were just like, whenever you make these type of changes, you should train the staff. And I'm okay with giving them this, but can we give them a training, a bullet point, or something to ensure that they digest it appropriately?
Yes, ma'am. We can do that.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion, council. In that motion, can we address the how quickly this goes out to staff and include some sort of training? I don't know if I want to cap it to a training, some sort of information. I don't know how I want to phrase it, because I don't want to put undue work on staff if it's something that could be sent out as like a PowerPoint or something.
I can do a PowerPoint. I can send that out. I can do it.
Okay. Okay. Will that be easier? Do you like, as far as them
training.
digesting
I love to do
this?
training, so I don't mind either one, actually.
We still have to do. Did we do the
Part one, yes, ma'am. We did part one.
I was trying to see if we can loop it in so staff doesn't have to do a whole bunch of trainings. But y'all can figure that
Or
out.
we can do something virtual too. We can do it virtually. It doesn't. It'll
Okay.
be about 30 minutes for each, so we can work it out.
Okay, I
We
love
can
that.
work it out.
So, council, I entertain a motion, and in that motion, please include how quickly this is going to go out to staff immediately, and include that a training happen within 2 weeks. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Fox.
At this time, I would like to make a motion to go ahead and approve the revised employee grievance policy to roll out in 7 days to the staff.
Immediately.
Immediately. Immediately as in tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, immediately as in tomorrow, August 11th. And following that, no more than 2 weeks of training for the staff.
Second.
Awesome. Thank you, council. Any discussion?
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilman Kearney?
I just want to make sure, so if they make, if they make a grievance, what does that look like? Because I see, it goes to supervisor, department head. I'm just wondering what the investigation process looks like and who has the authority to do that. Like, if you could walk me through, I am a lower ranking employee and I make a complaint against, let's say, my department head. What does that look like?
So, beginning on page 183, the first hope and expectation is to talk it out, to discuss it with the employee supervisor. But we know that that's not always feasible, right? And so the affected employee has the right to, for any reason, to go to number 2, the exceptions to informal reporting, because they're not required. So they can bypass their immediate supervisor and they can submit it to the department director, or if it's involving their department director, they submit it to the city manager. And so the city manager then will have 10 days to reach out to the employee. Looking at on 280, lines 280, and maybe staff, we need help developing a form, because the formal grievance should be in writing, state the facts, the date, the persons involved. And even if it was not perfect, I say you can't be rejected merely because you can't provide every item listed. This is not meant to be punitive to an employee who has a grievance. So the person responsible for considering the grievance on line 305 will meet with the employee, review the relevant documents, speak with persons having knowledge. And so in this case, it would be the city manager, talk to them to determine whether or not someone incorrectly interpreted or inconsistently implied a policy, and then give a written disposition to the employee within 15 days. That most employees, or a lot of times I have seen issues where employees make grievances and then they never know it go into like Neverland and they never know what happens to them. That will make an employee feel just awful. So if an employee is going to stick their neck out to make a grievance, we have an obligation to respond to that employee, right? And so this puts a mandate that the person who is making the grievance will receive a final decision. Now, there is no appeal rights from that. Now, these are for matters that are not protected. This is just ordinary workplace grievances. And then, I don't know, beginning on line 338, Councilwoman Kearney, that's those involving the mayor. We know that under our form of government, the mayor is the chief administrative officer of the city. And so those go to the mayor pro tem. Mayor pro tem provides it to city council and myself, city attorney, and then council determines how to handle that as a group. The mayor pro tem coordinates the presentation of the matter to council. Council, acting as a body, shall appoint or authorize the retention of a qualified impartial person to consider the grievance. But I also want to note that under 345, the mayor gets a notice of those concerns and can participate only as the person whose conduct is at issue, and not direct supervisor control consideration of the grievance. However, there is within this is an opportunity, let's say someone files a grievance against the mayor gets it, y'all get it, mayor pro tem gets it, council gets it, and then the mayor wants to resolve it. So there is an opportunity that it won't always necessarily go to a formal administrative investigation. It could get resolved, and then the same rules apply to give that a grieving employee notice of how it's been resolved. So the written disposition concludes the internal grievance process. So we're not creating any kind of appeal processes. The city of Jonesboro does not have a civil service system. You are having an at-will employment system. And so this is not trying to create that. Whether or not that's something y'all might want to do in the future, you can if you want to, but for this purpose here, I did not want to create a situation where there was an appellate right, because we don't have that in our current form of personnel management.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Fox?
Maybe I missed this, Attorney Wiley. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Miller. Okay, so let's say there is a complaint against me, right? And I naturally get it because I'm part of the governing body. And let's say a city manager made the complaint against me. And then that next thing you know, I'm picking up the phone and I'm immediately calling the city manager. Could that be looked at as form of intimidation?
So if you received if someone filed a complaint, that's on page 364, on line 364 of on page 411, that's where it begins. So a formal grievance involving the mayor pro tem or another council member shall be handled under the same procedures involving the mayor, except the mayor gets it and transmits it to council and the city attorney. Remember, if it's the mayor, then the mayor pro tem gets it and transmits it to council and the city attorney. So if it's against any of you all, the mayor gets it, and the council member whose conduct is at issue shall receive notice and a reasonable opportunity to respond. So I don't think that if you got it, you should call. You'll be getting notified through the mayor and not through the city manager. If the city manager filed a grievance against you for something, then the city manager will be will file that complaint with the mayor.
Mayor, can we put some language in there that even the mayor can't call somebody to, because like, let's say the mayor does get it, right? Not saying that this will happen, but just in case, that even another council member or anybody can call that person, because that can even be looked at as form of intimidation, in my opinion. For me, my thing is, by the time it gets to a complaint to where one needs to be filed, it's possible that the opportunity to resolve or talk have already been, it's been escalated. So I don't think that talking would, because now we're at a complaint. It has already surpassed that talking stage. Does that make sense?
I hear you. Yes, I think my thought process on that, being that I've maybe been in this position a little bit before, is when I've encountered things. Now, has it helped? But I have had employees come, and there are some times where they just need to feel heard, right? And then it could just be they weren't hearing me, and then we come on a dais, and it's something that we bring up, and we can vote on it, and then it's fixed. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've had someone come to me, trying not to put anybody out specifically, about things that they just felt like were falling on deaf ears. And then we as council bring it up. I don't pinpoint anybody, but because they were able to have a conversation with council and not the person that they felt like wasn't answering, and then we voted on it, it was completely fixed just by way of conversation. So you might not want to talk to Councilwoman Fox, but you need to be heard by a council member, and Councilwoman Miller or Kearney can just have a conversation with you.
May I?
Of course.
I think what I'm saying is I want to make sure that whoever the complaint is against, that person or somebody else is not advocating or contacting the individual who's making the complaint to intimidate. Does that make sense?
Right. Yes, I'm on board with, can we just have a general statement of no intimidation? Like, I just think that should be like blanketed.
So we can have it's in the protected complaint section.
Protected complaint, okay.
But it's not in the workplace grievances section. So you can't, under federal law, you can't retaliate for someone exercising their rights or complaining about a protected matter. So I have it in the protected complaint section. You want it specifically in the workplace grievance. And yes,
I do.
Mayor Pro Tem. I think we'll have just seeing where I'll put it. I'll add it in here. Under, section C, the workplace grievance procedure. Where would I put it? City manager's telling me to look at 165, line 165. Oh, yes, no employee should be disciplined, threatened, intimidated, subjected to adverse treatment because the employee made, assisted with, or participated in a grievance in good faith under this chapter. I did put it in there, but it's not, I think maybe I just need to have it bold. It's sort of just sitting there on line 165. You want me to just put no retaliation, a heading on it or something?
Yeah, I mean, Mayor, I'm
Of
sorry.
course.
Yeah, we know, like, no intimidation, no retaliation, right?
Discipline, threatened, intimidated,
Yeah, I
or
wanna-
subjected.
Because sometimes, depending on who's making the phone call, that person's title within itself may feel like I want to make sure, because you have a
Okay,
little
so you
bit
want to
more-
have it where once the complaint is filed, that the complainant is not responded to or contacted until let the process work itself out.
Yes.
Because that in and of itself, that contact could be viewed by an employee
Yes, exactly.
as intimidating.
Yes,
I
because
got you.
if I get if I receive I might feel led to back, just
I understand what you're saying, and I've just gleaned some employees' faces, and I think that you're on the right path. So let's go ahead and add that in there.
So I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure
like
out
just
where it
protect it, and then and once that conversation does happen, then an HR personnel, third party, there needs to be a witness, a mediator, not a mediator, but like a witness, an appropriate person, of course. Should a conversation have to happen for whatever reason? Not saying it should, but what I would like to see is that the person, if I make a complaint, I don't want to be contacted by nobody until it's time. And when I'm contacted, I want some witnesses.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Kearney.
I definitely see what you're saying on no reaching out to the person once they make a complaint or a grievance. However, I don't know. I guess we got to be more specific if we're talking about adding witnesses, because I think that the person, when it comes to that hierarchy, like that is in my mind, that is the witness. So if a employee makes a complaint against their supervisor or department head, I think that it goes to the city manager, if I'm like correct. So in my mind, the city manager is that witness, unless you're saying add more witnesses in the room. But yeah, I just think that third party is the witness / in my mind, the mediator. But
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Fox.
I totally agree with you, Councilwoman Kearney. So the witness needs to be specific. I would think that it would be the HR person, correct? Attorney, because HR has
Yes.
to get involved.
Yes.
Yeah, so it would be the HR, the appropriate HR personnel director.
So I will add language, and I don't know exactly where it should go, that says, once, after the complaint is filed, that the complainant, and there is something in here that if the complainant feels like they're being harassed or intimidated, then they can file another grievance on that, a workplace grievance. So we could have another grievance. That would be the remedy to that, right? Which happens, but I understand what you're saying.
I'm saying no contact. I think is what I'm saying is like no
No contact until there has been some formal process established, because I'll put that in there under section D. Go ahead.
So one thing that we may want to adjust it to be no contact regarding the grievance,
Mhm.
because if there is a complaint against a department head and part of their regular job is being told to go and do something, and then there's no contact, then conceivably the department head couldn't direct the employee to go do their job.
Great
So there should just be a line somewhere that says no extraneous contact concerning the grievance that was filed.
Perfect.
I think I'm going to put it on line 378. So instead of number 6 being records, number 6 will be the no contact for after the filing complaint. And then 7 will be records and 8 will be final disposition. So I will add that language in there to protect the complainant from being, because even if the individual didn't intend to do it, it's how the employee is going to subjectively receive it.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's already, it takes a level of bravery even to do this, to step forward, to make these complaints. And what the last thing we want to do is make it punitive where people say, forget it. I just won't do it if I'm going to be harassed. So I'm with you. I understand it. I'll put that language in there. And I'll, with the limitation that the city manager said that about the complaint, that let the formal process take place, and that the person receiving the complaint or the subject of the complaint shall not reach out and talk to the complainant until it has been properly handled for disposition, formal disposition.
Will not reach out and speak to them regarding the grievance.
Regarding this grievance.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. So council, do we want to amend and or table until the updates are made, or do we just want to approve pending the updates?
I would like to, who made the motion? I
Council,
did.
who made the motion?
I did, I believe. Yep.
Okay,
I would
Councilman
like
Fox.
to amend it to approve that language, and it still rolls out tomorrow.
Can she update that by tomorrow and have it? Okay. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. It needs to be up. I guess as long as we say it, 2 days. Okay, 2 days. Y'all all right in 2 days, employees? 2 days. Okay. 2 days. Okay. All right. So I would like to amend that the motion for the approval of a revised employee grievance process to add the language to no contact to the employee regarding the particular grievance, and for the update to roll out within 48 hours, excuse me.
And training to occur within 2 weeks.
And training to occur within 14 days after that.
The person who's second, can we have the second again?
Second.
Wonderful. Any discussion, council? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before you move on to the next item, I've had a request to go to recess for 5 minutes. And so let's go ahead and go to recess and be back here by 9:33. Okay?
So made.
Can I get a second?
Second.
And any discussion? I'll approve.
Aye.
I'll approve. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, we're in recess. 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
catching. So I got less than a week to lose a few pounds.
All right, it's 9:34. It's 9:34. 1 minute passed. I'll accept the motion to go back into our council meeting.
So made.
Second. Wonderful. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're back in regular session.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we have some filming professionals here that have an item on the agenda under item A for new business. Since they have been so wonderfully patient for the last 3.5 hours, could we amend the agenda to go ahead and bring them up and let them talk about their potential road closures for the production that they're doing?
How does that need to go?
Motion to amend the agenda.
Council? May you make a motion, please?
Oh, I make the motion to go ahead and move, what is it called?
New business item A
New business item A to
now.
now, to be.
Okay.
Is that
To be
legal
heard
enough?
now. You got a second from A. Dixon?
To now.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Wonderful, thank you for your patience. Please feel free to come
Who
up.
had the second?
Councilman A. Dixon.
Okay.
I was wondering.
These crazies in the back just listening to you.
I'm like, they're so involved. Thank you for being here.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, can I introduce Andrea and Willard from
From Amazon Studios and MGM, we are in the process of making a project called Lizard Music, which is a children's movie. We are starring Dwayne Johnson and being directed by Benny Safdie, who is recently in theaters as Agamemnon in the Odyssey. Yes, so very exciting.
Very
Yep,
exciting.
yep.
He's a lot less scary in real life.
Yes, especially without the helmet. So we are proposing to film at the Train Depot, also known as the Road to Terra Museum, on Main Street on the 26th of August. In the morning, in our hours of filming would be from 7 a.m. until about noon, approximately. We have requested permits. The big deal is that we are requesting a road closure. Oh, sorry. The big item that we are asking for is a road closure, as you'll see on these amazing overheads that Willard has made. And we're asking for a road closure, both McDonough Street as well as Main Street at the same time. We have a child in this, and we think that that will be the safest way to have our kid cross the street on camera and walk up Main Street. And I'll let Willard explain more about how this would go. Sorry.
Hi, thank you all for having us. Just to expound on what Andrea has said, initially we had an idea of having an alternating closure, Main Street and the McDonough, or vice versa. The more that we've discussed it with our AD team, who helps us schedule, especially with actors and the actual filming, they kind of made it clear as well that in order to keep our actor, who's like an 11-year-old child, a little bit safer, make it a little bit safer for everybody, we were hoping to have both of these happen at the same time. It also allows us, because we have a smaller window of time with a child actor per day, to kind of get a little bit more filming done a little bit more efficiently. So several of these overheads have the closure on them. The first page will probably be the biggest kind of top-down view of it with the cameras, the buildings, as you can see. And then the last page is a little bit of more of a simpler kind of overlay to show like exactly where those points are without some of that other noise. But this would basically be the main setup that we're looking at. We have a few cameras that are going to be kind of on Main Street by the Road to Terra Museum, one inside the museum looking out towards Courthouse Way, and then one kind of on that like West Mill section of that railing where it's looking out towards Courthouse Way. We have been speaking with everybody within the closures. We've been reaching out to the lawyers. I met Tax Assessor Smith. She's very excited about The Rock. We talked extensively. She texted me and was like, "Hi, hello." I was like, "You're gonna be okay, yeah. We'll get you scheduled." But we've been trying to reach everybody within there because we know it's impactful for businesses as well as municipality buildings that are in that closure as well. So we kind of discussed sort of what we were looking at with Courthouse Way and that kind of weird section with the houses there, and kind of how that would work for them. Just trying to hear everybody's concerns within those closures. As well, see what concerns they have. Obviously, we've been in touch with the boutique, Beth Bailey with Clayton Film. We've been working closely with her as well as Chief Cato and City Manager Cole. And then, we have a little bit of request to use some city parking there behind the bank. That's kind of the general footprint. The action is him walking across the street, turning down on Main Street, and walking into the building. And the script, it's sort of just his entrance into, going out on his own on this very tame adventure. Yeah, that's it. But that would basically be our ask. So we're just trying to see what concerns people might have for having a double road closure at the same time. As she said, it is 7 a.m. to about noon would be give or take when we film here. And then we actually move to Trilith, where we're based out of, to finish our filming for the day. But this just allows us to knock that work out with our child actor here. And then after that, we would just do a little bit of wrap out work and kind of reverse what we were doing the day before, which is really set dressing the front of that train museum where their big parking lot is, as we'll see that in our camera. But that's pretty much the action.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, wonderful. I had some questions as well. This might be better suited for my chief of police, though. But feel free to stay up here because my council might have some for you.
Okay.
School is my biggest question. School buses, that's a major. I take that route to go to when I used to go to work at the high school. So what's the plan for that? And do we communicate with Clayton County Public Schools to let them know this is happening?
So yes, we would need to communicate this to Clayton County Public Schools, but we'd also need to get some signage up advising the public, because people taking their kids to school out Stockbridge Road, coming down that side of the tracks, they would then be forced to cross over at College Street and go down Main Street and then go down Church Street, and then they would just have to make a lot of jogs to go around it. So signage is going to be key for the detour route to get everybody back on track. We'll also be communicating with Clayton County 911 because emergency services, obviously, we would need to make sure they're clear on the road closure and have a route for them to get there. One of the biggest points of concern is if we route people through the tag office parking lot, they can go down the back, that back parking lot. I'm not sure if you've ever been there, but they have a big hill that goes down the back. You're not supposed to come up the other way. So we would have that traffic only going that direction. And that would get them back to Stockbridge Road fine. And that would clear it up if we could move the detour up to right at the tag office parking lot and route them through. How it's laid out here with the yellow lines. Otherwise, they would have to cross over at College Street, and that's going to be a whole different beast. The school buses can come at College Street and cross over and then turn on Jodico to get to Suter Elementary just fine, but we would need to make sure that they knew that route ahead of time.
Okay, wonderful. Just a few follow-up questions. Signage, what is that?
May I speak to the signs? So we have a company called Southeastern Traffic Control Company, and they have a whole plan where it looks like most of their yard is out in the town of Jonesboro. The amount of signage that they have planned. And actually, if we are granted the ability to do both road closures at the same time, it's a little bit of a less, slightly less visual. There's less signs out, but they're more effective. The VMS boards, which are the digital messaging boards, those go out a week in advance so that everybody has enough time, just even if they're not part of the schools, just as regular passerby, they would see it for about a week. And I think, Chief, that you have that overhead. Is that correct? With all of those
Yes, with all the
basically
signage.
orange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely needs to be on bigger paper than this.
I think.
Like the map.
So basically, yes, Mayor Pro Tem, there are lots of signs to alert everybody out there.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. Chief, capacity. Are we gonna have help from other, or is there something we can?
So yes, we will
shoulder?
have some assistance from Clayton County PD and Clayton County SO, depending on the final draft of this. So we're gonna talk offline about the lot, if that's part of the approval for this. And then they sent over a list today of locations and hours and things like that. So we're working on that.
Okay, and then,
The biggest concern is complaints from traffic and people not being able to get their kids to school. Everybody's running late. Now they got a detour. So that's why it'll be key that we put those signs out a week in advance to say, hey, expect delays, road closures, and things like that.
Mayor Pro Tem, the maps that they're referencing start on page 463 of your agenda packet, if you want to flip forward to that.
okay, thank you. And I'm gonna, Councilwoman Kearney was first and then Councilman Fox, but let me just, my requests, if we go through with this, I would like to notify the schools in our area at the very least. But if we can blast it just to the Department of, to Clayton County in general, because it will impact those who have to go through to get to Lovejoy. It might not just impact our bit of schools. I would ask that it's posted, that is sent out on a Jonesboro One app, that is also on our website and social media as well. As much communication as we can beyond the signage to ensure that everyone knows what's going on. And that at least our immediate schools know, like I said, that it's gonna be late. And maybe I'd even ask, and maybe that might be better suited coming from one of us, but that they just adhere to that as far, take that into consideration as opposed to counting the children late and unexcused. And they can do that as a teacher when something is going on. They'll just make a blanket statement to the school, but they just need enough notice so that all the teachers can be notified and doesn't count against the students if they're late. So that would be one of my major concerns. Okay, Councilwoman Kearney and then Councilman Fox and then whomever else.
All right, I was gonna make a motion so we can go into discussion, but should I just?
Whatever tickles your fancy.
Okay, I want to make a motion to approve a partial road closure of Main Street and West Mill Street.
A second.
Wonderful. Any discussion?
Sorry.
Uh,
It'll actually be Main Street and North McDonough Street.
Oh, Main Street and North McDonough Street?
Yes,
Yeah.
it'll be Main Street, North McDonough Street, a portion of West Mill Street, and then Courthouse Way, a portion of Courthouse Way.
All right.
And the
So
dates.
I gotta amend my motion now? All right,
And
so,
include the dates of the road closure,
all right, can I get the dates?
August 26th.
August 26th.
Okay. Okay. All right, and all from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
And then on the other days, traffic
Intermittent.
All right, so the road closure day is only 8/26 from 7 to 12? Okay. All right, and then it's also McDonough Street,
Yes, ma'am.
North McDonough Street. Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to amend my motion. All right, so I'm going to amend my motion to approve, I move to approve a partial road closure of Main Street, West Mill Street, and North McDonough Street on Wednesday, August 26th, from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. And Courthouse Way, my bad.
I second that motion.
Somebody wave their arms. Yeah.
Okay.
Any discussion, Councilman Kearney?
All right, Mayor Pro Tem. So I just was pretty much gonna reiterate what you were saying about making sure we notify as many people as possible. Can we also add it to our social medias, if that's okay? Okay, perfect. I don't know if it's necessary to do the little pages that we're a part of too, but specifically, Instagram, Facebook. So just want to make sure. Thank you.
Wonderful. Councilman Fox?
Yes, echoing what both of the ladies said, to also add, and this may not be done because I know production, amending the time possibly to start at 9? Because I live on North McDonald, so just tell Dwayne, just come on by.
I'll text them.
Number 2, a few more hours totally will make a difference, like a totally difference. Is it possible to start at 9 instead of 7?
Let's, if I may, it's a close window. If they have to go back and see about that and then come back to us.
Oh,
they
that's
won't
right.
have the
You're right.
opportunity
That's right.
to do
That's right.
that.
Okay. I understood. Okay, that's fine. Just
We're
tell-
okay with
the
7.
condition. Just tell them come on by. We good.
Okay, all right, yes, ma'am.
Council, any other?
Yeah, I had a question.
Councilman
Mayor Pro
Dixon?
Tem.
A. Dixon?
Yes. Appreciate you all for bringing the world to Jonesboro.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Just a question. I know you did speak to the couple of the businesses in the area with that parking lot that you're looking to occupy.
Which one?
The parking lot across from Nouveau
Yes, sir.
behind the bank. How was that conversation?
With the bank or with the city? That's a
It's just parking.
You just parking?
city lot? Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Overflow. Okay.
yeah, I mean, just from our conversations, it seems like it's been fine.
Pretty good.
And then when I bring it up to anybody, we've talked to Nouveau. Actually spoke to Scott Miller as
Gotcha.
well. So we talked for 122, 116, 124 South Main, trying to talk to his tenants.
Mhm.
Everyone seems to park Broad Street and back. They're more concerned with Nouveau, being able to park there. I've spoken with them about basically opening the road back up when they open, and they're very happy about it.
Gotcha.
But the city light hasn't seemed like a point of contention at this moment.
Awesome. Awesome. Could you share what after 12 o'clock looks like?
So after 12 p.m., we will safely open the roads as soon as possible. Crew will be, packing up gear, and as soon as the roads look safe, we'll open those up. And then from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. will be what we call strike work. So all of the sort of set dressing that's been put in front of the train museum would come down, any kind of cabling removed. Basically, the work that we do on the 25th, the day before, gets reversed. But that would just be on the 3rd page. That orange strip of Main would just be the ITC, the intermittent traffic control. And that's for people just trying to cross the road with trucks parked in that train museum range, as well as by the bank, which Ed is good with us using parking space in front of the bank.
Gotcha.
And then in front of the boutique in Beth's office. So that we would basically minimize to the same footprint as the 25th. And then the 27th would be this footprint as well. Probably not quite to 7, but we ask just in case for any work that still needs to be struck. So I feel like the majority would be right after filming.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I guess my last question, would there be any opportunities to be an extra in the film? And I say that because, we have a lot of schools here in
Yeah.
the community, whether it's, KR Pace, Stillwell School of the Arts, just those different things. Is this a possibility that we can open this up to some of the students?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Sure, we can get, I don't know what the background count is for this. Is it like 30?
It's about 30. Yeah.
We have roughly 30 background actors that are scheduled for that day. I can share with you Rose Locke or get a business card and have Rose, she is our background actor casting director,
Awesome.
right? Sorry, it's late. So Rose would be the one who would, we could communicate and connect the schools or Rose together.
Thank you for that. I just think it would be a
Absolutely.
great opportunity for the kids to say, I
Yeah.
was in the movie with The Rock, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I would just add too, I think as soon as we would be able to do that, would probably be for the best. Once we get into a little window of time, I'm not really sure how small the window is, but the sooner the better for any kind of headshots, so they can get into the works. I know they typically local the better,
Yeah.
usually, but the
Awesome.
sooner the better for that, for sure.
Mhm,
Awesome.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Can I give you, Chief, can I give them my card?
I know that's right.
No.
Mine's on mine.
Us either. Oh, thank you.
wild things are Alice in Wonderland. Oh, it's wonderful.
Wonderful. And although you're gonna reach out to Councilman Dixon, if maybe we can reach out to City Manager Cole as well, and he can blast us all on there. Not that, I know you're plugged into the schools, but so are we. So just to make sure, because I like Stillwell and all that, but Monday's Mill is particularly focused on development with TV and things, so I would like that. I think my last question would be, what does traffic control look like on those days? Is that still JPD orchestrating that traffic control?
That's correct. The signage and everything will be put in place by the traffic control group that they spoke of, STC. Yes.
But that won't slow down school. I mean, slow down, but not to the effect that it will on the 26th? Or we need to let the schools?
That'll be intermittent. Those days ramping up to it, yeah, that'll just be us halting traffic for them to get
Across the street and things like
equipment
that.
across. If they have to be out into a lane, we may close one lane temporarily, but the other lane of free flow, we'll work all that out depending on the needs at the moment.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're recommending approval?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion, council? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, council. Thank you all so much.
I would just like to say on behalf of film crew here in Georgia, film's been incredibly slow last several years, and having towns like Jonesboro welcome us, even if we didn't get approved, I would feel the same way because y'all have been incredibly welcoming. Blue and Chief Cato have been amazing. So we thank you all because I don't want to have to move for work. So, and I'd love to be able to come back to Jonesboro. So
Please
thank
do.
you all very, very much.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Sorry we had you waiting so long.
No. Thank you. And thank you for
You didn't even give your plug that you've been involved with other engagements here in the city already,
With other engagements.
with filming.
Oh, yes. You mean just in general?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has been a minute, but I've filmed in Jonesboro in the past, so it's nice to be back.
It's from the dog park? The dog park film? Before that? Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you for coming back and keeping us in your heart. We appreciate
Thank you for
that.
having us. Yes, of course. Thank y'all so much.
Was it the mule?
Which one?
The mule?
This is a game we like to play, and then we end up pulling up IMDb. We do it with each other. I will think of it. I
Gotcha.
cannot remember.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. Madam Clerk, let's take us back to old business, please.
Letter F, under old business, council to consider adopting a resolution creating the City of Jonesboro Charter Review Committee to conduct a comprehensive review of the city charter and governmental structure.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Council, following our work session on the 3rd, Attorney Wiley and I had an extended conversation to where we went over a lot of the questions that y'all had on the Charter Review Committee. In putting our heads together, we came up with a couple of well, not a couple, but we came up with an alternative that would give council a firm voice in the proceedings. And then also we suggested recruiting some of the members of our existing boards and or commissions to join the committee to give some of the citizen/resident viewpoint. And also to include the legislative delegation in the conversations. This was a very big point that was driven home to us both by the conversation last week and others saying that the legislative delegation wants to be involved, needs to be involved. And then also after the charter committee meets, then holding a couple of public hearings or special specific dates to talk about it so that we can get public input and involve the public and update them on the process of it. Some of the notes that are in the briefing remain the same, but we would come up with specific dates and times going into it. So we would have time to finish the process around the middle of January to the end of January so that we can get it into the 2027 legislative session, which runs from mid-January to the end of April. Anything else? Okay, okay.
Councilman Fox, while I gather my thoughts.
Yes, I was gonna ask if Councilwoman Kearney was speak to that, and because I know she made contact with some of
Yes.
the delegation. If you would just kind of share with the council.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Kearney, thank you.
So, I sent an email last Thursday, but I reached out to our specific delegates, and I looked at all of the residents in Jonesboro and what their representatives and, senators and who they were. So the only senator that I've tracked, right, is Senator Gail Davenport. The only representatives we have is Representative Eric Bell, and he's mostly our representative for the city, and then Representative Flournoy. He represents, I think, around like Keystone. So unless somebody else knows about another representative that I don't know about that's on another side. But they all said that they would be available and don't mind being a part of the charter review special call meeting public hearing. That's kind of what I called it. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but they also said they will be available on the 27th and the 28th, and we can discuss times and, send them calendar invites so that, they have it. But this is barring that we don't do a charter review committee. And the reason was so that we have enough time to get it to them, to get it to all members of the delegation, for everyone in the state of Georgia to be able to vote on it come the next session in January. So I'm kind of leaning towards here and kind of leaning towards us just doing it and still making it a public hearing so that anyone can still speak on it. I hope that we meet the original delegation's intent by doing that. But if we're still open to the Charter Review Committee, I just want to make sure, I don't know if we need to make the solicitation period for citizens like 2 weeks instead of a month or something, because there's going to be a whole establishment, type of period there. So I guess I'm just worried that it's not going to happen. And if I'm going to be completely frank about it, by January.
So the January date just reflects the start of the legislative session. The bill will drop at a different time through that process. The bill could drop second week of February, third week of February. That kind of feedback we would get from the representatives, or the delegates. So even though I'm saying January, we may have until February. I don't think it would wait as long as March, because when Sendai comes along, that's the crossover day. No, that's not. Signing die. Okay. It may not have to be done by January, or it won't have to be done by January 1. I'm just using January as the start of the legislative session.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilwoman Messick.
Thank you so much. So in reviewing this, I'm going back and forth, and I'm hoping I'm on point, because I noticed some of the items that were sent in the agenda yesterday or when it was posted changed today. So I'm hoping, and we're looking at the same material. Did anything in that document change within the past 24 hours? Yes, I'm looking at, I'm just starting on page 1. But I wanted to be sure nothing had changed, because I had made notes from what I reviewed yesterday.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Excellent. So
No, ma'am.
some of my concerns, Councilwoman Kearney, I'm on point with you on this, is a timeline. I feel like this is a rushed timeline to try to train volunteers, to try to get them familiar with the charter to get this done. That's concerning to me. And we've also discussed, we haven't nailed down who would be on, if we did a committee, who would be on that. We've talked about 4 council and 3 residents. We've talked about 4 council, 2 residents, and a delegate. We've put out several different scenarios, but we haven't come to a consensus of what would best serve. And you did address something. Thank you, Mr. Cole. I said in phase 2 of looking over this, the first thing that we needed to include is community input, which would be those public hearings. So I appreciate you finding that.
and seeing that, because when you're talking about changing our charter, it's going to affect these residents. They should have a voice. They should have a say. This is their form of literally restructuring their form of government, and they should have an opportunity to have input.
Absolutely.
Let's see, Councilwoman Kearney did discuss special called meetings with council serving as a committee, and I think that's smart, to do that as far if we're going to go in this direction and having those meetings planned out. You did answer my question about has a member of the delegation been contacted? So yes, she contacted several of those. That is good. I'm still concerned about the tight timeline. So my suggestion is that the council serve as the committee and that we slow down that timeline so that we are thoroughly educated ourselves in what we're doing before we do it, and that we're all on the same page. I think trying to get volunteers in, and of course the delegation, absolutely delegation, but I think trying to get volunteers in that short period of time and get volunteers trained and committed to being, if we're going to have a timeline to get this done by this session, it's going to be difficult. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
You're welcome. Question before I acknowledge you, Councilwoman Fox. Councilwoman Messick, you said that you are on board with the council serving as the committee and slowing down the timeline.
Yes, ma'am.
But to slow down the timeline, but still make it for January 15th, or slow down the time, or make it for this upcoming session, or slow down the timeline.
I feel like if the council was working on this, we could still probably make it this session.
Okay, great. I was just making sure for clarity that that's what you
I think
meant.
so, but I think pushing it to be completed by January 15th, even for council, would be a big push. Coming into the holiday season, yes. So, but as Mr. Cole just stated, it doesn't have to be completed by January 15th. And if we're working on something, we're going to get community input and review before we decide if we're going to even approve this new form or these changes. The changes that are recommended aren't necessarily changes that we're going to make. So.
Okay. Wonderful. I just needed a little bit of clarity. I appreciate it. Thank you. Councilwoman Fox.
I agree, echoing Councilwoman Kearney and Councilman Messick. I think that a lot of the changes we're kind of already working on the charter, if I'm being honest, because we're making significant heavy lift policy changes that coincides with the charter. It's kind of like plugging it in. So I think that council should go ahead and just roll up our sleeves and get it done. I think that we can definitely meet the January, February deadline. And I believe that we're already working on it. We've already identified where the holes are and where we need to bridge the gap. Because that learning curve for a committee is going to be, we just don't have it this year. And then to include the public hearings and the delegations and making sure that we hear the community, I think will be the most efficient way to do this right and in a timely fashion.
Okay. Wonderful. I appreciate that. Anybody on this side? Any comments? No? Okay. I think my question would be, since if we're doing this as council, if everybody's doing it, then we're gonna have to go back and scrap the numbers, right? As far as the 7 committee, because 7 plus a delegate is 8, right? And so I guess my ask would be, because I did talk to Representative Bell, I hadn't talked to Mr. Flannery, but I don't know what their schedules look like. So is it a way we can plug and play or put both of them on there? So if one is busy, the other one could sit in there. As far as the meetings that we're having, so maybe we could just increase the number from 7 to 9 to include, let them be alternates of each other, just so that this is our task to put on our shoulders. But I just want to make sure if they're busy, it doesn't stop anything.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilwoman Kearney.
I thought, I guess in my mind, with the way we're doing it, it wouldn't really be a charter review committee. It would just be us having a public hearing and inviting our delegates to be, for lack of better words, our subject matter experts. And so this would pretty much probably be, motion to definitely, table indefinitely is what I'm thinking. Is that proper? Okay.
So my question, I guess, okay, so not a committee. We would still need to post public, in order for us to get together and talk about this. Right, we can't talk about this. And so we still have to be able to gather to talk about this multiple times. And I would think that the delegate members would need to be involved more than just at the special call meeting.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Carney.
Yes, but it would just be multiple special call meetings with our delegates involved.
So that they
So
can be
you're
part of the
saying
conversation as
every
it's
time.
ongoing.
Right.
Rather than coming in just at the public engagement parts of it.
So you're just saying there's no need to consider it a committee, and we'll just say that we'll be meeting with our delegates.
in public so that it meets all the Open Records Act requirements, but and also the citizens can come and speak on it as much as they would like, and then I'm thinking we just bring it back here and I don't know what the process is, but we vote to approve it and then it goes over to, you know, the Capitol.
Okay. I understand. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay, so the table indefinitely, but I do feel like something still needs to, I would like to still have a timeline on what this looks like for us. It doesn't have to be particularly what date the meeting would be, maybe like proposed dates, just so that we can ensure that we don't say, oh, we're going to do this as council and we don't talk about it again until September. We don't talk about it. We only have a couple of months. And so, and we have Thanksgiving and we have Christmas. And so, if we could still get a timeline on what that would look like for us, also so that we can effectively communicate with our delegates the time.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilman Kearney.
All right, so a couple suggestions on that. I'm thinking maybe if we want to agree to meet at least every 2 weeks, if not every 3 weeks, and I'll make sure I can, you know, get the schedules for our delegates to make sure that they're available on those specific days that we choose to meet. And then I think before we meet with them though, we're gonna have to have Attorney Wiley give us a list of at least the conflicts and the proposed changes, and then whatever we also want to see change in the charter, as well as I really kind of want to have at least our department heads. I don't know if that's getting too much in the weeds though. The department heads and city manager have a tap at it as well, but is that too much?
I for sure want the clerk to have comments on it because her name is all through there and some of it's outdated.
Right.
For what we're asking her to do.
Yeah, we can put something together. We already have. In fact, Ms. Thomas has put something together for me to use as I'm flipping through it, and we can just make a copy of that for y'all, and then yeah.
I can work with
Okay.
for a package, just need to figure out a date that we want to have it to them.
Can we have?
They can, and so then we'll have agendas too. So
Mhm.
your meetings can have some purpose, and y'all can obviously change it, but we can give our best, recommendations to you all.
Yeah.
That will work.
So, yes, thank you. Council, while we're discussing this, I know I'm a bit more flexible in my schedule than you all by nature of the fact that I don't have a traditional job. But I do want to keep in mind that we are an involved bunch, and I love that about us. I do not want to sign the staff up for continued days this late. And so can we talk about when we can do this during the day or as close to during the day so that they're not here this late? Because I foresee this being something that we're going to dive into and have differing opinions about. And I don't want them to have to be here late at night.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilman Kearney.
Yes, I think we talked about this when we last spoke at our the work session last week, but all of the dates that I asked for the delegates were all from 9 to 5. That is the only availability that they gave me, but that I also asked them for. So that 27th and 28th is only for us to play with from 9 to 5.
Okay, so can we please have Miss Yvette send out one of those wonderful survey thingies that she sends out to see when the days that work the best for council members so that y'all can have that going forward so you don't schedule. Like I know Cam's only off on certain days. Councilman Messick prefers Mondays. I know we might not be able to do everything on a Monday because we have 2 Mondays already spoken for per month, but just so that you all don't have to work and then scrap it and work again, so that you all can put that in. And I will say just council, just know we're going to have to be flexible. because we all do different things, but in the name of good. So just keep that in mind when you're filling that form out.
And so you want her to send out like a doodle poll to where we identify what days y'all are available between 9 to 5.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm so sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Kearney?
Great for the future, but I was wondering, can we still get this special call meeting scheduled for the 27th or the 28th? Can we do that tonight or no?
For August?
I think
Yes.
we have a special call meeting already on the 25th.
Mm.
And then we also have multiple special called meetings in September for the millage rate.
Mhm.
The 16th and the 23rd already.
What is it?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman Fox?
Here's what I recommend. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Here's what I recommend. I think, did that list, I guess, are we able to identify what in the charter we're going to review?
It's in the
so-
resolution. The
Yeah,
resolution speaks to several
Yeah.
things.
So let's work backwards. Let's identify, I think because we've already kind of done that. Let's figure out how much we can accomplish in one session, like realistically, give ourselves maybe like a 3-hour time block. With those items on the agenda, and then schedule all the dates that we're gonna need in order to attack the whole review. Just pencil it in.
Sure.
Yeah, pencil it in to say, okay, we're attacking 12 items and we're gonna need 4 total meetings.
days to do
Exactly,
that.
4 days, for example.
Okay.
And then schedule. Because that will allow us to know how much time we need, and we might be able, can fit at least 2 or 3 of those items in that special call meeting, possibly on the 25th. So let's give them the rest of this week. Is it possible to just give you the rest of this week to come up, like, let's just work backwards and then narrow down the date via email, and then we vote on it? How do y'all feel about that?
Okay, so you're proposing that they work backwards, create a calendar for how we're gonna have these meetings, and then we can go forward with deciding on whether the 27th or the 28th.
Not
works?
just the calendar, but the agenda as well. Everything that we're gonna attack, that will give us an idea of how long those meetings need to be. And then we go ahead and plug in, we know where we need to start, because we may not need to start this month. If we know how long the list is and what item can be on each agenda, then we can play around with our dates to say we have to be finished by this date. What does that look like? How many meetings does that consist of in the middle? Is it 6 meetings? Is it 8 meetings?
Mhm. Okay. And Councilwoman Kearney, you're wanting us, because you had already spoken to them about these dates, you're wanting us to nail something in.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not gonna lie, I would like for us to, I know it might be, being a little bit overzealous, but I mean, we gotta get this charter updated, is in my mind, so. I mean-
So here's what I will say, as a member of the comprehensive, the steering committee, I foresee that being a long meeting on the 25th. Depending on your all's questions. And I don't want to,
Mayor Pro Tem, City Clerk Jewett has just pointed out that tomorrow's going to be the 14th day before the meeting on the 25th. So we're not going to have time to advertise for anything additional on the 25th.
I don't want to add anything to the 25th. That's not what I'm asking. I'm just saying I don't want to stretch y'all thin by doing that one day and then doing it again 2 days later or the next day. I'm not trying to add anything on the 25th. What is your all availability on the 27th and 28th? Where are those? Do you know if people can get off of work? Was that just something you spoke to the delegates about? Like, let's go down.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem. So they told me they're pretty much available all day on the 27th and the 28th. However, they more so prefer the 27th. I know for me, I'm gonna be pretty much available after 2 p.m. So 2 p.m. and on the 27th. But I'm available all day on the 28th. But
Okay, so that's your availability. Councilman A. Dixon? Tentatively, I'm just asking, like, are these your days off? What do you, 27th and 28th? Yes, ma'am.
I think the first order of business is for you all to decide what form of government you want. Right? And that can be the first thing. And once you do that, that's like the threshold foundational, that deciding as a matter of first impression, what form of government y'all want to have. And I think, do you want to keep this strong mayor form of government, the council manager form of government, or what's the third one? Strong council, weak mayor form of government. And so what we'll do is what we were planning on doing. I can think of cities who have each of those. I know we can pull those charters. Y'all can see how it works and how those charters look. And y'all make that determination, go through the pros and cons of that. That's going to dictate, I think, everything else going forward. Because I think so. If you want to keep this same form of government, then we're going to have less things to worry about. If y'all want to change this form of government, then we're obviously going to have to decide. You want of the other two options. Maybe you all want to see and hear. We may be able to have somebody. Do y'all want to hear from people who may be in those other forms of government, just to hear from them if we can get them? One or two people to come and talk to y'all about
public hearings.
So maybe we can get some guests and they can tell you all their experiences. I know from personally, everybody wants what the other person has. I've seen that. Some people want what y'all have and what y'all want. So it's no perfect system, no perfect form of government, but those are the three. And maybe we can try to get some folks who will just come and talk to you about what they say and what they think. And I think that will orient us to the hard work of doing the next steps. That's my recommendation. And having the delegation there, they've seen it. I'm sure they represent entities of all the different forms of government too. They may have some war stories to share with y'all and for y'all to think about the pros and cons. But yeah, that could be the first meeting. You won't need a very big agenda for that. And then we can decide next how we're going to go to work.
Councilwoman Messick.
The attorney answered my question. What I would like to do at this time to get us back on point is I would like to make a motion to table the creation indefinitely of a charter committee. And I would also add to that motion that we allow the city manager and our city attorney to move forward with establishing a meeting pattern along with the information that we're going to need to move forward in charter changes.
Okay.
So the outline to be presented to us.
Wonderful. Thank you. The motion has been made.
Second.
Did Councilmember Kearney start off with the motion to table?
Yeah, we are. We're in a did she say
No, I didn't.
table?
I typed that you said you started it off, but did you? Okay.
I apologize.
Well, we're figuring out.
So I wasn't sure if y'all was just in discussion and she just didn't finish the motion, but I know
didn't
she
think I
started
said
off with a
anything.
motion.
I don't think I
Right.
made a motion though.
Okay.
You didn't.
I didn't make a motion.
I think that was Key Street.
I think she was
About
talking about
tabling
maybe
indefinitely.
Tabling.
I was
But she
speaking
didn't
about
officially
it.
make it.
I was
Okay.
speaking about it, but I
Yeah.
didn't specifically say
in
it.
an official motion.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
so Councilwoman Messick made the motion. Councilwoman Fox seconded the motion. We're currently in discussion. If there's any more discussion.
I do have a quick question, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
If we kept the mayor form of government, are we able to clean it up significantly so where the mayor is not possibly CAO?
Yes.
Okay.
So I
Yes.
think we'll get that information when they present all the different forms of government to us.
Yeah, because my concern is that I think any form of government can work. What will not work and with the unknown variables is the personalities behind the form of government.
On either side, council or mayor, I don't disagree.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Hold on
want us
one
to get into
second.
the
Councilman
sausage
Fox, are
making
you done?
here.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Councilman
Thank you.
Kearney?
All right, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't want to get into the sausage making of it here, but I did have a question. When we do meet for this first meeting, when we talk about which form of government we want, if there are some people, onesie twosies, who don't want a certain form of government as another, does it have to be majority? Does it have to be supermajority when it comes? Like when it comes to
That's a
us?
great question, and I don't know if you all, if you narrowed them down, do you want to hear from your constituents, the citizens, to say what they want? So, that's a great question. I think Blue and I would have to put our heads together and give y'all some better answers.
Right, I just wonder if that's a majority question or a supermajority question. Like, can it just be 4, or does it have to be 5, 6? Like,
It's 4. It's just simple majority unless y'all create a rule.
okay,
Otherwise.
all right, thank you.
And so, the delegate wouldn't have a vote.
It would be my preference that the delegates will be ex officio, not non-voting members. They will be advising y'all. They'll just be advisors.
Is there any way, in the due diligence that you all are about to do anyway, that we can kind of see if any surrounding cities has recently changed their charter and see what they went with as far as majority or supermajority when it comes to, I just think that's such a grave question.
You know, I saw, I think Brookhaven or Dunwoody, one of them, it's in their charter that they have to do a charter review every 2 years. And that, you like that? That seems, so I was surprised. And so every 2 years.
I think a review is fine. I think
Maybe it's
sitting into
Brookhaven.
the delegate.
It's one of the newer cities that were created. I'm going to look at what they did and how they did it and their charter, but I thought that was surprising. So we can, it probably is going to vary, Mayor Pro Tem. But there are a lot of jurisdictions that are doing this. We can find out. We can look at it.
Okay.
And make some recommendations.
Thank you. All right, motion on the floor has been appropriately second, and no further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, council.
Letter G, council to discuss an elected official initiative funds policy.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Council, this was an expanded version of what should have been in the packet last week. You will see that it has, you can see starting on page 441 that we have added additional language. The added language has been highlighted in yellow. Legal has reviewed it and finance has reviewed it as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Council, any questions?
Mayor Pro Tem, I do.
Councilman Fox.
Thank you. The only thing for me is that approval process is what I'm still struggling with, and I'm willing to hear from the council on this. Maybe it's the wording. I think that's what's probably bothering me is the wording.
And I'll be honest, our only job is to make sure that what y'all are spending follows the process. It should not be up to staff to tell any elected official what they should or should not spend the money on. That's not an area we want to get in. We just want to tell you that this is the process, this is the way that we need to follow it, and then as long as it's meeting these broader guidelines, you know, event A versus event B.
I think that's what it is. It's just the language. Yeah. Are we able to find a different, because when I think of approval process, it's like, okay, well, I can't do anything until city manager approves it. You know, so if we can just, this, for me, it's the language. If we can just fine tune the language. And then should the attorney be reviewing every, yeah, that's redundant work. I mean, should the attorney be, because it says now it has to go to the attorney and
I would think that will only be in extraordinary circumstances and not a matter of routine. That's how I read this, so.
I want to take out like the root, if we can just unless I read it wrong, I'm sorry. It just, was that routine language?
I think in case there was a problem. That's
Okay,
what
this was
Legal
only
uncertainty.
Only if
for
it
the
was a
appeal.
problem.
It's only legal uncertainty.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's
Okay.
legal uncertainty.
Okay, good.
But yeah, I don't want to be involved in the routine. But I will say that some jurisdictions put these type of requests on the consent agenda when it's from the special initiative, so it's approved by council. Some neighboring jurisdictions do that, so that there is a public record and there's a vote. Y'all do it. I'm not sure. We're past that here, but I just would be remiss if I didn't say that.
Yeah, I'm good. We just have to be very,
So I will say that the dollar amounts that are in your special initiatives do not rise to the 3 bids required or
Right.
council approval being
Mhm.
required. It is up underneath our procurement thresholds. It's more, it just more looks at like the timing of it. I think and taking out, striking out the language for approval or, you
yeah.
know,
What would you just say? What did you just say about the procurement? Because this is saying you need 3 bids.
right. And that was the other thing that I was going to point out is if it's $2,500, well, anything under $49.99 doesn't need 3 bids. Or is it $24.99?
Right. I don't believe that has to be the case for that. Now, right now, I don't even know. I think that is right where our initiative funds is, but I understand it's being in here in case it gets any higher than that going forward. But I don't think that the requirement for a bid process is
It is not met by
necessary.
this, right?
Another question I have is, does the finance department's 5-day confirmation of budget availability and the city manager designee 5-day, are those the same 5 days or does one start after the other?
I would say that they start at the same time because the minute, if something comes to me, it should come to both of us at the same time.
Mhm.
Okay, I like that. I want to ensure that that's in there though, stated that way so that it's never, well, you get 10 days before I don't.
Mhm.
Reimbursement shall be prohibited except in extraordinary circumstances, approved in advance by the finance director and city manager. I
would
don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Reviewed in advance by city manager and finance. Take out the word approved and just have it be reviewed.
Take out the word prohibited.
Mm.
Or find maybe find. So here's my, and I think I spoke about this previously. For my Christmas event, there's no way for me to know because I go and shop, right, in advance. What beyond saying I may utilize my entire initiative fund, there's no, because I bring receipts, and so there's no way for me to, unless I just make a blanket statement and say that, and I don't know how many other people are running into that also. For example, at Bubble Day, I ran out of bubbles. I had to leave and go buy more bubbles. Is that just on me because it was in advance for an extraordinary situation? And so I just don't want to have language that, not saying our current city manager, or if we'll ever get another city manager, I'm not saying our current mayor, not saying our current council, not saying our current finance director, but I just don't want language that will hold up too much the wonderful things that we're trying to do for the residents in the city. And so I want to ensure we follow a process, but I don't want it to be too restrictive in nature because, one, we have a bunch of new it's just a lot of reasons where this might be an issue in my opinion. So maybe we can, if you want to pencil it down to a certain amount, but I just would like that language to be less restrictive.
I think if it's just reviewed, I mean, I'm with you on the restrictive language and loosening that a little bit.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Let him finish this. Will you finish your thought, city manager? Okay. Councilwoman Fox.
I was going to recommend that we go ahead and table this because I feel like we just kind of still need to talk through it unless somebody has an event that's coming up. I would like to make a motion to go ahead and table this item to the September the first meeting in September.
The
so-
second.
So that we can have time to
Any
hash
dis-
this out.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks.
We'll work it out.
Yeah, that gives us time.
All right. Okay. Item H, council to consider adopting a resolution reconstituting the governing board of the Urban Redevelopment Agency of the City of Jonesboro as an independent board of commissioners and superseding the 2024 designation of the Downtown Development Authority membership as the URA board.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Council, this resolution has been updated with the conversation around some of the language that we had at our last meeting. If you flip to page 454, you will see that under section 4, we have updated 4 commissioners, City of Jonesboro serving at the time of the appointment. 3 shall be persons who do not hold elective office. Flip over to the next page, section 6 has each of the names as requested with the term expiration for a year, August 10th of 2027. And then the elected status has been updated. To my knowledge, those were well, and we also cleaned up some of the dates in here. There were several in July and now it's in August. So those were the updates that we made to it. Of course, it's still due a final review or glance over by legal, and otherwise it's good to go.
You said it needs a glance over by legal or has
I-
had one?
Just, you're good. Okay, no, ma'am, it doesn't. She's good.
Okay, wonderful. And once their term expires, they can just fill the seat again, right? There's no. Okay, in August, okay. I didn't know if it needed to align when we do all of the rest of our appointments. Okay, any questions, council?
No question.
Okay, so can we get a motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All in
Mayor Pro
favor?
I got you.
Sorry. Both of y'all had questions? Okay, Councilman Dixon.
Yeah, just wanted to say,
Yep.
Go ahead, Ms.
Oh,
Cole.
So the appointees, seat 1 is Donia Sarter. Seat 2 is Santia Fox. Seat 3 is Cameron Dixon. Seat 4 is Alfred Dixon. Seat 5 is Gavin McGuire. Seat 6 is Hazel Barker. And seat 7 is Jamel Williams. All terms expire on August 10th, 2027. Oh, and Donia L. Sarter is designated as the chair and Santia Fox as the vice chair.
No, it sounds great. The only thing I just wanted to say, did y'all call for?
Discussion, yes, Councilman
Yeah.
Dixon.
Just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Hazel Barker for staying with us all night long and seeing this through. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, I think you had a.
That's exactly what I wanted to know, if we were approving the individuals tonight or just the policy, but it sounds like we're doing both. I'm good.
Awesome. Councilwoman Messick.
That's what I was gonna ask. Do we need to formally appoint Miss Hazel to the committee? To have it? Do we have it?
They're all named in a resolution already, so I think if we approve the
We
resolution,
approve
it's
the
fine.
resolution, we're
Mhm.
good. Okay, perfect.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Any other discussion, council? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
New business, letter B, council to consider updates and revisions to the City of Jonesboro personnel policy.
All right, so Mayor Pro Tem Council, this is for council to consider revisions to the City of Jonesboro's personnel policy by City Attorney Wiley as a special project.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilwoman Fox?
Can we state the amount out here or does that need to be in executive session? Okay, so I spoke to Attorney Wiley. She agreed to go ahead and do this special project for us, not to exceed 12,000, I'm sorry. So first it was like, I think a little bit over 20,000. Yeah. Line item B.
Where's the money coming from? Where do we say?
Oh, where it's coming from?
That's what-
Personnel
that's what you're asking?
savings? Where can it
Yeah,
come from?
It would, professional services. would be
Professional
more
services.
appropriate.
Okay, thank
Mhm.
you. Professional services.
Mhm.
So at this time, can I go ahead and make a motion? At this time, I would like to make a motion to go ahead and, I'm sorry, y'all, it's late.
Mhm.
To consider updates and revisions of the, city of the Jonesboro personnel policy in the amount of $12,000 to come from professional services.
So second, sorry.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can you include Attorney Wiley's name in there?
Yes, and a date for this to be paid and started.
Okay, so let's
Yes.
walk it all back. Couns-
Okay, okay. You already started. We just, okay, good. Yeah, I'll restate the motion, I'm sorry. Council to consider updates and revision, at this time, I would like to make the motion for council to consider updates and revision of the City of Jonesboro personnel policy in the amount of $12,000 to be done by Attorney Wiley.
To come
Council
from
to-
professional services.
To come, not to exceed $12,000, to come from professional services
Line item.
line item.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, City Attorney, for taking this task on and for the
Yes.
discounted price. We appreciate you.
Letter C, council to consider approval of an addendum to the contract for finance director services with Jatax Consulting LLC.
The mayor, and this is a on-site, addendum to allow the finance director who serves as a consultant, to decide each week which days she wants to be on site to perform her services for the city. She will have 4 days on site with the exception of next week, which will only be 3 days. And also, each week she will provide a schedule so that we'll know when the contractor will be here. And the holidays, of course, if the city is not open for a full 5-day week, then you can't require a 4-day on-site work schedule. I have sent this to Ms. Karen. She is fine with these revisions. I worked through these with her. She is fine with them. So if it's the pleasure of the council, you can approve it.
Councilwoman Messick.
Motion to approve the aforementioned Jack's Tax Consulting addendum to our financial director's contract for her to be on property 4 days a week.
Second.
And to share that schedule with us.
Second.
Awesome. Thank you. I have a motion. It's appropriate. Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great.
Letter D, council to consider approval of an addendum to the professional service contract for legal services with the Wiley Law Firm.
So, Mayor Pro Tem Council, as you can tell, we have asked our attorney to do a great deal of legal work. And it seems like each month it grows, we're always finding extra stuff for her to do. And so in recognition of this, we would like to propose that we increase her monthly retainer to $18,500. And this also narrows and clarifies the matters that will be treated as special projects. And they will be limited to litigation, legal services provided to an authority, agency, board, or other entity, or a discrete legal project for the city whose defined scope is reasonably anticipated to require more than 40 hours of attorney time. The addendum does not change the firm's general scope of services or the remaining terms. All provisions not expressly modified remain in effect. And if a conflict arises between the addendum and the original agreement, the addendum will control.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the addendum to the professional services contract for legal services with the Wiley Law Firm, PC.
Second.
Wonderful. I think my only question would be, how long is this contract?
So a year. A year.
Okay, wonderful. That's it. Not that I'm opposed to I'm just hoping that by next year we won't be asking you to do so much because we have cleaned up the city. The city policies, the city is. Okay, wonderful. Any other discussion, council? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
E, council to consider approval of an employee workplace dignity policy for elected officials.
Oh, that's me. Hey, okay. Yep. All right. So basically, guys, it just ensures that we do our best to speak to each other in appropriate ways. City Attorney, if you could just kind of summarize this for them a little bit. Thanks.
I certainly can. So this was inspired by Mayor Pro Tem. She's been very adamant about this, and I will tell you, it was hard to write because some things seemed like no-brainers. So it was very difficult to put this on paper, y'all. So what this does, it recognizes that city employees who are your valuable assets. I mean, none of this can happen without your wonderful employees. That they should be able to perform their duties without being subjected to personal insults, verbal abuse, intimidation, retaliation, or other conduct inconsistent with the responsibilities of public office. The balance of that is that elected officials must remain free to exercise their lawful executive, administrative, legislative, and investigative authority. So what this policy does is intended to regulate abusive conduct towards employees without restricting legitimate supervision, oversight, or legislative inquiry. Going to page 490 in your packets, it recognizes, I won't read it verbatim, but that the employees of the city of Jonesboro are essential to the city's ability to serve its residents. They administer city programs, protect the public, maintain facilities, and carry forward the work of the city through changing administrations and elected leadership. So the purpose of this policy, it applies equally to the mayor and every council member when interacting with or speaking about city employees in connection with city business. The policy governs the manner in which elected officials exercise public authority. It does not restrict the substance of legislative debate, legitimate governmental inquiry, lawful supervision of employees, personnel decisions, or even criticism of city operations or employee performance. Line 49, 49, 51, prohibited conduct. An elected official, and Mayor Pro Tem, I'll just say the 8 things out there, like 8 or 9 actual items that are prohibited. An elected official should not engage in any of the following conduct toward or concerning a city employee while acting in an official capacity or in connection with city business. Number 1, no personal insults, name calling, and ridicule. Elected officials should not call an employee a derogatory name or direct a personal insult toward the employee. Characterize an employee as stupid, ignorant, worthless. Mock, mimic, or imitate an employee. Use a slur, degrading epithet, or other term directed at the employee's protected characteristics. Attack the employee's intelligence, character, or personal worth. Number 2, no elected official shall engage in yelling or directed profanity and verbal berating. An elected official shall not shout or yell directly at an employee during ordinary workplace interaction, direct profanity, obscene language, or an obscene gesture, repeatedly interrupt an employee for the purpose of preventing the employee from answering authorized questions, subject an employee to sustained verbal berating, continue shouting at or berating an employee after the employee has reasonably requested that the interaction proceed in a professional manner. Of course, there's always an exception. Raise voices when it's necessary to address an emergency, warn of danger, restore order during a public meeting, or be heard in a loud environment. No elected official shall threaten, coerce, or physically intimidate an employee. You can't threaten an employee with discipline for a personal reason or for a reason unrelated to city business. Threaten an employee for reporting misconduct or participating in an authorized review or providing truthful information. Deliberately block an employee's entrance, exit, or movement. Corner an employee. Engage in unwanted physical contact. A lawful warning that deficient performance or misconduct may result in an unauthorized personnel action is not a prohibited threat. Elected officials should not publicly humiliate employees or improperly disclose confidential information. Again, can't call derogatory names, mock, make a factual accusation that the official knows to be false, or disclose medical information, personal contact information, or other information. 5, the elected official cannot use their public office for a personal purpose, can't direct or pressure an employee to perform a personal errand, private service, family task, use an employee's position or city resource to obtain a personal benefit, direct or threaten an adverse personnel action for a personal reason unrelated to the employee's city work, exercise of authority not granted. So an elected official shall not direct, supervise, assign a disciplined employee unless the official has authority to do so under the charter and ordinance and the action of the council or the employee's established chain of command. This prohibition does not prevent an elected official from asking questions, requesting information, criticizing performance, raising concerns about city operations, or proposing action by mayor and council. No elected official shall enforce non-existent or unauthorized policies. An elected official shall not represent that a policy, a rule, procedure, or employment is in effect when it has not been lawfully adopted or issued. Continue to enforce a purported policy after receiving notice that the policy has not been adopted. Discipline, threaten to discipline, or recommend discipline against an employee for violating a requirement that did not exist at the time of the alleged violation. Deny employee compensation or another benefit based on a requirement that did not exist at the relevant time, or establish a new requirement and then enforce it retroactively as though it had been previously in effect. There is a good faith mistake concerning the existence of or meaning of a policy does not standing alone constitute conduct when the official promptly corrects the mistake after receiving accurate information. No retaliation because an employee made a good faith report under this policy. And 9, elected official avoids stating as fact an accusation they know to be false and should not disclose information made confidential by law. Those are the, this is really hard to write, but I do think I tried to cover everything that I have in my conversations with Mayor Pro Tem, I think, and some other council members. I think I tried to get everything. If I missed something, let me know. There is a complaint process. If an elected official violates this policy, employees can make a complaint. We probably need to get some forms to go with these policies, and I'll talk with Ms. Maria and Cole about and Mr. Cole about that. And y'all, the disciplinary action is by this body. You all can either do a public reprimand or a public censure, depending on the severity. You give an opportunity of the person to respond, the accused person to respond. That's the basic due process. You all make those decisions, and then you can decide whether to do a public reprimand or a public censure. This is a policy. This is not a part of the ethics code. It's just a policy of council, and I think I covered it all.
Thank you so much, City Attorney. I appreciate that. I had a text about my baby and I could not do both. And so thank you so much. Again, hills I'm willing to die on, right? And so It should go without saying, which is probably why it was so difficult to write. But now it's said. And so I'm hoping going forward that this is something that's easy to put in place and that we ensure dignity for all of our employees and that we all hold ourselves to a particular standard when it comes to dealing with the people who keep the city going. So council, if you don't have any questions, I would appreciate a motion. Councilman Fox.
I do have a question. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Miller, for working with the attorney on this, much needed. Number one, my heart goes out to anyone who had to endure that. So as you can see, as a governing body, we have decided to do what we need to do for our city under all circumstances. Number two, does this include, I know this is common sense, but unfortunately, we just, we are where we are. Does this include via email as well? No verbal abuse via email?
No, this doesn't really talk about emails. But I'm assuming that if someone sent, for example, if someone sent an email saying that you're insulting or mocking or whatever, that would be a violation of the policy.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't distinguish.
So
acting anytime, if you sent an email using your city email to an employee, to their city email address, and you called them an insult, you mocked them, or you made some derogatory remark about them, then that would be a violation of this policy.
Okay. And via text message as well. I just want to make sure all of our communication channels are covered.
So why don't I just put that in here just to make it clearer?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I
Email,
don't.
text, all forms of communication to include email, text. I even want to put social media on there. I don't know.
Mayor Pro
But
Tem, I was just
all
about to,
forms of communication, all.
Okay.
I don't know. Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilman McCartney.
So I hear you. I support you. However, I want to make sure we can do what we're looking to do. Because when you talk about social media, like especially personal social medias, I don't necessarily know if it's against the rules for,
No,
let's just
that's
say,
different.
I, as an elected official, wanted to use my personal social media or even my elected social media to talk about our city manager. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, that would, your personal social media. So I would say not on using public, on your city social, don't use city social media accounts to do it. If I would, I can't fathom all right, so listen, we're only gonna govern official communications and official website and social media. The private ones, you can do what you want, First Amendment.
That is my understanding. That'll work for me.
Yeah.
I'll take
We're
that.
not acting in our official capacity.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's it. At this time, with those changes, I would like to make a motion, unless anybody else.
Go ahead.
At this time, I would like to make a motion to go ahead and approve, where am I, y'all?
E under new business.
E, council to consider approval of employee workplace dignity policy for elected officials to include the amendment to add, when acting in official capacity, all forms of communication. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any discussion?
Appreciate the thoroughness. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councilman Dixon, Councilman McCartney? No? I just want to say, Attorney Wiley, thank you so much. I know I've been your ear a few times about this, and so I really appreciate it. And I know the employees appreciate it as well.
We'll add this to the training. We'll add this to the grievance policy.
It can follow the same timeline for pushing out as well? Okay, wonderful. Thank you guys so much. If there are no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much,
Mayor Pro
council,
Tem,
so much.
would this go into effect immediately?
Yep, it's gonna follow the same timeline as the grievance policy, 48 hours to push out,
Okay, awesome.
14 days of training.
That'll work.
Madam Clerk?
Yes. Letter F, council to discuss fee waiver for the use of Lee Street Park large amphitheater.
So Mayor Pro Tem Council, this is the discussion about Jonesboro Neighborhood Days, holding an event at Lee Street Park. I absolutely support the idea of having a neighborhood day. The thing that I want to caution you about though is if we approve this fee waiver, then that means the city is going to be paying the police department for security during this event, and the city would be absorbing any overtime or any other personnel time that goes into doing this. Now, again, I want to say, I think this is a great idea. I think this is something that we should do. I just want to caution y'all though on approving these fee waivers, because that money and the time has to come from somewhere. And if it is a regular city event that we schedule out and we know it's coming up and we can budget for, that's one thing. But if it's a semi-annual celebration that we haven't officially done for a while, this particular application speaks to having about 100 people there. According to Chief Cato, we need at least one PD officer. And again, I'm not saying that the city can't pay for officers, but I want y'all just to know that if we give a fee waiver, then the city is absorbing the cost.
Question. Looking at the computation, the fee computation, refundable deposit, cleaning fee, security fee, and then amphitheater fee. Is there a way that we can ensure that PD is paid? So you pay the refundable deposit, you pay the cleaning fee, you pay the security fee, and the amphitheater fee for this one time is something we consider waiving? Can it work that way, or would it have to be all or nothing?
We could waive portions of it. Well, okay, so first off, y'all are the governing body. Anything y'all decide as a majority.
I try not to take that approach, but that's what my mind was thinking.
So I think it would be appropriate to waive some of the fees, but also say in recognition of the time that staff will spend, there will be some, no? Oh, there will be some fees that will be required. As into including insurance and insurance coverage for the city, and then coverage for essential city staff.
I'm gonna hear from council, and I'll come back. Councilman Fox.
So, I would like to go ahead and echo what Mayor Pro Tem Miller stated, to the extent of, this was brought to us months ago, right? We did drop the ball on it by not putting it in place. And I believe that when it was originally brought to us, it was brought to us for us to do it as a city. So it was for us to go ahead and initiate. So I don't think that, and I think that this is something that we should do every year. So because of that, I would like to absorb all the costs and we go ahead and do this and we just bring this back. This is not something that we unfortunately, we just haven't done it underneath this administration, and we would like to bring it back because this is part of the history that the community has come to love, and we should bring this back. So I know it's last minute. I am willing to jump in. I've already spoken to the Mr. Henderson. I am willing to jump in and assist because I know that y'all got a lot on y'all plates, and I thank y'all for putting it on the agenda and moving it forward. So I'll come up here for meetings. We can partner up with the beautification committee because that day on August 22nd, we're having community cleanup day. So that's another thing we need to decide time exactly. So community cleanup days from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I believe, and maybe we can roll right into that. We can, like I said, we can work with, it's the neighborhood is going to be out cleaning up anyway. So let's just go ahead and roll right into that, where we have one group on the lawn barbecuing and then the other group cleaning up. Yeah, cleanup days from 10 a.m. to 2.
Councilman Fox, were you finished?
I believe so. Yeah, but I would like to, when it was originally proposed to us, it was proposed to us for us to take it on. Yes.
Okay, I just want
Councilwoman Kearney.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure, what all are we signing ourselves up for right now? Because it sounds like, from what I got from our city manager, I thought we were just signing ourselves up for basically the security aspect of it and maybe like the cleanup aspect of it. But now I'm wondering, like, is this going more into like a city event, or are they handling that? Like, what all are we, I guess, paying for?
So from my understanding, I think that the paying for, or it could be looked at as like in kind, is us waiving the fee for the amphitheater and all that comes with it. So the fee for the amphitheater deposit, the ask is the fee for the amphitheater deposit security, and a cleaning fee, and then perhaps if Public Works has overtime or something like that, if any city staff would be assigned to it, that overtime would be something that we would encompass or that we would take on as well. I think it's the ask.
Okay, so they're doing everything else.
No.
That's what it's
They're
sounding
not,
like.
the food and all is not them?
May I speak?
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilman.
It's okay. So that's what I'm saying. So if the city of, that's a great question, Councilman Kearney. Thank you so much for bringing that up. So when I spoke to Mr. Henderson, he was asking possibly, I put a $5,000 cost to it based on the conversation that I had to him, and I wanted to talk to you guys about that tonight. I don't think it's gonna cost that at all, though. We would have a DJ that do like line dancing, you know, because it's a community event. People will bring their tents. We'll have grills out there. So I'm thinking that maybe we can purchase some food like hot dogs because the community, I know. We would have had time to plan this. Keep in mind, he did come before us like 3 months ago.
I'm hearing you. I can't control my face.
I know. I know. Because when I talked to him, I was like, ooh. But at the same time, what can I say if he came to us like 3 months ago? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You want to?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Kearney.
I do understand you, but I think he came to us 3 months ago with the idea that we would plan it. And I do understand that. And we didn't really act on it because there were possibly competing priorities, other events that were happening at our amphitheater and stuff like that. And now I think in my mind, when he came back, you know, this last time, it was more of like, we're going to do it. We're going to take it on, but we just need, you know, the city to support and facilitate. But now we're talking about basically having an event on August 22nd that we're going to be in charge of, we're going to be putting on. And I just don't really, I mean, I guess if you can lay it out to me, I just don't really see it. And then even like the cost of it, so $5,000.
May I speak?
Yeah, go ahead. And then I have something to say. Go ahead.
Okay. Here's my thing. We have an amazing community and they really don't ask for much. They don't. They're paying taxes. I think that they should have a right, in my opinion, to decide how taxpayer dollars be spent, right? We don't have a large budget for events. Normally in the past, we would have events every few months. And I understand that's why I'm volunteering my time so that we can pull this off. In the grand scheme of things, we'll need a police officer. We'll need, you know, a DJ. And I believe that there is one already in mind. We just have to confirm the date and then we'll need some food. All of the volunteers are coming. The community basically are the volunteers. They're bringing their tents, they're bringing their lawns, and they just want to be able to have a space where they can just kind of hang out, meet each other, and chill. So we're not, and then hopefully in the future, we can assign a theme color, you know, like a shirt. I was thinking orange or something that says neighborhood. We can still do that. And it doesn't have any print on it, but we can say, hey, everybody, wear this color this day as a show of unity. So I don't think it has to be complicated. Again, I'm willing to put my foot where my time is, you know, whatever the saying is, so that I can assist, because I know that this comes at a cost to the staff. This comes at a cost of time to the staff. And again, we don't really have too many people coming up here making requests. So when they do make a request, especially if they have came several times, I would like to honor that.
So here's one second, Councilman Kearney. I hear you, Councilman Fox. I'm not necessarily opposed because hills I die on, residents just as much as employees. I am concerned about the timeline and the turnaround. Was the ball dropped? Perhaps I do recall him coming here. Why the ball was dropped? That doesn't change the fact that we're asking to do this in 12 days. I would like some buy-in. Again, to Councilman Kearney's point, they were doing this on their own for quite some time. And I would like some buy-in from them. I don't know if that needs to be the cost of the police officer, the deposit, to ensure that they police themselves as much as we would. You see what I'm saying? It's a different thing when you put money on the line and, hey, we're not gonna do this, I'm not gonna get my deposit back. So something, the food and the DJ, I suppose, I'd be interested to know where the money is gonna come from. I'd be interested it to be that, to know that the DJ and those people need to have certain, they need to have LLC, they need to have business, because that process, they ask for a W-9, like they can't just be, you know what I mean? And then I guess my question as far as liability, if Councilwoman Fox puts her name on it, does that then take away the need for the liability insurance? Because now the city's insurance will cover that event.
Meaning if it was a sponsored event by Councilwoman Fox?
Councilwoman Fox, yeah, in conjunction with the neighborhood or something like that.
I don't think do we normally for y'all's initiatives, y'all don't have to do anything extra with insurance for your.
I don't. Once our name is on it, I've never heard anything extra about insurance.
Then I guess that's the answer, right? So if it's a sponsored event with Councilwoman Fox, yes, I think it would go by the normal processes.
Okay, so that would be something
without
you have to put
requiring insurance.
your
Yeah,
name
I'm
on
willing
that.
to, yes, I'm sorry, may I speak?
Councilwoman Kearney had asked first, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Kearney.
So, Finance Director, if you could please let me know how much money is left over in our city events, that'd be great. And then, I'm just wondering about all the different sunken costs that we're not thinking about. Like even thinking about a DJ, I'm like, okay, is the DJ gonna host, or now do we need a host? Like I'm just running through, all those different things. I know we don't really have to worry about parking, but like even, okay, we're gonna have food. Where's it gonna be set up at? Like, are we gonna have people serving it? I'm sorry, I'm thinking about all the costs that we're not thinking about. And maybe I'd feel more comfortable if there was some type of paperwork on it or something that you could present. Or I know this is hindsight is 2020 right now. I just don't know how to get there. I'm trying to get to a yes solution, but I guess I just need all the things to make it make sense. Because right now, I'm not gonna lie, it's not really making sense to me. It's not really giving me fiscally conservative vibes either. But I'm just trying to get there.
Councilwoman Fox.
I would say, I can go ahead and prepare everything for y'all. The thing is, we're not gonna have another meeting for me to go ahead and present it to y'all. So I don't mind communicating via email. I am going to be in Taylor's office probably in the next couple of days if she's available.
Not tomorrow.
With a tree and some flowers and a smile and be like, but I am going to be 1,000 hands on deck. I don't mind putting my name on it. Again, I personally talked to Mr. Henderson. This used to be, the history of it is this used to be a neighborhood for the entire community. And when the new administration came on, it just didn't happen anymore. So it's not, what they did was they went ahead and did it on their own because the new administration did not take it on. So it's like, okay, they wanted to keep this up, which I'm very proud that, again, we have some amazing residents.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'm willing to roll my sleeve up and we do it like a family picnic. Basically, we're having a family picnic at the park. And all the residents are gonna volunteer, right, Miss Mary?
That's right.
Councilman A. Dixon.
Yes. Chief, can you speak to how we did Jonesboro Days in the past when it came to security and food and drinks?
So in the past, it actually didn't have anything to do with the administration change. More happened around COVID. So when I first started working here, they were doing Jonesboro Days at Arnold Park. They had 2 police officers that have family that live in that area, so they handled the security at that because they were already going to be in attendance and they had their friends come out. So that's where Jonesboro Days was held, was Arnold Park. He said they outgrew it. I tend to agree because we had numerous complaints of parking on the street, blocking Watterson Street, blocking Irvin Street, throughout the years that I've worked here. And when he initially proposed this, I was like, "You're going to bring more than 100 people." And he's like, "Oh, no, that was the old days." But I still disagree, especially if you have it at Lee Street Park. And some of the concerns, the areas he was asking about was county property. We don't own the lot where the library is. Right. Even when we do our events, we coordinate with the county and say, "Hey, we're going to use this parking," and the schools we have to coordinate with Chief Walker with Clayton County Public Schools to have school resource officers come out, unlock the gates because they lock those in the evening times. So those have to be unlocked. We have to coordinate with multiple people to make sure that we can utilize their property even when we have our city events. So we can't authorize someone to be able to use their property for their event.
Gotcha. And I know you speaking about Jonesboro Days in the past at Arnold Park.
Mhm.
Could you speak to the Jonesboro? You speaking to Jonesboro Neighborhood Days? Can you speak to the Jonesboro Days that we would have? We had the Firehouse Museum.
Yeah, and those were a lot smaller.
But I
of
mean, just
course.
like how do we just handle those things? The food, the drinks.
So even
I know
then,
we didn't have a bunch of
it was either a council person's initiative or they joined in with them to partner for a certain event, whether it was bingo or the music night, whatever the case may be. But they were so small that the parking lot across the street where Nouveau is now, that everybody could park there and just walk across the street. So only police presence was just generally inside the facility or outside facility from time to time.
Okay.
But I definitely think that if we're going to have the engagement from the city level and it's going to be more than just a normal park rental, it's going to take more than one police officer.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Dixon, can
Yeah, please.
I? Councilman Fox, you said 5,000. Was 5,000 encompassing this $3,000 that fee waiver, or you're thinking $5,000 outside of this $3,000 fee waiver?
I didn't know. So if I put thank you. If I put my name on it, then I didn't know the applicant sent in an application. So I would like for us to go ahead and just scratch the application. I will just go ahead and take this on and put my name on it. That way there is no application process involved to it. We can just.
Miss Maria still gonna want the application. But I
She
see
still
what you're
want to,
saying.
okay, I can.
The bottom
submit
part
one.
won't
That's
be
fine. I can
applicable.
submit one tomorrow. I'll have it to you tomorrow, Miss Maria.
And so still the ask, because you're saying hot dogs,
Yeah,
the
the
DJ.
ask is for a DJ. The ask is for, do we have, Taylor, do we have like games, like, what do you call them?
We have cornhole.
Yeah,
we have
cornholes. We have those
Connect
games.
Four,
Jenga.
Jenga.
Okay, that's perfect. Those, some of the stuff we already have.
So-
Food and drinks, that's what it's, again, I don't think we're gonna use all 5,000, so the $5,000 ask is for the DJ as well as the food.
Can 5,000? Can the ask be like less than 5?
That's fine,
I
it
guess
can
I'm-
be 3, yeah. I don't think we're gonna use a 5 at all.
I would say the 5,000 doesn't be budget. So yeah, we can even get some games, but I would say
I was thinking like 2.
2,000?
I was thinking
Okay.
2.
Okay, perfect.
That
I'll
feel
take
better
that.
for everybody. 2,000 easy
Okay,
lift.
I'll take that.
No fee waiver needed
No
because
fee waiver.
it's
Yeah,
Councilman
I'm
Fox's
putting my name
event
on the
now.
application. I'll submit it tomorrow.
And so insurance will cover that too. Compromise. So somebody talk us through what this needs to look like for the motion.
25. That's perfect. 25. I'll take 25. Thank you, y'all.
Coming from, okay, so are we in discussion? Have we made a motion? We just started chatting.
I think we started chatting.
Okay, so council to discuss fee waiver for use of Lee Street Park large amphitheater. What does that need to look like for the motion?
Yeah, take no action on that.
Okay,
Mhm.
so now I will entertain a motion for 2,500 to be utilized for Jonesboro Day to come from
Contingencies.
contingencies. Council, I will accept the motion. I'll accept the motion to approve $2,500 for Jonesboro Day to come from contingency fund.
So made.
Okay. To move the money from contingencies to special events as a budget amendment.
I will, so they need to amend the motion to include all of that language?
Please.
Okay, Councilwoman Fox, can you amend your motion to include, to say that $2,500 will be utilized for Jonesboro Day to come from the contingency line item, per budget amendment to go to city events?
Yes.
City events? Okay, yes.
At this time, I would like to make, I would like to amend my motion for Jonesboro Neighborhood Day to allot $2,500 to come from contingency line item into city events line item. By a budget amendment.
One more time.
Second.
Wonderful. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Wonderful. Thank you so much, Council. Thank you so much, Councilman Fox. Thank you so much, Mr. Henderson, if you're out there listening.
He was here earlier.
That's why I said listening. I'm hoping he's on, tuned in live. All right.
Letter G, council to consider approval of the following invoices from MRJ Commercial Contractors, Inc. Invoice number 1167 for $21,600 and invoice 1178 for $5,000.
Mayor Pro Tem Council, these are two pending invoices that we have from MRJ Commercial. They are the contractor that has completed the new Public Works building at 100 Gloria Drive. We have, as the project is finishing up, we are working towards getting all of their invoices paid. These are two smaller invoices that we can go ahead and get approved tonight before we come back and bring you the bigger invoice that completes everything. These two items have been approved, have been reviewed, approved, and we just need your blessing to go ahead and cut the checks and get it out to them.
And this is coming from the budget already in Public Works? Right. Where's it coming from?
I believe it's coming from Splost, but I wasn't here when the determination was made where the money was coming from, so I can't.
Can Ms. Karen
I
answer
believe
that?
it's,
Mayor.
okay, from Splost, 21.
Splosh, okay. Councilman Messick?
I believe we actually transferred money from some of our ARPA funds to that Public Works project. If you go back and look and see, I believe we did, I believe Council, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman A. Dixon may recall that we did designate some ARPA money to be used for that. So I would look in that area before you go to SPOST.
Okay, yes, ma'am, we can do that. To be determined.
So could the motion say approval of MRJ Commercial Contractors invoice 116, invoice 1178, 1167, 1178 to come from ARPA funding if ARPA funding if not SPLOS?
Yes, ma'am.
SPLOS 21. Okay, Council, I entertain a motion.
So made.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Letter H, council to discuss and approve $15,000 for the Harvest Festival on October 30th, 2026.
Okay, Council. So this is me. I've spoken with a few of you all in reference to the Harvest Day Festival and the vision for it. And I will speak to the price adjustment that the mayor asked me to make prior to this meeting. So Harvest Day is just like a fall festival. Sometimes people see Harvest Day and they think like we're picking food. It's a fall festival for the city. We're looking to ensure that we're not stepping on any toes from any festivals that's being held in the city or the county. The proposed date is October 30th, the day before Halloween. The vision, and my apologies for not having the appropriate budget in front of you all, or a budget in front of you all. But the vision would basically be the green space in front of the large amphitheater will be filled with attractions for family, whether a petting zoo, bubble artists, bouncy houses. There'll be game trucks, there'll be food trucks. In the space in front of the little amphitheater, there will be a vendor marketplace. We will also include our artisan market under the pavilion. Under the front long pavilion where they're usually set up before they moved on the main street. We'll also have pumpkin painting under the pavilion, under the tables, and in hopes of being in partnership with Arts Clayton. And it'll also be a whole rollout plan for the entire month where we will be harvesting history by having interviews with the most, I don't want to say most seasoned, with the members of our community that have memories that might be fading away about the city of Jonesboro to preserve our history. And that will be rolled out on social media. We'll also have, we'll be bringing back the Scarecrow contest within the city. That'll be included in this. There will be a economic vitality portion included in it where we will have a taste of Jonesboro and include our businesses to participate. There are a few other things that will be included in it, and I will be partnering with Code Enforcement, Beautification, and Economic Development. I've had one meeting with City Manager Miss Yvette, Mr. Walker, Ms. Akuta, Councilwoman Fox, and I have spoken with the Dixon Brothers and Councilwoman Kearney because they have spoken about doing something in that same vessel regarding like a trunk or treat type of thing. My initial ask was for $15,000 to encompass all of those things. I'm sure I will be below that. Representative Bell also offered to be a part of this and assist with sponsorships, gathering sponsorships. I will say that prior to this meeting, the mayor asked if I would increase the ask to $25,000 because she wanted to include entertainment, the 911 band, because she said that she wanted to ensure that she felt like we were catering to the younger community a lot recently. And she said that some older members of our community appreciate the 911 cover band. So those are my thoughts. I would like for this again to happen on October 30th. The reason I'm bringing this here so that the staff has an adequate amount of time to plan this. So I'm open to hear council's thoughts on Harvest Day.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Acknowledge y'all. Councilman Alfred Dixon.
Appreciate the initiative that you're bringing forth, really loving the ideas and everything that goes into it. My only question that I had was, do we know when First Baptist is doing their?
So Ms. Akuta was supposed to ask, but I see someone in the crowd that knows. Okay, go ahead.
Awesome.
The 17th.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay, wonderful. I wanted to ensure we weren't stepping on any toes. And so if that would have clashed with their day, we wouldn't have had it. I'm not going to step on their toes.
Gotcha.
Any other questions, council? Questions, comments, concerns? All right, I'll entertain a motion. I don't know if I can, I never know if I can make one when I'm sitting in this chair. Ooh. All right, so, yeah.
No, Diego.
Okay. I just feel like $25,000 makes me uncomfortable. I will.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, thanks.
I would like us to move forward with our Harvest Day on October the 30th, 2026. I would like to also add that we want the budget not to exceed $25,000, which would include a cover band.
Second.
Wonderful.
Can
Any
the motion
discussion?
can the motion be repeated? We couldn't hardly hear. I'm so sorry.
The money would, I would, so that I can, before
My boys
you.
quit working an hour ago.
Okay. Before you, let me say where the, so I'm thinking similarly contingency to be pushed over to city events to keep it clean. So
Yes,
to come
ma'am.
from contingency, Councilwoman Messick.
Okay, I made a motion for us to move forward with a harvest day as described by Mayor Pro Tem Asia Miller on October the 30th, 2026. The budget is not to exceed $25,000. The funds will come from contingency to be moved by budget amendment over to our city events.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Council, thank you all so much. I appreciate you and your faith in the vision. Thank you, guys. I got the end.
Economic Development Report.
So, yeah, so.
Oh, the
in,
tennis court, tennis
Director
court.
Akuda's, I'm sorry.
Tennis court. We moved tennis court.
We tabled it.
We just tabled it. We don't have to move it. We don't have to talk about it.
So, no, no.
We moved it to our new.
We have to table it. We pulled it off the consent, I'm sorry.
So we gotta table it.
We pulled it
Okay,
off the
letter
consent
I.
agenda.
Under
We have
new
to speak
business.
to it.
Is it
And
old
so
business?
if we're not going to discuss it, we need to table it.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
Council to consider approval regarding the purchase of a tennis backboard for Lee Street Tennis Court, Rally Masters in the amount of $28,434.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Councilman C. Dixon.
at this time, I would like to table, the regarding of the purchase of a tennis backboard for Lee Street Tennis Courts Rally Master in the amount of $28,000, $434.
Awesome.
Second.
Wonderful. Any discussion, council? Oh, Councilman Fox.
I want to know why are we tabling it?
Well, one of the reasons why I want to table, because I wanted to finish conversation with Ms. Casey over at Arts Clayton, and to also piggyback with Ms. Amelia on how we can do it yourself, because the 25,000 is that's a lot.
We can't do it ourselves.
We're looking at other options, so I'm partnering with Ms. Casey and Ms. Amelia to see exactly what our options could be.
Okay. And then to piggyback what Councilwoman.
Your mic's off.
Oh, sorry, y'all. To piggyback what Councilwoman Kearney, she was making a statement, say, hey, didn't the woman who came up said arts, she did say arts in the sense of when it was installed, we can make it artsy and, you know, do a artwork so that it wouldn't just be like that plain green color, but we can, that's a way of incorporating art. So I think partnering up with Arts Clayton would be a fantastic idea. So, thank you.
Any other discussion? Wonderful. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you so much. And thank you for taking the initiative, C. Dixon.
Economic Development Report.
So in Director Akuda's absence, I will just go hit the high points on her report. We're up to date on the Georgia Main Street reports. She continues to work on business recruitment and marketing resources, including an economic development, marketing, and branding package. She has worked on implementing the Southern Cities Economic Inclusion Initiative and to advance vendor readiness and technology planning. She has completed her two-day Georgia DOT Title VI ADA locally administered projects training, and she has one course remaining. There were 5 new business licenses issued and then 27 business licenses terminated. But that does include some of the cleanup from last year and identifying those that have not told us that they are closed. So it's not 27 at once, it's 27 spread over some time, but we just found out about it. She's been working, doing some outreach visits to the downtown businesses, worked on recruiting businesses and organization to support the Runsboro 5K. She has attended meetings with the Atlanta Regional Commission, various Clayton County partners, the GIS Steering Committee, and other organizations that support economic development planning and redevelopment efforts. Some of her August priorities include the economic development marketing package, continued development of GIS mapping resources and economic development data layers, and then continue business recruitment and partnership development for the Runsboro 5K.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Council, do y'all have any questions about the report?
I do.
Councilman Fox.
I know.
All right, go
Real
ahead.
short.
All right, go
I
ahead.
promise you. Can we add to her August DDA recruitment?
Yes, ma'am. And she and I have spoken about that, and I will follow up with her to make sure that she picks it up.
Okay. If you don't mind checking in with your DDA board members, they're a little mad at you right now, Mr. Cole. Yeah. Check in with them.
All right.
We're ready for the next item. Thank you.
Finance report, June 2026 by Finance Director Karen Slayton Dixon.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem, Council.
Hey, Ms. Karen.
If you all don't mind, since it's kind of late, I'm gonna kind of, have you all had an opportunity to look through the June report and everything? Okay. All right, I just kind of want to just kind of hit, we really haven't had much change. And before I get into that, I want to answer, if I can, Councilman Kearney's question about the city events. And so they're actually over budget by $81,000. But I just want to make note that right now, because within that category, the way the audit works, as long as this category of total purchase and contract services doesn't go over budget, they have $174,000 right now. As long as they don't go over budget there, then that particular line item will be okay. We'll just have to keep watch on it really close as we go along here, because this report that I'm looking at was generated today, so this is as of August. So you're talking about another 4 months. So we'll just, that's roughly saying about $40,000 could be spent throughout this category in all these particular line items that make up this purchase contract services category.
Hold on, Ms. Karen. Okay, you just dropped a little bomb on us, and then you said some things afterwards, and I was still ticking with the bomb. City events is over $81,000. Are we gonna talk about how we got there?
Right, and right now it is showing where they've expended $171,000, and I know the mayor mentioned
is that?
that.
What's
Well,
it?
it's like different events, and I can get you all a detailed breakdown of what charges have actually hit this particular line item. But I do know that they said there are some donations that are coming in, and so I don't know if Taylor is aware of any more.
Didn't we
Coming-
move some
coming-
donations
Yeah.
over already?
Yes, I've.
Mayor Pro.
Yes, yes.
So there's some, the event sponsorships for some of the sponsors, I don't think those have been moved over, right, Ms. Karen?
We've moved some of those over because I actually did a budget amendment for those particular. And so you have donations, right now we have
Okay, so
donations and sponsorships. And we've also increased that budget to $47,500. So as of August today, year to date, we've generated $31,500. So we've taken into account the funds that have come in for donations and sponsorships.
$31,000 has come in. It's already been applied to city events. We're still over $81,000.
Correct.
I just got to break things down because
Yes,
my
yes,
brain.
yes.
Councilman McCarney had a question before you finish going. I feel like this is going to be something they're going to talk about for a second. Okay.
Right.
Councilman McCarney.
Can you please break down what all from city events, how much money was spent at each event that was
She
paid
said
for?
she wanted to send us an.
Okay, right. I know you said you was gonna send us a breakdown, but even in that breakdown, like if it's categorized as or named something that I'm not fully aware of, that I don't know, like let's say, and this is just me throwing something out there. Let's say Councilman Dixon had an event for, I don't know, Memorial Day. If it doesn't say, Memorial Day on there, I'm not gonna know that it's, or that it's his event, and even still, I might not know. So can you give me a breakdown of each event and what was spent, like a budget, basically?
Right. Right, yes, I'll do that. I will go through and make sure that if it's not identified in that detail ledger, that I pull the actual backup for that expenditure, so we'll know exactly what event it was for. So I'll do that and make sure I get that over to
Mayor Pro
everyone.
I'm sorry.
There are
I
a few
still have
more.
some questions.
There are a few more questions. Councilman Kearney has some. I'm gonna have some. Councilman Fox, I've seen her hand, and that's just for me looking real quick. Councilman Messick. So
Okay.
you want to chair?
Okay, all right, so, and basically, just, I know we were doing the June financials, but pretty much all departments are operating under budget. So revenues are coming in strong, and one of the things that's coming in strong is our taxes, and then for miscellaneous, and of course, miscellaneous is gonna seem like it's at 103%, but that's only because it's a small budget, $118,000, and you've actually generated 122,000 there. So that 103 percent is nothing to be alarming in that particular category. But taxes are right now at 50% collection, and I'm sure that number is going to increase as the tax bills go out later here in the year. So like I said, everything, all the departments are operating in budget. I did note within the budget that there was one line item that was over, and that. And that was in the mayor and council education and training. Councilman Kearney was over about $3,000. General admin, we had several accounts there that were over budget, which I did provide a detailed report for those particular accounts. Public safety, their water sewer is over by $2,658. Public works, electricity is over $9,344. And of course, those are individual line items. Right now, I said we don't get concerned unless the subcategory goes over, because we don't go in and do budget amendments outside in a normal account like water, sewer, electricity, because we're watching for the bottom line. For mayor council, that's a different discussion with education and training. I know we're working with Councilman Dixon to do particular a budget amendment for him within his travel, which will bring that back before council, because those expenditures haven't hit yet, but those are some things that he's kind of preparing to do, so we could do the same thing for Councilman Kearney as well. So that's kind of the big gist of the June financials. So if you have any more questions, be glad to answer those questions.
Okay.
Quite a few questions. So we have this that shows these line items being over. Why wasn't $81,000 included in this? I'm trying to figure out how it missed us.
Well, that was my oversight on that. I do apologize that I didn't pick that big one up. Well, and this is actually, I must say, that was June. What I'm looking at now is August. I ran this one today that I brought in here. Let me.
I feel like in
let me look
June it
at
probably was
June.
pretty
Let me
big
look at
too.
June.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to see what it was in June, and then I'm coming to you, and then
See,
Councilman
yes.
Fox, and then
Okay.
Councilwoman Messick, anybody else. That's the line I saw it.
Yep. And I did know that I didn't put it on my breakdown, but I did include the details of the city events, which was 1,500, 52, 23, 21. And so it does include and kind of tells you everything that actually have been expensed to this particular line item. I just didn't notate it on the actual written document, but I did include a detailed listing of that particular account.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms.
Yeah.
Karen. We have some questions. I'm gonna start with Councilman Kearney, okay?
Okay, so, I know I already asked about the detailed breakdown, but I'm just wondering, there's gotta be a system in place for when somebody brings you something else that needs to be paid for, and in order to make sure that we don't go over budget in that line item, there's something. Is that a thing? Or, because otherwise we just continuously go over everything, and apparently this, and The training events is the only things that we're going over, so I'm trying to get the root cause of this.
Well, within the system, within Tyler, you can put a mechanism in place to where it will not allow invoices to post. It will actually prevent anything from posting. So then that means that vendors won't get paid until all those items come before council to be paid. So we could put that in place to shut that system down to where nothing will actually be able to hit any of these accounts until it actually comes before council for a budget amendment. It
But-
won't allow it to be processed. But see, that has never been set up within the city system. It's always just been set that way. So we just have to go into the administrative settings within the Tyler system that we use and put that flag there so that it won't allow the expenditures to hit.
But even still, I feel like when you're going through a budget, because we budget for a lot of these events, right? I feel
Mm-mm.
like we should know if we go over. So did we knowingly go over with these events or with some of these events?
Not really, because I guess finance, we don't necessarily have those, because let's just say if they have, say, the 4th of July celebration, it may go through the budget and say they've allowed it, say they're gonna spend $15,000. Still within the system, it's not set up to where when the 4th of July get to that $15,000, that it prevents any more transactions from coming through for the 4th of July. It will keep on allowing it to go until it gets over budget. Like I said, until we turn on that mechanism to shut it down, so no account will be able to go over budget at all.
I wouldn't understand why we wouldn't already have something like that in place, just because it seems like, good process and procedure. But also, so nobody knew that we were going over budget because, I mean, if I'm looking at department heads, they aren't over budget and haven't gone over budget. No other items except, again, the training item, which we're gonna get to that, went over budget. But this city events line item seems to be very sticky, and I'm trying to understand why. Like,
Well, you
did we
said,
know?
and
Can
it's
you
in-
just?
Yeah.
Did we knowingly go over budget? Like, because it really seems like it to me. Taylor, I have some questions for you as well.
Oh,
It's a financial report.
Yes, I could say we did know we were over budget because when we do any of our check requests for our events, we have to put the remaining balance. And it does reflect CR. So when we do the check request, I know I did quite a few for city events. It reflected that it was a negative budget.
That's what CR.
CR in the it shows credit in our Tyler system.
What does
So
that
if it
mean?
says CR, it means it's negative. If it doesn't say CR, it means it's in the positive. So yeah.
So we knowingly went over budget.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. And I could say just in terms of just knowing, because obviously, yeah, Karen's our finance director. She's not going to know when every single line item. But if you guys put something in place, I would say for us or anyone who sees it or who's doing a check request to a negative item, we can send something to Karen so that when it is something like a council meeting, then she can notify you guys before it gets to a certain level. So I think that'll be better if whether department heads or anyone just doing a check request, we're like, hey, we're doing this check request, even though it's signed off on, just FYI, this budget line item is over budget. So then she can notify council.
Okay, I'm gonna need to sit down with both of you all, probably separately this week. I'm probably gonna need an hour to an hour and a half of your time individually, just a Zoom call. But, okay, so my question is then, I get it on Miss Karen's side, but just getting it from the city events side. So we knowingly went over budget and we didn't think that we needed to come to council to let us know because we allocated $81,000 for the budget for city events.
And let me add to that. Who signs that we used because you don't
So-
sign it, right? So you say,
Yeah,
hey, we're
our-
over budget. Who
Our check
signs it?
request, we just notify in our check request, it's signed by mayor, it's signed by Blue, it is signed by Miss Karen. I believe she does get the check request or at least signs the checks. So for me, I can't authorize for it to
Mhm.
be approved because it's negative. You know what I mean? And I haven't been informed of any process where I'm like, oh, tell council of a negative balance. But my job is to inform whoever's signing it, it's a negative. And I will, sometimes I'll even highlight it just so it's not like sneaking a little negative sign in there. But I do indicate it on every single check request.
So,
So it was
Mayor, Miss
knowingly-
Karen, and City Manager knew when we were over budget every time.
for
Up to
our city
$81,000.
events, for our city event check request.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut in on your questions. Go ahead. Councilwoman Fox? It's 11:50. I know, but let's come on.
We, like, for example, tonight, we just approved the budget of 25,000. Part of the problem is some of these events that are taking place, because I've asked for them. What is the budget? Ahead of time. We can't spend, like, it's almost like we don't have we have a start point, but we don't have an end point with some of these budgets. And that's just the honest truth. We don't. And we need to, as a governing body, put an end point and say, hey, this is the budget, make it work for particular events, because there is no end point. It's like a black card. You just keep spending until you get everything satisfied, and then you figure it out later, like we finding out negative $81,000.
Is that how that go? Because we set a budget.
No, we did not. We
We
did not
set
set
a
a-
budget for events because it's in a line item. When we approved our budget for the year, we set it for what, 68? That was 72,000.
no,
We took
you're
some money
right.
away from it to give to the newspaper.
No, we're talking about particular events, because I asked for that. I specifically asked the mayor, hey, mayor, out of that 68,000, can we get a breakdown as to where we're allocating some of that money to? For example, Fall Fest.
So let me, Madam Clerk, I believe I might be confusing my years. At one point, we said we're going to allocate 25,000 for Juneteenth and 25,000 for July 2nd. Now, maybe that was the first year that we started doing something for July 2nd, or did we say that again when we approved this budget at the beginning of the year? And so maybe we can check public record, but I feel like we put caps on that, and then it was like, and then the extra is going to go to senior events. I feel like we spoke that into the record. Now, maybe it wasn't written down, and so I guess I'm asking, can we pull the verbiage from, not now, but can that be sent to us, the verbiage from when we adopted our budget or when we particularly spoke about the city events? Because I think we did that. I think we said how much, which is why they came back and asked for 15,000 for July 2nd, because we only gave you this much money. It wasn't like, hey, we're over city events and we need $15,000. Were we over city events at the time that y'all asked for money for the Kids Zone?
I'm not sure at that time, but possibly.
Let's check that too. But I thought that we had allocated, at least for the two big events, but I could be getting my years confused before with the last administration. So let's just,
And I think we asked because it was over the $9,999 threshold that we, like, if we're spending in one particular space, we have to get permission from mayor council. And I think you guys approved 15,000 for that.
'Cause
So
we had
that's
the
why we
budget.
came before mayor council for that approval.
we had the budget. We said not to exceed. We said those things. I could be wrong, but we had the budget in front of us about how much the artist was. We had this.
So when we approved the budget back in January, there was no breakdown. We allotted a large, a number, right, to city events, but we did not, in that budget hearing, we did not specify line items. Now, maybe we did not. That's what I thought. We did not, and that's part of the problem, because I would like to see, okay, like ahead of, we do Juneteenth every year. Right now, by now, we should know how much we're spending for that. Like July 2nd or 4th, we should know by now how much we're spending for that. Fall Fest, we should know by it. This is not our first time doing these.
Didn't we? But we spent. And if I'm messing up the Robert Rule thing, let me know. But I feel like we specified what we were going to allow to be spent for the big ticket events, which have to be what pushed us over because we haven't had that many events in general. We specified this is how much for fireworks. This is how much for the entertainment. We specified, and I could be wrong. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
It wasn't, if you're saying it wasn't adopted at the beginning, I could be confused because that one year we did. But if we didn't do that this year, fine. But then when it came to us about how much money we were allocating for these events, we said, this is how much we're going to pay for fireworks this year. This is how much we're going to pay for this year.
And you're right. We're both saying the same thing. So we did not adopt a specific, that's what I'm saying. It was, Juneteenth was open-ended.
Not once we said, this is how much you can spend for it.
So what happened was invoices was coming to us with no cap, boo.
I don't know how else I can say what I'm
Can y'all help?
saying.
Invoices was coming to us with no cap.
I understand, but prior to any invoices, hey, we're doing Juneteenth. This is how much we're going to pay for fireworks. Not an invoice. This is how much I'd like you all to say it's okay. This is how much it's going to cost before we paid anybody.
But what I'm saying is Juneteenth, let's say, let me just throw a number out there, might have cost 100,000. We didn't know that it cost 100,000 back in January. We found out that it cost 100,000 in June.
We approved a certain amount to spend, whether it was May or June. And so what I'm saying is when we approved those amounts, we didn't approve them beyond the budgeted item.
That's what they're saying. We did.
So
That's not what I think they're saying.
I know there was one point where we came in front of
Councilwoman
council,
Messick
so I understand what both of you guys are saying. I think you're both right. Like there was no official cap, but also we did come and ask for specific things. Like we did like the fireworks. I think it was like 25,000. Tran was about 25,000, and one, I think it was Cupid or something, because we were trying to get an invoice in that at that point in time, and his I think was like 20,000, but it didn't necessarily cap like the
We had no
spending
cap.
of events. So we asked for specific things and specific items, but even what we asked for and that what was approved, I want to say it was close to like 60,000 or something like that, and that didn't necessarily include all the other performers and all the other costs associated with the events when we got those approvals. Like it was like fireworks for 2 events, it was sound and lighting with Tran for 2 events, and it was 1 performer. So it didn't include all the other costs associated with multiple events. It was just approval for those specific
And the
things.
15,000 for the kids.
Yeah. So it added up here in person, but there was no specific like, oh, this is a limit for this event or this is a limit for that event. And I think that would be something good to implement in the future on the record and say, for this event, this is how much the city is going to allocate towards this event. And then if we come in the future with anything specific, just clarify like we initially said this, are we upping this, amount for that or something like that, just to have it clear.
Councilwoman Messick, thank you.
Thank you. So, that's a lot of money. One thing that I would like to see, and I think the council would all appreciate this, is we do get a lot of donations for some of our events. And we've got to start budgeting outside of donations. So we need to start budgeting, because you cannot budget on money that might come in.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you could get us a copy of what was donated, it doesn't just general numbers, the amount of money that was donated, that was spent for 4th of July and Juneteenth, so that we can look and see what our actual costs were. We're fixing to come into budget season, and we're going to need to see those numbers to be able to prepare better for next year, because we can't sustain this. And then we're looking at doing some more events, and we haven't even got to Christmas.
Yeah.
So this is very, very concerning, of letting us know ahead of time, hey, you're running out. That would have been a good idea. I also noticed when I was looking through the financial report, I understand the idea of keeping within that. You're right. Overall, we're looking good, Ms. Karen, but we've got some serious line items in this general administration. We're 200% over on overtime, and this is June's report. So this is July. That's not even counting July and August. And there were several other items I've got questions about under rental of land and building. 151% over, postage 244% over. This is showing showing us some things that we're going to really have to look at and adjust in the budget coming up. But if you can let us know when you're seeing this trending, that overtime is fixing to get out of control, we need to do a budget amendment. I personally much prefer to do budget amendments in front of it. So if we're at 75% of our budget, we can go ahead and move money and it looks way better in the audit. You know it does. Right. If we get in front of it and not behind it, this isn't going to look good.
Right.
And now I'm sad about city events.
Right. Yeah. And the reason why we wouldn't, because as you mentioned with that overtime, that yes, that one line item is over. And moving and correcting that particular line item is if that's what the city manager, mayor, council want us to do, is to do from line item, we can do certain, I guess, adjustments here to where you don't see that overage there, and we don't have to bring that back to you, because I could actually just take, like, that one is 5,039. I'm not changing the overall budget, so I could move 6,000 from, say, salaries down to that overtime, and that's not changing their budget. So it's not saying having to go back to council if that's that, because see, even the departments
But
can do that as well.
I understand what you're saying, but if we don't see this, we don't know how to budget next time.
Right.
So this is showing us we're halfway through the year and we've already spent the entire amount that we budgeted for the fiscal year. So no, I definitely do not want you to go back and adjust it so we don't see it.
Right.
We need to know that this is happening so we can. What I would like is a monthly financial report so that, and with this, so that we can see this and we can know where we're at, along with budget amendments that get us back in line. That would be.
So you're saying do a budget amendment for that 5,000, but then that's changing.
Well, I'm saying there's
budget.
many things on here. We haven't we haven't had a financial report in a few months. This one is June, and now we're already in August.
Right.
So you just said you ran some reports today. I would love to go ahead and get July's emailed to us. That would be wonderful. So that we can look at that and see where we're at, because that's going to be even deeper in the hole than we're here, because this is June. And we're already in August.
Well,
So
and I apologize, I said 5,000. I'm looking at this one for August. So you just wanting to look at the revenue and expense report, because I can generate the revenue and expense report to send to you all at any time and not have to wait for the actual financials, so that you can see this. Because when I do a financial report, it's going to be pretty much going to have to wait till the bank statements are done. So now I just have the July bank statement. So at this point, it's reconciling the pool cash for the July. So I'll be preparing the July financials to get over to the city manager and the mayor to review before it comes to you all. But the report I'm looking at is in August, because we're here already 10 days into August that we've generated expenditures within this particular budget here. So, and I guess I'm looking at from the way the standard accounting practice is that if a line item is over the way it is over time, you don't go in and make those adjustments, because we'll be forever sitting there just kind of moving money up and down, moving it up and down. Like you're saying, leaving it like this lets you know that, okay, overtime needs to be looked at when it's time to do that budget, versus us making that budget adjustment there for that particular single line item, because that lets them know, because it's not just one person that's actually hitting this overtime line item. You got a couple of employees who actually will hit that, who are in the administration budget there. So I can generate this report so that you all can see and you all be able to kind of be aware, because I guess I look at it from the standpoint of finance and accounting, that if we don't go over that category where you do have some people who are really driven by line item, and the departments can do within the 52 and the 53 accounts, they can say, well, I got some extra money in office supplies, so move it to my travel, because I see that I'm going over.
absolutely,
there,
you can
like
make
that.
line item things, but but these are some of these things. Like I said, this is the first financial report I've seen in 2 months, and it's 2 months old.
Right.
So that's concerning. So if we can be a little more on top of getting this information to council, that would be great.
Right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro
Pro
Tem.
Tem.
Councilman Carney.
So I'm just trying to understand then. So we knowingly went over budget with the city events line item. So what is the normal practice here? You all just, no offense, but you all just come up to us and then just ask for forgiveness, knowing that we're going to say yes? Like, can we refuse? Like, I'm just trying to understand, like, what's to stop somebody from continuously going over budget? So it's like, what is the point of us even having these budget meetings, these budget hearings, if it's just gonna be thrown out the window at anyone's convenience?
And if you
No.
can't answer the question, Ms. Karen, because
No.
that's out of your purview, please let us know and we'll direct it to one of the members of staff who can.
No, I can, because it goes back to the same thing, because even with this, with the city events line item being over, like if I see up here where we have legal fees, lawsuit, there's $50,000 that's sitting up there, haven't been touched. I could have gone to city manager or the mayor and said, you know, can I adjust this particular line item and move it down to city events and a couple of the other line items there to move it so that it's not over budget. Because it goes back to like within the finance or accounting arena, I guess I'm looking at that subcategory, and I'm watching to make sure that before December 31st gets here, the city doesn't go over, because it may come up to around November the 1st and they say, okay, we want to do something for the city employees for Thanksgiving. Well, if they've already spent this $174,000 there, it will be just a complete no. They wouldn't be able to do that, because right now
As they should.
that subcategory, because the subcategory is what I look at. But then now, just hearing you all now I know you all want to do within the line item, because I'm looking at the subcategory and making sure those subcategories don't go over, because where the city gets a finding, if the Department 1500 goes over budget as a whole, I'm talking about within their personnel, the contract services, and the supplies. If all of those go over budget, then that's when the city is in trouble. We get a finding at that particular time. So now I see, okay, you all want to be able to say with that particular line item. And I will say that I've talked to Miss Faith, and we've actually sent an email to city manager and got in touch with Tran that the city needs to upgrade, kind of update the financial software that they have, because the city's on version 9. There's a version 10 that will allow the city to have project accounting. Project accounting would be perfect, because these events can be set up, and with the project accounting, it will flag everybody to say, that particular project, which is an event, you're approaching over 50%, because you were only allowed $25,000 for that particular event. And it's going to keep track of all of those events. You all ask, now we have to look at the detail, and we got to go through here manually looking at it and giving you a breakdown of the events. With the upgrade, all we have to do is run a report, because each one of those events have been set up as a project. We run a report and we can tell you how much has been spent for every single event that the city has ever had without having to manually do that. And so we've talked about needing to have that done, because we need to know, even when it comes down to SPLOST projects. Right now, everything is so manual. We're looking at this detail, and we're sitting up here creating spreadsheets. Even for, even with the OPB grant, those are things with grants, they're set up as projects. So then now we know how much money has been spent. It tells us all the transactions that have actually been spent for that particular grant. So, but right now the software doesn't have that capability.
Okay, I don't know if this is necessarily a problem with, I understand, and we want to get you the right software that you need, but I guess my main problem and my main issue is, so what I just got from what you said, this is my perception of what you just said, and you can tell me if I'm incorrect here. We don't really care about the subcategory of the item. We care about the overall category. So we don't care about the department side. We only care about the fund side, like what fund it came from. And we can just go over on our individual line items.
If I may jump in.
Not the sub. I'm worried about the sub, that category. So contract labor, which is any of your 52 accounts. if those 52 accounts, that's what I'm talking about, that I'm concerned about. Yes, the line items are critical there, because if those line items keep going over. But we do have some departments, and some departments have taken advantage of it to where they see that their travel is approaching, they only have a small amount of travel. They have asked to take money away from supplies, because they realize that, okay, I may have budgeted too much in my supplies line item, so I want to move $800 from my supplies up to my travel line item. And they do that. They send it to finance. We sign off on it because we verify that they have the money there. So it keeps that particular line items from going over budget.
So how did that happen with city?
What I think I hear, you pay attention to the overall and ensure that we don't get our hands slapped on the audit.
Right.
Internally, we need to have a policy in place.
Yes.
That whenever we go over a budget, a line item, and that policy can overflow to finance for going forward, but we need to create a policy that says that no money can be spent out of once the account is in a negative without coming before council to have the money moved. You cannot spend, if city events is maxed out, then you have to bring it before council, no matter if it's under procurement or not.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think that's already policy, is it not, Attorney Wiley?
Can't be, because it didn't happen.
So then how did this happen?
It can't be policy because it didn't happen, is what I'm saying.
It's been happening though. That's the thing. It's
So
been
what I'm
happening.
saying is, because it's been happening, there must not be a policy in place. I don't believe that all of these people will violate
I was about to
policy.
say, that might not be the case. It might not be the case that there might not be a policy in place, and it so also happened.
Money has been being moved.
Money can't just be moved from
That's
budgets
not what I
like that
heard.
without.
I didn't hear
approval,
money's being moved. I heard money was going over.
I heard money was going over. Money can't be moved from other, you can't, unless you all approve it.
Right.
You can't move it from this.
Public Works thing.
The 51, right.
You all approve it.
Right.
So that
Mhm.
can't be done internally
Right.
without y'all's approval. That has to
Right.
come before y'all.
Right. And even as to what you just described, though, like department heads moving something from their supplies to another place.
Intra-budget.
Right.
Intra-budget can happen.
It has to
Right.
stay in there.
Department budget.
Right.
But
We're talking, the
Mhm.
department could not go, Public Works could not pull something from HR
Mhm.
and to make up the supplies, so that's outside of their budget.
Right.
So.
And they also can't go over a certain amount even when moving it within their budget, correct or no?
They can move around in their budget, yes, they can take, if they're going
Mhm.
over on, travel, they can take money from equipment or supplies to make up, that's just going down, if you think about just up and down, up and
Okay.
down, they can move around.
So-
They can't go outside.
Okay, so from your legal expertise, what exactly, because I'm having some perceptions in my head. Can you please explain to me what is happening here? What are you gathering, or?
I'm listening and understanding too, and I'm having, and Blue and I are talking, and we have more questions than answers.
Okay. I'm done. I don't know.
And as I look through the city events line item, there's several items in here that I don't know really belong in city events, but I can't really give you an answer as to why sitting here. I'm gonna have to sit down with Ms. Karen and go back and look over the papers and try to figure out why and where. I mean, there's,
If we do a Zoom call, it has to be less than quorum on a call. Okay, Councilwoman Fox, was your hand up?
Yes, so I just want to make sure I understand what's been happening. So we allotted an amount for city events, for example, and we've been having events throughout the year. We're being presented with a particular invoice, but not giving us the full picture as to where we are in the account of the city event. So we just been approving invoices without us knowing that the account is already in a negative. Is that what I'm understanding? Is that what's being communicated?
a combination of expenses that have brought it into the negative area, yes.
So what I'm saying is,
Right.
if we're approving, but we don't know that it's in a negative, but yet we're
Mhm.
approving.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that is not, so I guess that's not, for me, that's not full transparency.
No, it's not. No, you're right, it's not. You're absolutely correct.
And so I'm sorry, were you finished?
Yeah, and then I want to know like, where's our SPOS report? And I know that we got to get to that as well, because that's another thing that I've been asking for, SPOS report. You know, the SPOS that we're working on, where we just got to, this has to start making sense.
So, just for understanding, so the only time y'all bring something to us is if it's outside of procurement, and then underneath the threshold, it just gets spent, even if it causes us to go over.
So previously, yes, it typically comes before mayor and council if due to the procurement, if it's over 10,000 spending limit. There's never been a point where we've given any clarification to or have been asked what is the current budget or standing. So for me, if I understand, and I understand, but if we're asking for something, we're giving the information that we have, the invoice. We're like, hey, this is the invoice. And like I said, for one of them, that we presented, I think it was me and Shelby at the time, mayor and council, it was something close to about $60,000. And it was for like 3 things. And we have events and we had, different things going on with the events and different entertainment and stuff like that. So for me, I'm like, okay, definitely it's going to go over that 75,000, but I wasn't asked to present and say, hey, this is the budget, or no one asked or inquired anything extra. So I didn't provide any additional information. So I apologize for that.
This isn't an attack on you,
Okay.
Taylor, at all.
Clear, we're not blaming you at
Any
all.
of-
It's not on you.
Either, for real. Like, you know what I mean? We're just trying to figure this out. I will say, though, question had been asked about what was left in the event budget, what has been left in personnel, what was left in salary statements. So maybe it wasn't asked to you directly, but those questions have been asked. And I see where the big ticket items were asked for. But even in the big ticket items, the entertainment for Juneteenth was said that it was going to be $25,000 only from donations and sponsorships. It was not to touch city events. And even if we overshot a little bit, we're talking about $100,000 over. And so, Ms. Karen, my question to you is,
Right here, 7,500 in credit.
public, so they can move within their public works budget. What does city events fall under? What can be moved? What can be added to it?
It falls up underneath the administration.
Personnel savings or.
Well, not just the personnel savings, because we can't do anything with the personnel line items, which for us in the 51 accounts, I can't touch those without coming before council to do anything with those line items. But if there's in 52, because that's where city events fall within the 52. So it's pretty much saying taking different line items within the 52 accounts within the 1,500, which is the administration budget. That's the only place that we could make that correct and make that particular line item whole. So it's reducing one line item in the 52 accounts and increasing the city events line item to cover that overage.
You would have been able to do that without coming to talk to us?
Oh, yeah, I could do that because right now you don't have a city policy. So just within the auditing finance world,
You can do that without talking to us.
that's how the rule works. And that's what the city attorney was saying, that as long as you're within that department 1,500, you could do that. I couldn't take it from
Public Works or something
1,300.
else,
I couldn't
right.
take it from 3,200, which is the police department. I couldn't do that because now I'm changing their budget. I can't change anybody's budget.
So we never asked. It could have been cleaned up without us ever knowing.
It could have been, but that's not being transparent as she's saying.
I think I'm trying to
in
just think
doing
about
that.
years. I'm just trying to digest
Right.
and
Yeah,
know how
yeah.
it can go going forward.
Right, yeah.
So I'm hearing a policy needs to be created. Woo, upgraded pay. Earn it. And then can city events be taken out of that? Can it be taken? I guess if the policy is in place, then that doesn't need to happen. I'm thinking, I don't know if I want it to be somewhere where $100,000 can be fixed. Like, can it just be can it be 3,600? Like, can it have its own
Well,
grouping.
you can put it under 1,300 because it's not enough to say have its own department.
Okay.
By itself. So if kind of like contingency, if it's something that the mayor council wants to control, then you could put it as a line item under 1,300, which is the mayor council's department.
And I will never have enough to clean it up, to clean up something big without us knowing.
Right. It would definitely be to that point. And then, like I said, even now going into the system and locking it down so that once everything is correct and fixed, then it's not allowed to go over ever again.
Here are my asks for the policy that cannot go over without coming to council. I would ask that in September, you let us know how much it's going to cost to upgrade that system to where it flags everybody.
Okay.
And let's go ahead and try to get that in place. Okay. Council, do y'all have any other asks?
I do.
Councilman, y'all been going to you.
Yeah, it's good.
You're a gentleman. Councilman Fox?
I would like to see that procurement policy, and I think that we need to amend it.
Because there was a conversation about the powers in it when it was first presented. It was a language about city manager versus mayor versus
We need to amend
with the
that, too.
5,000 to 9,000
Yeah.
threshold. So
Yeah, because I think that's what's happening too. Invoices are being placed. We need to look at that procurement policy.
And also, I want to ask Councilman Fox with the SPLOS. I did provide a SPLOS report. Did you all
In here?
Did y'all? No. I sent it to the mayor and city manager, and I want to say that she forwarded that over to you all.
Can we just send
So
it again?
what I
Yes, it was just
I
about a
do-
week and a half ago.
Yes, I
think I
remember that.
remember.
Does that include, does that include the projects that we've been working on? Because I'm very specific in what I'm asking for.
But we haven't, the city has not had any necessary projects coming out. It's just starting from the time when I was able to take a look back. Debt service has been what's been paid out of the 21, SPLOST 21. It's debt service payments.
So with every SPLOS, when we, because you have to allocate where that money is being spent, what I'm asking for is, because we don't know how that money, like, we don't know what we stated we were committing to. That's
Right.
what I'm asking
Right,
for.
right.
So
And-
so the one that we're working on, what is that one, 21?
It's SPLOST 21. that's
So what
correct.
did we commit to say, hey, we're gonna do, either fix the parks, we're gonna fix the roads, we're gonna stripe the streets? That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for the language on what we committed to.
Right. Well, there's a referendum, and that's one thing that Blue and I, we're in discussion now because we have not been able to locate a list of projects like most plots that they have, like they say they're gonna do, right now you're just doing like, you're paying that debt because they did do like the Lee Street. They did build this administration. So when they built this building and they took out the bonds, it was said that those bonds were gonna be paid for using SPLOST 21. So you were able to get, the different parks as well as this administration building. So that's why debt services was being paid out of there. And right now, in my report, I said that there's a little over 500,000 that will be left over based on the projection for collections of SPLOST. And so I know that the city manager and the mayor are going to come back because there's some certain things that they want to do with that 500 and some $1,000 that will be left over once all the debt service is taken care
They
of.
or we do?
What was
They
that?
or we?
Well, they'll bring it to you all so that you all can make a decision on what to do. But they're just going to kind of see, okay, what will qualify to be used that they can spend that 500,000 on.
That's what I'm
Okay.
asking for, the language, because I get at least twice a week people asking when is the road going to be striped where the mailbox
Okay.
is, because literally they're getting into accidents. So what I'm asking for is, do we have money? But I need to know what that SPLOST was allocated, because you can't just spend it on anything. What do we have that's going towards the roads, the street signs? I mean, and that SPLOST should cover that.
So
And we have
you-
to have a
so you want
plan to
the
go ahead and,
the
because we can't leave our
referendum.
streets like this. They've been like this for years.
I look at the 2021 SPLOST project list. I don't think roads are on. You have real and personal property for Broad Street. Road, street, bridges, okay. Road, street, bridges, and public infrastructure. Continued sidewalk, trail, street improvements, addition, okay, it's in here.
It is in here. That's what I'm
Yes.
saying. And that's what I needed to know so that I can now go on to my next thing. When are we gonna start addressing these things?
So
So when projects are coming that are SPLOST eligible, right? Let's say you put out a bid to do the road striping. And if it's SPLOST eligible, when the staff brings it to y'all, then they will have, this is a SPLOST project. This can be played with SPLOST funds. We have to make sure we have the funds. And what I have advised clients to do in the past is in your resolution number, I would just put SP behind the resolution number so you know it's SPLOST. If it's 21, SP 21, it'll be your regular number, then SP 21, so you know that's SPLOST 21. And the law requires you at the end of every year to publish in the newspaper to tell the citizens what this special penny was used for, because it's a special penny for special projects. And so you have to show transparency is the theme tonight. The law requires us to be transparent with your citizens, and we have to show how much money we spent and what projects we spent it on for SPLOST. So that's, you don't have to have a special rule. It's just when projects are being put out for bid or being done, you find your funding source, and if it's a SPLOST project, if it meets that project list, the way they bring it to you all, you approve it to be paid out of SPLOST funds. It's as simple as that.
So what I'm asking for is the language so I know that, because we know what's being allocated towards, but that's not the only thing that's in there. What are the other things? And Attorney Wiley just identified that. And now I'm asking, when are we gonna get to those things? Because the,
There's only a little bit of money left over there.
So maybe can we just send that language over? See what we've already allocated toward that. I think that'll answer the questions about what has been done or what, because I know we just had conversations, maybe the street plan that Mr. Hurd mentioned before he left, I think we mentioned bringing that out of SPLOST funds. So we've said on the diet, while you've been on the diet, some things that we're going to use SPLOST funds for. So maybe we can just get that list for now, and that'll help understand. And then we can continue going forward from there.
We've got the list for the areas that they are, but we don't have the money that's allocated out of the total SPLOST amount that goes into each of the areas. That's the document that we're looking for.
From
21.
From
The
no,
SPLOST
who
21.
would we look for this from?
Well, they're actually looking for it in the audit,
So we have it
the
somewhere.
attorney says like there's a category infrastructure. Okay,
That's
there,
what we've been
it should have been infrastructure was gonna, out of the projected money from SPLOST dollars, it should have been a budget to say, okay, $2 million was gonna go toward infrastructure, or if the category was administration, it was gonna be $3 million for that. There should have been a budget there, but we cannot locate that document, and the auditors are needing that for the 23, 24.
And we reached out to our previous.
Well, yeah, it should have been, right, right, and that's, right.
The law requires the government to tell the citizens what this special penny is going to be used for and how much. So there should have been a SPLOST budget for each one of these things before it went to. So I'm not sure how it could have gone to referendum without that, but we'll do some digging.
Yeah, we got to
Okay.
dig for it.
Okay, between our audit people that we had forever before we just parted ways. And would the county have that information before they put it on the ballot? Don't we have to give somebody this information? We don't.
I'm looking at 2027 for the county. So they have, for instance, criminal justice system modernization, $40 million. Transportation yearly, 24. They have an itemized budget. We should have had one. City of College Park has one for 3.7. Where's ours?
Can we try to look for it and get an update by Friday on whether we found it or not?
Okay, so I'm looking at 2027. We do have a budget for 2027. I don't think we've started getting our distribution. So we got debt service, 4 million, road and sidewalk improvements, 3 million, capital improvements, park, city hall, public works, 1.4, fleet replacement for public works and police, 1 million, street sign replacement and wayfinding installations, 1 million, for a total of $10.4 million. This is 27. This is 27.
Okay, so can we forward that document, and then by Friday, just give us an update on whether or not y'all were able to, and this is in the sense of time?
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
At this point, we're gonna have everybody coming in half a day. Nobody gonna be here tomorrow. All right, I'm not taking this lightly. I'm just balancing getting the staff out of here. Okay, yeah. All right, awesome. Ms. Karen, thank you. I know that was a lot. We appreciate you.
City Manager's Report by City Manager Cole.
Welcome
All
to the
right,
city.
y'all. Thank you for everything. Y'all have the full report in there. I'm just gonna touch on a couple of things rather than just read off of here. I've mentioned this in passing to a couple of y'all, but I'll say it to the entire group. I would like to come back the first time in September and propose that we go to the first and third Mondays for our council meetings. Work session on the first, council meeting on the third Monday of the month. Having it first and second Monday it just jams us up. It puts staff under a lot of pressure. And so I would like to start this October to do first and third, but that will give us September work session, September special regular council meeting to talk about it and put it out into the public. We'll also have time to update our meeting dates and times and get it published. Honestly, we probably should have done this a month or two ago, but just with all the work that everybody has been doing, I just can't keep putting that on staff, especially Chandrella. She has been wonderful to be as patient with us as she has, but it puts her under incredible pressure to have a Monday meeting and then have to turn around, get the post agenda done, get the new agenda done, and then get it out to y'all in time for y'all to thoroughly review it. It's just too tight on us. Also wanted to touch base on the mayor and council retreat. September 17th and 18th is the date that we have tentatively picked out for that. However, in talking with Councilwoman Messick, I don't know that she's going to be available on those dates. We are looking at doing a GMA presenter or presenters at Clayton State. It will be over 2 days, a Thursday and a Friday. Ironically enough, we have budget meetings coming up next week, the 14th, 16th, and I believe the 18th. I was not able to get a consensus on a single day and time for everybody to meet. So what I think we're gonna have to go by is I will have the department heads available. Each of y'all picked a date that you're able to come in. I'll just coordinate with the department heads and have them available on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I think I've got 3 of y'all coming in on Monday, 2 on Wednesday, and then either 1 or 2 on Friday. We are going to have a water backflow valve repair coming up in Lee Street Park. We have gotten quotes on it, but the quotes are higher, definitely higher than we anticipated. So we will be coming back to you on that one. One of the things that I was going to suggest is that when y'all have council initiatives, oftentimes you'll bring them up here and then present them from the dais. But if you'd like to present them on the dais, talk to council about it and then redirect it to the city manager's office, we can help prepare and clean it up and perhaps have a budget for it. So that way, when it comes back, we have a full package of items for council to consider. Some of the other things this month, including just continuing to work on the FY '27 budget, working on our tourism and visitor engagement, including with the filming that we're doing, operational activities within code enforcement, 46 notices of violation, 34 BMP erosion control inspections. He's given out 99 verbal warnings, 184 residential and commercial property inspections. We have received the 27 SPLOST intergovernmental agreement to coming into the FY '27 SPLOST. We have done several transportation infrastructure quotes out there. We're working with the county to get the guardrail replaced out at North McDonough Street and the railroad. We've done a good bit of recreation planning with different council members and different park facilities. Had meetings with our stormwater group. We actually hosted a meeting here. We continue to work on the solid waste RFP. And if you have, I know we won't do it tonight, but if tomorrow, if you want to come by and pick up your packages to begin scoring and reviewing them. And then Friday, we're also going to go through a scoring exercise as well.
Was that the,
Mhm.
that
Go
was the
ahead.
conclusion?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Any questions for city manager? I had a couple. So the water fountains, they're not fixed? Will they be fixed? Is it because of the water issue that the back issue you just mentioned?
Yes, ma'am. At the July 2nd event,
Mhm.
we had the water, the thing broke in the middle of the event.
Mhm.
And then I just didn't realize it still hadn't been fixed.
Basketball and the front is all impacted by the one by the amphitheater? The
Yes,
one by
ma'am.
the basketball court that's owned by Lee Street Elementary?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so
Well, I take that back. I don't know that it's connected to the Lee Street part, but the part that we ordered for that one was the wrong size as well. So we're having to go back to the drawing board on some of the park water fountains. Yes, ma'am.
Hills I die on.
Yes, ma'am.
Summer's over. Kids are back in school.
Mm-hmm.
If we know that this is then let's get the hydration
Mhm.
Like we had options and backups, right?
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
still hot, so if we can just figure out a water source to put
Mhm.
outside, I'll be goshed darn
Darn,
if
yeah.
we get Key Street some water and we still don't got Lee Street no water. And that's probably the best way I can say it at 12:30. And I
Right.
understand that we have had turnover with public works departments and all of that, but
Mhm.
I'm gonna ask that we go ahead and get right, spots. I'm gonna
Mhm.
ask that we go ahead and get some type of water source. If it's water bottles at this point, I don't.
Mhm. Right. Yes,
A
ma'am.
water source. Council, how do y'all feel about having different budget meetings? Do y'all think that that'll be conducive, or do you think when we all get back together, we're still gonna go back and forth with each other?
So, having Karen present, I think again, because I've been seeing a trend, right? We're not really being presented the real budgets in January. We're not. They're copied in the past from what I've seen, because I've been looking at the budgets. They really just been copied from year to year with minor adjustments. We're now this is probably the most stability that we've had in a minute in the finance department. We're now seeing the real numbers in real time because we are literally demanding monthly reports.
Okay, bring it back for me. Are y'all okay with us having separate budget meetings and having the department heads come and talk to us at separate times? Or so here's the last time we had in Councilwoman Messick and Councilman Dixon, it was a lot of hashing out at that meeting. And then a lot of changes. And then it was, well, we want this and we want this. Okay, we're gonna go and have the finance director create a plan based on this. And then, so I don't want us to have one meeting where we hash this out and we say, well, we want to give this much money to JYCG. And then Councilman Dixon, well, we want to give this much.
But that's what I'm saying. To your point, we did that, and when the budget is being presented to us, we're literally having to hash it out on the dais because what we stated we wanted is not in that budget when it's presented to us on the dais.
I
Right
hear
or
you.
wrong?
So I wanted, new process this year.
Okay.
Do we want to have it all together, or are we okay with having it separately? Whatever we bring forth to ensure that the history doesn't continue to repeat itself, we can do. Do we want to do that collectively or individually? Are y'all okay with that, or do we need to be flexible and find a day that works for everybody? Because that also means that we're asking the department heads to come off of whatever they're doing to come and present 3 different times in a week, stopping them from, and they're already short-staffed, and hoping that they don't forget something that they told one of us and that the other one of us. And so I just,
But
want to
maybe-
ensure that we are that's the route that we want to go with this hearing.
I thought that
Mayor
was
Pro
the
Tem,
plan where you proposed. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Councilman Kearney.
Thank you. Let me first say, yes, I'm okay with that, especially since we have 3 budget meetings. I don't think we necessarily have to have 2 separate ones for the people who are available either. I don't know how y'all feel, but if I'm not able to make one of the 3, I think that's fine, just because I think it's just outside of normal schedule, right? Like, go ahead.
We have 3 different days because we all have alternating schedules. Let's not make one out of the 3. If I go to Mondays, it's because Monday worked for me. And then, whoever schedule works for Tuesday, whoever schedule works for Wednesday. This is a way to get every council member involved. It's not I miss one. It's not necessarily like the budget hearings we have in here to present to the public.
Okay.
And so,
I got you. Okay.
you see what I'm
I
saying?
mean-
And every time Chief Cato's gonna have to stop being Chief Cato in the city and come and say, this is what the police department would like to have it. Ms. Francis will have to stop court, and this is what on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday in order to accommodate our schedule.
Right, yeah. I mean, I guess if that's the case, then I would prefer us to do just one time, at most, maybe 2 then.
Mayor Pro
But
Tem.
preferred one.
Councilman Dixon.
I'm with whatever the majority is with. My schedule's pretty flexible. So I'm looking forward to hearing what y'all decide. City Manager Cole, appreciate the information in regards to the tennis and basketball courts. Could you share the timeline for the basketball and tennis court signage?
We are in one place. Put a pin in that.
That was my first question. Then you went on. So I'm circling back.
You had asked about that already?
No. Well, I was about to ask a question and you wanted to.
I want to. Can we finish nailing this part down?
Well, I just put it out there. I know you got a time to look for it. So yeah, just take your time.
Okay, so were you looking for the answer to his question?
I didn't hear his question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
We can go ahead and finish your point. I'm reading right here. It says basketball and tennis court signage was awarded to Fast Signs and scheduled for production.
Oh, it's already done. That's already been put up and posted.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, installed.
Okay. I missed that. Okay.
All right.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
You had 3 for Monday? The majority of them was Monday?
Yes, ma'am.
Who couldn't do Monday? Which Monday is this, the 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
Who can't do Monday the 17th? You can't.
I thought we already said that we were gonna do it in unison in the community room. So I'm just a little lost. So we're trying to figure out a
Because we
date now?
couldn't- We couldn't find a consistent day for everybody to be available to do it at one time in the community room. That was gonna be one of the options, but we just.
He's trying to
couldn't
be
get any
accommodating.
consensus.
Okay.
I'm not.
What date would you like?
August 17th. What time? It's a Monday. What time?
What time?
What time did you propose in the
Whatever
email?
is convenient for y'all. Now, we're gonna happen together, we're gonna have to do a
Karen, what
call
time you get
meeting
off?
of-
3? You off on Monday. So you were Monday, Councilwoman Messick was Monday. I don't care about what day. You're fine
Yeah.
on Monday. So y'all are the two.
I'm
You're
good
fine on
Monday.
Monday, the 17th? Would you like it to be virtual so you can still participate? Can we do that? So Monday the 17th with a virtual option so Councilwoman Kearney could participate. She'll be at work.
I'll be in Harris County.
That's out the jurisdiction.
Okay, so 1
Is
o'clock
it a
on the
time that works
17th.
better for you so you could be available? No, I'm saying like, so you could be in person? Would you prefer later, like after 2 o'clock, before? No, just virtual? Okay.
Budget meeting.
So 1 p.m., August 17th?
1 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock? Wonderful. Yep. Yep. All right. That was it for the city manager's report. Anybody had any other questions about the city manager's report?
I do.
Or anything contained within it that you can't email him later? Oh, Councilwoman Messick.
Mayor Pro Tem, just real quickly, I would request that we get a calendar because it's late. If we can get a calendar invite on that budget meeting that's set in the time, please, so that we don't forget.
Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And some lunch.
Yep. And coffee. All right. All right, any other? Wonderful.
So- It should be on your calendars already. Department heads and governing authority was sent. And it's going from 1 to 4:30.
It's not on my calendar. Can y'all add it to the council's calendar? Thank you. You might have it, we just don't.
Okay, all right. I'll forward it to everybody.
And Taylor just said yes too. I'm sure it'll be on our calendar before we get up in the morning. All right, any other requests of city manager for his report? All right, wonderful. You might receive some emails. I'm sure we're probably moving fast because it's 1 o'clock in the morning. City attorney, if you want.
I emailed it to y'all.
Is there anything that you just want to chat with us about?
No, ma'am.
All
I
right.
emailed it to y'all. Can call me if you have any questions or concerns.
You created a wonderful report. Did you want to talk about it? No? Okay. Do y'all have any questions? Do y'all have any outstanding questions that y'all can't email her about her report? Awesome. Report of council members, Councilwoman Fox. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, did you want to read that? Great, Councilwoman Fox, sorry. Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Work. My brain is a little tired right now, so I'm sure I got some things, but I'll make a social media post.
Respectfully. Councilwoman Messick.
Thank you, everyone, for being here, for staying this incredibly late for a council meeting. Thank you, council, for all the work that you're putting in this
Yeah.
season into these policies, into these projects, and into these initiatives. I am extremely appreciative of all the work that everyone's doing. Let's remember our family and friends as all the kids are going back to school. They're getting excited. There's some parents that are sad because their little kindergarteners are going off, and some that are sad because their freshmen are going off to college. So you guys keep them in mind and enjoy the season.
Wonderfully stated. Councilman C. Dixon.
Yes, just want to say thank y'all for being here today. Appreciate the patience. So good to see you, Miss Mary Bruce. So good to see you. Just wanted to let you all know that we are having our annual cleanup day on August 22nd. It's going to be at 10 a.m. We're going to be meeting over here off of
Spring Street, Dean Street?
Yes, Spring Street. So please come through, bring some friends and family. We're going to have lunch, gloves, and everything will be provided for those who decide to volunteer. We'd love to see you there.
Wonderful. Councilwoman C. Kearney.
So tomorrow is City Hall Selfie Day. So if anybody wants to come up here and take pictures with, Mayor's on travel right now, but any city staff, elected officials, community members, please come snap a selfie in front of City Hall and celebrate our city's pride. And please share your photos with GMA and email them at gacities@gacities.com so we can be featured on GMA's social media. And last year we tied with Alabama, so let's beat them
this year, okay? And then also, I'm super, super excited. So August 18th, next Tuesday, we'll have our first Veterans Memorial Project Advisory Committee meeting. Super happy about that. The volunteers are super excited, so looking forward to that. Thank y'all. Have a good day.
Councilman A. Dixon.
Just want to say thank you all for,
Mike.
just wanted to say thank you to the staff and community members for always showing up for the city. Thank you. And for showing up for these kids. Thank y'all. The first JYCG meeting of the fourth administration will be next Monday at 6:00 p.m. right here in the chambers. Please come. They're kicking off their fourth administration, and as you can see, they're definitely coming out the gate swinging. I'm proud of the murals that we have in the city of Jonesboro right now. I think I rode down the streets last night or early this morning. I think I counted like 15 of them. So I just appreciate the partnerships that we have with the artists, Arts Clayton, C Clayton County, and just the community. I really just thank them for brightening up our city. National Internship Day just passed last week. And today, thanks to Miss Maria, Miss Pat, and Taylor, they helped us onboard 13 interns that are really ready to roll up their sleeves and make a difference in the community. So please know, please know that if you all need any assistance with y'all's initiatives and all that good stuff, like they are really excited and ready to make a difference. Okay, in everything. So just keep that in mind. I think their first task is they got started on the newsletter today. So yeah, we'll be seeing those. We'll be seeing those. Okay. Thanks to our residents for coming to speak out at public comment. It truly makes a difference. Thank you, Councilwoman Fox, for doubling down on Jonesboro Neighborhood Days. Appreciate that. And with Mr. Henderson, I look forward to that event being a great one. I guess what's last, an initiative that we started in 2019 continues Saturday, September 12th with Runsboro GA 5K. I'd like to thank staff. Thank you, Taylor. Finance, thank you for really, getting us to where we need to get with the Runsboro GA 5K. Got a lot of interest, and I look forward to that event being a great turnout as well. So thank you. Lace up.
Okay, wonderful. I'll be as short and sweet as I can. I want to say first, thank you to our staff. I appreciate you. I hope you see that we appreciate you by the work and efforts that we're putting in. I understand that these meetings have been long lately, and I appreciate you sitting here and staying, but please know that the meetings being this long here recently are so that we can make intentional change to improve our city any way that we can. And improve doesn't necessarily mean that things are broken. It's just, you can always improve. And so please know that that's why we're here so late. It's intentional. Also, I want to say thank you to our staff, to our city council. You all are staying here late too, away from your families, and I appreciate that, echoing the sentiments from Councilwoman Messick. Councilman A. Dixon, C. Dixon, today was amazing. It was beautiful what you all put on for these children. They felt confident. You saw it in their walk and their swag. So thank you for pouring into them. Thank you for standing on business about our babies in the city. I want to say that we're concluding Play Jonesboro, the summer series. It was a wonderful event. We heard that we weren't doing enough for the kids in the city, and so we changed that. # Play Jonesboro. Myself and the city put on a Toddler Tuesday event. We had a Bubble Day event. It was amazing, wonderful turnout. STEM Saturday. And then we have our conclusion. Will be at Chalk the Park on August 14th. This Friday from 5 to 8 p.m. We'll have Cone Ice. We'll have face painting. We'll have all of the things. I want to say a special shout out to Taylor for picking this up. This was not your cross to bear, and you picked it up effortlessly, and I appreciate that. Shout out to Michaela. Shout out to city manager, to Chief Cato, to Officer Broomfield. STEM Saturday was you all kicked in while what was I called? The Lily of the Ball, I think is what they called me. But I appreciate y'all so much. And anybody else that I haven't named by name, I appreciate you as well. Thank you so much for what you do for the city. I'm ready to go home. I hope we don't have executive session. Wonderful. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Oh, whoa, wait.
I just wanted to show you this so you can announce it.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Also, on August the 14th, myself, Councilman C. Dixon, Councilman A. Dixon, we are all alumni of Mondays Mill High School. We will be giving back and doing a food drive on that day. If you want to volunteer, other council members, please feel free to pull up. If you know anyone in need, please feel free to let them know that we will be handing out food, all fresh vegetables and produce. I believe we start at noon. Okay. And then lastly, after we do our cleanup, we're also going to have a block party on the 26th of August. So a lot of things still happening in the city. Please check our social media platforms to stay involved. One last thing from Madam Clerk.
So, birthday is Thursday.
Oh, come on. Yeah, okay. A lot of birthdays. Good. Hold on.
My sister came home from, you all knew that she was in an accident April 27th, and we're now in August.
God is
So she
good.
came home today, so still keep her in your prayers. And then I'll be on vacation the 13th.
Yes.
Through the 23rd.
Ooh, good
Just
for
a
you.
week and 3 days.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And while we're on birthdays, I'm sorry, and I meant to call you out a lot earlier. Today, as in before 12 o'clock, the 10th, Councilwoman Kearney's birthday. So can we give her a happy birthday? She didn't tell anybody. Woo! Leo energy, can y'all tell? Can y'all tell, right? Okay. If it wasn't 1 o'clock in the morning, we would sing happy birthday, but it is, so we're not. Does anybody else have anything? Yeah. Okay. Jonesboro Neighborhood Day, August 22nd, right after we clean up the city. Come and party with us and have hot dogs and things. Yes?
Motion to adjourn.
So made.
Second.
He seconded.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good night. Good morning.